custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
It's all on the line. Here we go.
And the moment of truth has arrived.
What a match-up this is. What a game.
The umpire holds the footy up.
I wouldn't want to be anywhere else on earth.
On ABC Sport, this is the AFL.
Oh, there's a bit to get excited about.
The intensity and the pressure in the ball is unbelievable.
Take your moment. This is that moment of the game of footy.
This is just football at its best.
And that'll be it. From walking on thin ice to dancing on the mountaintop, the Brisbane Lions never stopped believing. And they are the champions.
Sit back, relax, witness the greatest. It don't get better than this.
He's pulled the river a magnificent goal.
Comes out, gathers, snaps, goal.
An extra bit of class.
He smashed that through. What a kick. Goes bang with everything he's got.
They are leaving nothing out there.
Listen to the roar.
The drop punt. He's gone. And the building is jumping. We know he's a big shot taker. He's a big shot maker. Leans back on the kick. Game on.
Like camera action, baby. Countdown to contact.
From the right forward. On it. Oh, he's a sharpshooter, all right.
Step up with the big boy.
Close to the man on the mark. Drop punt. He's there. Gathers. Snaps. He'll bring the house down.
Sit back, relax, witness the greatest. It don't get better than this.
We'll put it on the boot. Pick up towards the logo.
You take a seat, cause it don't get better than
He
this.
defies the laws of gravity.
He runs onto it 50 from goal. He's in Dusty's pocket. He shoots. Oh, he's as bloody good as Dusty. Oh, yeah.
Rose snaps goal. The drop punt. It's good. And you can hear that mighty roar.
See, cause it don't get better than this.
Walks one way and the next and the snap. There's the finish.
60 out. Oh my goodness.
Oh.
That's a massive hit. Big time spot. Big time goal kicker.
That's why we love football.
Brilliant to watch.
From the centre wicket. Whacks it for six. Scores level.
Running past. Throws it on the left. Could that be the sealer?
Seconds ticking down. We're not done yet. What a finish.
Welcome to the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport. On radio, on digital, and on the ABC Listen app.
You take a seat, cause it don't get better than this.
The biggest night of the Bulldogs season so far is the on-ramp to round 21 of the AFL Premiership season. It is must-win for the Dogs, as it is the whole run home from here, according to their coach Luke Beveridge. And almost all the football pundits, really, you have to try and make the case for other teams to lose if you want the Dogs to slip up on the run home and still feature in the spring. Tonight they played GWS, who are on a hot streak of their own, the Giants having won their last 6 games, including that incredible comeback in the third quarter last week against their crosstown rivals. It is the Western Bulldogs and GWS, one of the great modern rivalries in the game, on our air tonight here on ABC Sport. My name's Corbin Middlemans. To call the footy alongside me under the roof at Docklands tonight is Matt Clinch. Hello, Clinchy.
Hello, Corby. Nice to see you. Good evening, everyone. It's finally a Thursday night we've been looking for. One of real consequence, and the meaning of tonight. As the Dogs are chasing the season, they desperately want to be there come September. They need to almost be perfect from this point onwards and not put themselves in that position where it comes to the last game of the home and away season against the Dockers. So what will we see tonight? They haven't been able to stack it up against the top 9 sides, with the exception of the Giants. So can they do it when it matters most? And as you alluded to, the Giants with that third quarter against the Sydney Swans, is that a little tease as to what they might be able to do as the whips start to crack? So can't wait for tonight. No late changes with Harry Ralston and Latham Vandermeer, the subs for tonight. Under the roof, hopefully we get a ripper.
It felt a long way out that the top 9 had separated themselves from the bottom 9 and almost forged their own competition. Incredibly, at the end of the 21st week of the season, so this is the 22nd round, with opening round obviously thrown in there, there are only 9 games remaining in the home and away season that pit the top 9 against each other. So games of genuine consequence. This is one of them tonight, and then obviously we have a 9-game final series. So you could basically say between now and the last Saturday in September, there are 18 games that really matter, and we've got one of them on our air tonight here, the Western Bulldogs and GWS. Our number 1 picks are in the experts chair tonight. First of all, former GWS footballer, Richmond champion, dual All-Australian best and fairest winner, the whole nine, player agents of the Stars with Max Sports. Brett Delidio. Hello, Lids.
Say less, Corby. Thanks for having me here tonight again. Finally, we've got a good game, Clinchy, as you mentioned as well, Corb, that we've got something that's going to draw us in, and we're not watching Carlton or Essendon battle it out for the minor placing. So a lot on the line here for the Giants missing some key players. I think none bigger than... I know Tobes is out, but Jack Buckley I think is a big player in terms of their defensive stocks and how they will set up the ground. But the Dogs have got to prove it, don't they? They've got to come out here and try and prove to us that, and to the world, that they're good enough to play finals, but they haven't done it so far. So over to you, Dogs, tonight. I'm looking forward to this match. I think it's going to be an absolute cracker.
A Carlton champion, 300-gamer, All-Australian best and fairest winner, former club captain, the man the coaches voted as the premier player in the game back in 2011. Mark Murphy is here. Hello, Murph.
Corbin, good to be here. Clinchy, Lids. Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing how the Dogs go about it. I think they win tonight, though, Lids. I think if ever the Giants were not right for the picking, but without some really important players, they need to get tonight and they get done tonight and give themselves a chance of playing finals this year, and then who knows what can transpire from that point in. But they just need to get these 4 points and move on and hopefully get a couple over the next couple of weeks as well and put themselves in a chance of playing finals.
I love to refer to this rivalry as the Great Western.
You do.
Western Bulldogs and the GWS Giants. Well, on ABC Radio, Melbourne's breakfast show earlier today, Bob Murphy, who of course is the co-host, told the story of how the GWS Bulldogs rivalry began.
Right.
In 2012 or 13, they are a brand new club.
Mm-hmm.
Brand new.
Yes.
And we played them in a pre-season game in Canberra. One of their young players at the time, they were very cocky. Devon Smith, young player, said to us in the game, "You guys are the worst club in the history of the league." My teammates and I were so riled by it.
Fighting words.
They were fighting words. We were livid. And that's what kicked it off.
Of course, a couple of incredible finals after that, the 2016 prelim, the 2019 elimination final. Were you aware of that backstory, Lids?
No, I wasn't, but it does not surprise me one iota. Dev Smith is the ultimate little foxy, just nipping away at anyone who come into...
I think he said that to us as well. I reckon Dev Smith...
He just threw it at everyone. That was just his go-to, yeah.
I mean, we talk about big-time rivalries and obviously huge... supporter bases and these traditional rivals of the game. But this is a modern rivalry. And really for the Giants, apart from Sydney, it's as strong as a rival that they have. Did it feel real out there in the games you played in?
100%. And it was built up. My last game of football was as big a game after... I think Bont may have got Nick Haynes late in the season, and he broke his larynx or something like that.
Right. Yeah,
and there wasn't any sort of follow-up post that, so there was a little bit made about that. And he, from all reports, felt like he'd gone 10 rounds after that game because he was just a team target, and ultimately we got the job done in that game. But there was plenty made of it, and it was always spiteful. I think because Ryan Griffin, Callum Ward, have, swapped over. Tom Boyd went back to the Dogs, so there's a little bit there, but it's a team that you always thoroughly enjoyed playing, that's for sure.
You would have played in big games against Carlton and obviously playing for Richmond. You would have played against Carlton and Essendon and Collingwood and all those kind of things. Different to those rivalries?
Different. Yeah. Yep. Not the crowd hating each other as such and the animosity. More
just the players.
And the players genuinely did,
and the staff too.
Didn't like it. Yeah, the CEO seemed that they boxed him on before it. And, no, that's not true. We've got one of them in the box with us here. But no, it was a genuine game that you'd love to be a part of. And between that and the Swans rivalry, I felt like they were the two that you really got yourself wound up for.
Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. There's no late change. Leith Vandermeer, the sub for the Bulldogs, and Harry Ralston is the sub for GWS. Corbin Middlemass and Matt Clinch calling the action. Our number one picks, Brett Delidio and Mark Murphy on ABC Sport. And I'm pleased to say the Chief Executive of the GWS Giants, Dave Matthews, joins us. Dave, appreciate your time.
Pleasure, guys. Great to see you all.
How are you feeling ahead of this game tonight? And we're just setting up, talking about the history of the two teams. What's your understanding of it, the modern rivalry between the Giants and the Bulldogs?
Yeah, I think Brett described it really well. I think quite apart from being crosstown rivals with the Swans, the very first really genuine rivalry was against the Bulldogs, I reckon. And I think that the events that you outlined there, really the things that sort of underpinned it. And there's always been a lot of feeling, and the games have been pretty tight and always pretty physical. And tonight there's a lot on the line, so this will add to the narrative as well, this game.
How's the relations off-field between the two clubs?
Yeah, good. Always got on really well with Simon Garlick at the time. Didn't punch on with him. I probably could have taken him, I reckon. But and a meat Baines I'd get easily, I think. I told him I wasn't coming to his function tonight, and that was just to sort of fire an early shot. But no, we get on really well. Tonight we had a session with Andrew Dillon in the AFL boardroom between the two clubs and a whole heap of Indian business representatives about how to win over the Indian communities in the respective areas we both work in. So, yeah, we've learned a lot off-field from the Bulldogs. They're a club that's had to fight for everything that they've been able to gain, and we feel a bit the same in the way we're trying to grow.
You're obviously in the final frontier for footy, obviously in Western Sydney. It's a huge growth area. You're obviously performing well on field, and you've been thereabouts for a number of seasons. Your 6-game winning streak here. Look like you're destined for another campaign in September. Are you winning the battle, though, with the hearts and minds of sports fans in Western Sydney?
Yeah, it's interesting. I don't even see it as a battle, really. I just see that when we started in 2012, we just wanted to get sort of compounding growth from a standing start. The game in Melbourne's 150 years old, and we're only 15 years old. And so I think, the generations of support will come through. And for players like Toby Green, who started in 2012, to see the way the crowd is now, the way the membership's building now, those things are genuine measures of I think, progress. And then we look at the way, from a commercial point of view, that sponsors want to connect with Western Sydney, and we're out of 18 clubs, I think we're 7th in the competition for commercial sponsorship. We're 17th or 18th for fan base, which stands to reason because the Gold Coast and the Giants only invented, just a short time ago. But it's growing all the time at 37,000 members now. We're averaging crowds of about 10 or 11, 12,000 at home in Sydney. We sell out Canberra. So, look, of the 11 home games, we basically sell out 5. Sydney, Collingwood and the 3 Canberra games, and the growth will come from those other games. So, a lot of our membership packages are sort of 3 to 5 game. They're not the traditional 8 or 11 games, but that'll happen over time.
Is there more scope to play at Canberra than if you're filling out those games at that ground?
Yeah, I'd love to see the AFL convert that pre-season game into a 4-point game. I think we've sort of whittled away the pre-season to the point where it's absolute waste of time, pretty meaningless. I would have thought if everyone has the same starting position, then let's just get into it. And I'd love that pre-season game to be a 4-point game, and if that was the case, we might play a 4th game in Canberra, or if not, just get another one in Sydney.
So you want more games in the season, not less?
Well, I would. I think I just don't. It's not really more. I'm just saying the pre-season game. I don't think we're a sport that play friendlies very well, and you're asking crowds to turn up and pay and come to games that sort of don't mean anything. So I'm just on the record before. I think I'd turn that into a 4-point game. I still think when Tasmania come in, though, that we do need to look at whether or not there's a regular season fixture or arrangement where everyone just plays everyone once.
Yep.
I think these last few weeks, particularly if you're missing the 8, get pretty difficult.
Has there been an appetite for that in the CEO's meetings for major fixture reform?
I think so. I think the one thing that Andrew Dillon's been particularly strong on is let's have the discussion and the debate. He wants ideas. So, there's been things thrown around. With Tassie coming in, if it's 19 teams, is there a 20th at some stage? I think an idea about a potential second competition makes sense, because if you're a 1 in 20 chance of winning it, and it's a long year, and they were only giving one prize away, and then you're not really a 1 in 20 chance if Geelong and other teams that have been able to defy gravity the way they have. So, there's some thinking to do around the fixture, I reckon. Yeah,
it's there's lots of ideas out there. I'm a big American sports fan, whether it's divisions and conferences and what it looks like. Speaking of the US, I've got 2 more on the fixture front. You did raise the possibility of even playing a game over in the US. Is that on the agenda for GWS?
Yeah, I still like the idea. I think pre-COVID we talked about it, and Sheeds has obviously always been a big evangelist about taking the game outside of Australia. Again, I wouldn't take exhibition games offshore anymore. I think you want to take a genuine 4-point game, and if that was a possibility to take a game to somewhere like California, we'd be open to something like that.
And just on where you're playing games, there was stories earlier in the year about the possibility of playing at the SCG. For everything you said about the success that the team's having and the corporate support and everything else, doesn't it defeat the purpose if you move to the east of Sydney rather than playing games in Giants Heartland in Western Sydney?
So we've got no interest in playing at the SCG instead of NG Stadium. Yep. No interest at all. The only reason it ever gets raised, as Brett will recall at his time in the Giants, is that Easter show period locks us out of our home ground for 6 to 8 weeks. And so then when you throw gather round in at the same time of year, we're on the road a lot. I don't think there'd be many professional sporting teams in the world who are away from home for almost 2 months. So we play, at the moment, we play the Swans derby during that period. We get a couple of games away in Canberra, but it was really just a question about, well, to get more content into the Sydney market, if our home ground's not available, would you play at the SCG? That's been the debate. It sort of comes up from time to time, but we haven't seriously looked at it.
Dave Matthews, the Chief Executive of the Giants, with us ahead of the Dogs and the Giants, obviously on our air tonight. There's no late change. Laith Vandermeer and Harry Rouston, the 2 subs.
I'm interested, David, so how you see the on-field. Obviously, the acquisition of Jake Stringer alongside Jesse Hogan in recent seasons, you've been able to pick the eyes out of some of those players who can come in, and it feels like they've almost reinvented their career with the Giants. Is that something you feel like you can sell in the future going forward, that you've been able to have such a significant impact on these players, and how have you seen Jake Stringer's contribution?
Yeah, look, I think it is. I certainly think it's Sydney as a city is a wonderful place to play footy, and I think again Brett will have a view here, but I find I would think that Melbourne's always been pretty suffocating and continues to become more suffocating, and if you want a bit of balance in your life, then coming to Sydney as Jesse Hogan has, as Jake has, Stevie J, Heath Shaw. There's been a number of players that have come up, and Brett himself will have a view, as I said, but I think it's just a great place to live for a start. It's freezing here tonight, even though the roof's on. I don't know what goes on, but I really do think that the opportunity for a player to come up and potentially, in the case of Jake or Jesse, go right, I'm going to get a fresh start on and off the field and a new environment. I think it's been brilliant for Hogan. It's been brilliant for Stringer, and you're seeing the dividends.
If you could just lower the rental costs up there, Dave, that'd be handy. I reckon you get more blokes going up there. But
if you can, you and I should go into the commission meeting next week and raise cost of living again and
see how that goes.
Yeah, and see if we can get some retrospective payments to you, because you're right. I mean,
it's ridiculous.
Well, Liz is very aware though of his money, though, Dave, as we all know.
Mark, it's not about me. We're letting Dave speak.
But which property? The one he was living in, or the other ones?
Listen, you blokes.
By the way, I haven't seen Mark Murphy since the dance floor at Callum Ward's wedding in Sydney.
He signed that.
I made mention of that. I thought it was signed with the Giants following that wedding.
I thought we did agree to terms at one stage here.
Yeah, unfortunately, it didn't go. But anyway, that's a different story. How is Cal Ward going? And I've seen a bit of him on the bench these days. Yeah. Obviously, since he's done his knee, his influence around the club's obviously been huge throughout such a long period of time, but continues to be so with his injury.
Yeah, well, as you guys know, he's a magnificent human for a start. He's one of the great men you'd ever meet, and he's been an incredible player for us. Really shrewd recruiting from Stephen Silvani and Gubby Allen to be able to sort of prize him out of the Bulldogs all those years ago, and for take on the captaincy with Phil Davis at 21. It's a shame what happened. It was shattering when he went down the way he did, because he actually was playing very good footy, and he's playing one more year than he probably intended to play. But as testament to his character, he's come back up into Sydney and just immediately sort of put the team first and wants to contribute. And he's doing a bit of work on the bench for Adam Kingsley, as you said. And talking to him, you wouldn't know that he's had to suffer the sort of heartbreak he had, but he's incredible for our club. I mean, he's been one of the absolute cornerstones.
Has he made a decision on next year?
No, not yet. I don't think that it's been. I mean, he may have in his own mind, but we haven't forced it in any way at all, because it's not a priority for us to get a decision out of him. We've just wanted him to have the surgery, start the rehab, and just be settled and happy. Which, under the circumstances, he's going as well as he could.
Did you muzzle your social media producer last week in the lead up to the
Sydney I want to know about this too.
Well, it's funny because he came to us. So he and the team are all. It's just not just Jacob, but the team are. They're very funny. We encourage them to sort of disrupt a bit. Our view really is don't ask for permission, ask for forgiveness. And he's had to ask for forgiveness a few times. But
been to the confessional a few times.
What happened last week is our record, as you probably know, against the Swans recently has been really poor. Like we've had a good record against them in finals, and then for some reason, I think, it's 5 in a row that they'd won till last week. And I think Jacob himself decided, you know what, I'm going to say nothing this week. We're actually going to put up a blank banner. So he really didn't say anything. And then, as you probably saw, he had a whole heap of stuff up his sleeve if we did win. So, yeah, he did go a bit quiet last week. I think some of the vitriol he cops from the Swans fans at times does get to him. But he's a very funny man, very creative. And look, we're really clear. We're in the sports and entertainment business, so you got to try to make people laugh.
Yep. I think almost the Giants are everyone's second favourite team as a result.
It's great at selling the club.
I think people love it but it feels like even the top brass gets a little rankled by it. Do you get any feedback from the Swans as to some of the shots that little brother takes at them?
Yeah, from time to time. I've got a great relationship with Tom Harley. I gave Tom his first role with the AFL as heading up AFL New South Wales all those years ago. I've always got on well, but yeah, we've just got a bit of a different view on things from time to time about the media, and he'll ring me and say, look, I don't think that was in good taste, and I'll say, don't worry about it, and we'll sort of just we'll just try and move on. I mean, my view's always been with the Swans, we get a lot of respect for them, but for 40 years they've had the city to themselves, and so they'll say, if you want to carry on like that with your social media, go for it. And I said, well, why are you ringing me? So we often have those debates. We are the disruptor, really. They've been such a successful club. They've got a huge fan base. They've got a lot going for them, and I'm happy for our media department to make a bit of noise. And so you just do have to, from time to time, make sure it's as respectful as it can be. But other times you don't mind either.
What will they let you bring back the Battle of the Bridge moniker? I heard that they didn't allow that because they said they have the territory on the west, the other side of the Anzac Bridge.
Well, the way I've always looked at that is the same way Kevin Sheedy looked at it, because he came up with Battle of the Bridge, and I don't see it as a call that the Swans would make. To me, we just call the game whatever we want. We tend to just call it as the Derby. From time to time, we hear people call it Battle of the Bridge. I remember the first time one of the Swans officials said to Kevin Sheedy, what bridge are you even talking about? And she just said, all of them. Every bridge. Anzac Bridge, Harbour Bridge, Gladesville Bridge, the whole lot. So he was like, he always used to run this line with the Swans that I'm not going to be satisfied till we drive you back to Bondi Beach. And anyway, it's a great rivalry. We've got healthy respect for the Swans, but I reckon, it's a game. It's a game, and I wish last week had been just on its own Friday night across Australia, I think, because I reckon footy fans, it captures the imagination, the Swans and the Giants these days.
Yep. Oh, I think there's certainly a calling for that, to give that and the showdown the attention in which it deserves. Did you hear what the coach said at halftime to bring about that response in the third quarter?
Yeah, I did. I wasn't down there, but I did see some footage of it in the last couple of days and watched it, and it was. He didn't waste a word. He was, and he was pretty fierce. It sort of reminded me of watching Jack Nicholson, A Few Good Men. It was like it was that sort of volume and intensity. But what I liked is and you would have seen this in a lot of interviews. The players really liked it. They really enjoyed it. I mean, not everyone enjoyed it, but I think they responded well. And we're really happy with Adam Kings. He's a great coach. He's got real clarity with his message, and he's doing a good job. And if the third quarter's anything to go by, well, he might do it a bit more.
So this Visions that you've been collecting all year is, am I right, part of the producers that did Drive to Survive, the Netflix series?
This one's a different one. There's a different documentary that's being made that's been covering more the footy side in the pre-season and up until about now, and then the Drive to Survive one, Box to Box, is it's actually just starting tonight. I mean, funnily enough, they're following Toby Green tonight, and he's missing the game, but he is here, so, yeah.
Will we ever see the Adam Kingsley speech then?
Don't know. I was thinking that when I was watching it. I mean, I think when people do watch it, I'd say the answer is yes.
Yep.
Because if you watch it, it does a lot. I don't like using the term brand, but it does a lot for his brand as a coach. Like, you look at him and go, this guy is absolutely in the moment, crystal clear on what he's trying to say, and it wasn't a rant and rave. It was genuinely fierce, but clear. So yeah, I would say yes at some point.
Toby Green, how do you weigh up the balance between, look, you're without him tonight, but he playing on the edge, he's one of those sort of can he walk the line type players, and all great clubs have that kind of figure, but he's also the captain. How do you balance all those things up knowing that he's not here tonight for something that you would think is rather avoidable?
Yeah, look, I think he'd agree. The incident with Heaney last week was unnecessary. I mean, the starting point for us is always we love him. He's and it's still a game of physical intimidation, and he's a great leader in that sense. And then from time to time he puts himself in those situations. Sometimes he's right on the line, and sometimes he's just over it. So the suspension on Isaac Heaney is I think regrettable, particularly with a big game like this. You want to have your captain out there. I mean, Adam and Jason McCartney would have had a good chat to him. I mean, he's the sort of guy, as Brett knows, that as soon as it happens, he knows that he's probably over the line. But more often than not, he's brilliant for us, and he's been a great captain.
And last one is obviously changes afoot at the Commission as the chief executive of a team based in Sydney. What does the Commission need?
Look, I think some of the changes recently or additions have been really, really smart. I think Matt de Boer going on to the Commission from our point of view gives a really contemporary view of what it's like to be a current day player, and he's seen WA footy, and he's seen the Giants, and he's been a rookie at the Giants. He's dealt with cost of living, as we were just talking about before. Super smart guy. Andrew Ireland, with the experience he's had in Queensland and Sydney in particular, is really advantageous to, I think, also helping understand what's required in New South Wales and Queensland. So I think the Commission's a good mix. I think Andrew Dillon's doing a great job myself, and he's the addition of Tom Harley and Greg Swan really bolsters his team. So I think the AFL's in great shape, and the season's as close as ever. I think it's exciting where we're at the moment. So I've got a lot of confidence in the leadership of the AFL.
Would the Commission benefit from a Peter V'landys type figure?
I don't know that you need the personality as much as maybe just having the clubs in the AFL continue to come up with ideas. I think the hallmark of V'landys has probably been, he's created a few things from time to time, maybe more in racing, but the AFL's done that as well, gather round and some of the other initiatives. But certainly he's fiercely protective of his patch and rugby league, and I think rugby league's as strong as ever, if not stronger, in Sydney in particular, and it's been in a long time. So he's a big promoter, that's for sure.
Your club's so great with the media, as are you, Dave. Appreciate you stopping by and spending so much of your time. Good luck tonight and on the run home.
Pleasure, guys. Good to see you.
Cheers, mate. Dave Matthews, the Chief Executive of the GWS Giants, with us on ABC Sport as we count down to the start of the Bulldogs and the Giants. There's a bit in all of that.
Yeah, plenty in it. He doesn't mind firing shots, which as a CEO, like as a player, you don't mind your CEO backing you up, as long as it doesn't add too much extra pressure, which I don't think it does, because you're exempt from it almost up there, which is the best part. And he spoke to it almost a little bit in terms of the getting away from it. Jake Stringer, Jesse Hogan, they've really enjoyed that anonymity that comes with being Sydney sider.
And they haven't lost too many. They've been able to keep Finn Callahan.
The ones they want, they tend to keep, is what they say. Yeah,
it's a good tick for your culture when you've got blokes who come to your football club who are not necessarily enjoying their football elsewhere and almost coming to you as a last resort and start playing career best football. And we've seen that with Jesse Hogan, haven't we? So it's a real tip of the cap to their culture and what they've been able to build at that football club. They haven't had the premiership win as yet, but they're certainly doing a good job of getting these players to come there as a destination club.
It used to be sort of money, didn't it? And now the evolution is this is a culture we've created where you can live in Sydney, you can live at Bondi and make the transition out to Greater Western Sydney and train and play where all the facilities are provided, even if the parking is a little, by all reports, a little bit tricky.
The parking?
Yeah.
Well, the parking out there is not too bad. I think the boys are just hopeless at it, from what I've seen.
The traffic can be a bit tricky.
Jesse Hogan was parked on the curb, and I think Tom Green was parked across 2 car parks. But anyway, that might be internal stuff.
Yes.
I think Thursday night crew, though, we all agree, if the Giants play this game in America, we're on.
Well, especially if they're in California, yep, I'll be there. I'll be pretty keen. I'll do it for free on that one.
A week sabbatical, but business class. I'll do it for free, but business class. Yep.
The Western Bulldogs and GWS on deck. Adam Treloar's about to join us in the box. The preview continues next.
You meet the most interesting people on Sunday morning.
I tell you what, I'd kill for some clean air and a good coffee over here. And there's no generic latte over here.
Come home straight away, please. Join the rest of Australia right here on Sunday morning.
Australia All Over on ABC Radio.
ABC Sport.
On ABC Sport, this is the AFL.
Room to steady and finish.
It's close to the goal line and might have got there. Another one.
Sit back, relax, witness the greatest. It don't get better than this.
Randy from 55 and right on the way home. Huge stretch off and kicks the goal. The skipper off a step finishes.
See, 'cause it don't get better than this.
Right foot strike. He's got it. Oh, the home fans like that.
Takes a bounce, unguarded, goal square. He's got it. Reed's going to go for goal. Oh my goodness, that truly is remarkable.
This is the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport. On radio, on digital, and on the ABC Listen app.
You take a seat, 'cause it don't get better than this.
9 does not go into 8, and for the Western Bulldogs, they are on the outside looking in with just 4 games left in the home and away season. The reason for that is largely due to their record against top 8 teams. They've beaten just one of them. The good news for the Bulldogs is the team that they have beaten so far is the GWS Giants, who they meet again tonight. And the Giants banged up a little without Buckley and without Kelly, while Toby Green self-inflicted out with suspension. The Bulldogs are as named. There are no late changes. Leith Vandermeer is the sub for the Dogs and Harry Ralston is the sub for GWS. This is Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport. Corbin Middlemass and Matt Clinch on the call. Now, number 1 picks, Brett Delidio and Mark Murphy and Ben Cameron is on the boundary. It was a clear day in Melbourne, which ordinarily means it gives way to a cool night, getting down to 4 degrees. It's 11 at the moment and a little chilly inside Dockland Stadium. No late change, Clinchy, and a good one on Thursday night with just 9 matches left, pitting the top 9 against one another.
Yeah, we've waited a little while for a Thursday night of real consequence. Luke Beveridge coaches his 250th game as well. You mentioned the rivalry between these two sides. Of course, Toby Green isn't there tonight alongside Josh Kelly and Jack Buckley. So how much of an impact does that have on the Giants? They are flying at the moment, having won 8 of their last 9. And yet it's the Bulldogs who we all look back to that Cinderella run in 2016. They're going to have to do something similar this year. And now the challenge for Luke Beveridge. Can he settle on a 22-23 that can do it week in, week out? We're going to find out tonight when it matters the most.
The teams are in. Brett Delidio, Mark Murphy for the remainder of the weekend. We've got another one of these top 9 matchups tomorrow night.
Oh, yeah, belter.
Adelaide and Hawthorn. Brodie Smith, Isaac Cumming, Hugh Bond.
Yeah, big Bondy.
What can you tell us about Hugh Bond?
Tough as woodpecker lips.
Okay.
Mate, he is one of those kids who'll just go to war for you. Absolutely love him as a player, but a person as well. It's great to see he's get his reward after toiling for the whole year.
What sort of player is he?
Well, he was an inside mid, but now like playing some run with half back role sort of stuff. So yeah, he's a very, very tough competitor.
Led Michael Annie Pedler the 3 outs. Led managed. Michael Annie hurt and Pedler omitted. Meanwhile, Mabior Chol has been named
big
here.
Club, so 4 of them.
Yeah.
4 tools.
So the big 3 against the big 4. So obviously we've talked all year about how Fogarty's going to go alongside Walker and Thilthorpe, and they've been able to make it work, the Crows, and Hawthorn have basically said, hold my beer. They've gone with Gunston, Deere, Lewis, and now Chol, 4 in the same team.
Yeah. They're not exactly big, like cumbersome blokes, so are they? Like they're pretty mobile. I think Deere can get around a bit. We know Marbs can when he wants to. Gunston's probably
generous. That's generous.
Could one
ball and ground level?
Could one be the sub?
What? Yeah, potentially.
Jack Gunston, maybe.
Maybe. Yeah, potentially. Who was? Oh, McDonald was last time. Yeah.
2 best, he's out of the team, so Bailey McDonald's been omitted, makes way for Chol. The other big game of the weekend is, of course, the last 2 premiers who meet Saturday night at the G. Pendlebury, Hill and De Goey, 3 big ins for Collingwood.
Yep.
Sullivan's hurt, Allen and Mitchell have been omitted, so Tom Mitchell, the Brownlow medalist, loses his place. Meanwhile, for Brisbane, Henry Smith replaces Oscar McInerney, and Bruce Reville is in for Connor McKenna, so McKenna injured. Yep, Bruce gets another look at it. And McInerney, he's been banged up all year, hasn't he? So he misses. We'll take you through the rest of the teams as the night progresses. Just repeating, no late change here. The 2 subs, Vandermeer and Ralston, the Bulldogs and the Giants coming up. Corbin Middlemass alongside Matt Clinch, Brett Delidio, Mark Murphy on ABC Sport, and I'm very pleased to welcome Star Bulldogs midfielder, unfortunately out injured at the moment with his pesky calf injury. Adam Treloar joins us on ABC Sport. Adam, appreciate your time.
Oh, thank you for having me. It's a nice view up here, but yeah, as you said, I'd much prefer to be down there.
You're on a short list. The team's pretty healthy. So Harvey Gallagher, Cody Waitman done for the year. We obviously haven't seen much of Jamara the whole way through. And then apart from that, it's Aid Treloar calf. Firstly, how is it? How is the calf?
Yeah, the list is small to start with. Rehab sessions are real hard. It's just me.
They're quiet.
It is very quiet. I was saying to the rehab guy earlier, we had a session this morning. I was going to bring some of my mates in just to get the energy up because it was really hard. But no, it's going all right. I mean, I've been in this position, 6 times now this year, and it's now the in terms of the training side, it's the match parameters side, and being able to tick those sessions over to give myself good confidence in being able to go out there and play. So that's kind of where it's at the moment. In terms of how I'm feeling, I feel great. I mean, me being the optimistic person I am, I feel like I can run out there now and play, but the reality is I probably physically couldn't. So I guess to answer your question in long terms, it's that's probably the answer, but it feels pretty good.
So in terms of those calf injuries, mate, I've been there. We've spoken about it a little bit, but talk us through your mindset, mate, and you feel so great, but then out of nowhere, bang, it can go on you, and there's nothing more deflating, I don't think, when you know you've done all the work.
Yeah, no. Well, firstly, for everyone listening, Lid sent me a nice message when I did my most previous calf, and I took on a bit of advice. You mentioned about doing a PRP, which I haven't actually done before.
Yep.
And I did it, and knock on wood, it's actually felt really good.
So what's a PRP injection?
So it's basically you get your blood taken. They draw the plasma out of the blood, spin it around for 15 minutes, and they inject it into your calf.
So they inject the white cells back in because they're faster healing. So you go into the spot and
and Lid suggested that in a message to me, and I actually went to the physios and I just let's just try this. So did it, and as I said, feeling really good. So firstly, I appreciate that. But yeah, you're spot on. It's so. I think the most recent one was probably the most frustrating, the most emotional that I have been because. Couple of things. I'm obviously older. I want to be out there. My experience, I know, helps the boys out there. Just being out there and not being able to do that is extremely frustrating. But the work that I put in, off the back of doing 3 calves prior to that was probably the biggest and most emotional and frustrating calf to do. The most recent one against Richmond 6 weeks ago, whatever it was. So, yeah, went down into the rooms and was quite frustrated because it is a challenge. And, you start to think many things and, what if I can't get back out there? Is this the end of me? Blah, blah, blah. But, as I said, I'm an optimistic person. I like to, stay motivated and stay positive, and I am. Big win tonight, hopefully for the boys, and that keeps my own personal season alive, and hopefully I can get back out there. Staying very optimistic.
So is that what your driver is at the moment, mate, in terms of that chance of the boys keep winning, I'm a chance to come back for that first final? Is that what gets you going? Yeah,
well, definitely, Lids. I feel like, as I said to you just before, that I feel like I can run out there now. So I guess that, makes me know that I'm feeling pretty good.
Yep.
But yeah, obviously got to be realistic at the same time as well, and know that if there is a realistic chance for me, it has to be, hopefully, whether it's the last game of the year or the finals, that's probably the realistic chance, and hopefully comes to fruition off the back of some really good wins for us.
Do you have to put your overall career at the forefront when you're making that decision, though? Like, you're an All-Australian from last year. Do you think, well, I haven't had that body of work in me this year? Do I just say, well, the best for me and for the football team, get myself right for next year? Or is it, well, I can feel I can get out there now and actually contribute?
Yeah, it's good, Murph. I think it's a bit of both. I feel like, let's just say the season was over already or was over last week. I certainly don't feel like I'd be pushing myself the way that I am to get back to play maybe 1 or 2 games. So there is a bit of that. There is a bit of, knowing that when I am out there and I'm physically feeling okay, I know I can still contribute at a high level. And that's what keeps me motivated. So then I have to think, let's get to pre-season. Let's start from the ground up, build up, and hopefully get a good base. But then there's the competitive side where, if we're playing finals, I want to be there. And I know that I can. I know I can contribute. I know that, as I said, just my experience and being able to help the guys out there is going to help the boys. So it's a bit of both. There's certainly a bit of both.
Have you had contract talks about next year?
Oh, we have a little bit throughout the year, but it's always been something that, the club does really well and whatnot with the older guys. And again, being realistic, I am 32 and I've been injured all year, so I've got to obviously wait for end of the season and get the priorities right. But, yeah, obviously I'm super keen to play on and, yeah, hopefully can get that done sooner rather than later.
You mentioned in some moments where you're thinking this is happening again and again. Have you contemplated time at any stage?
Oh, probably jokingly, but somewhat serious, if that makes sense. As I can see you nodding your head.
Oh, mate, I completely know where you're at, yeah.
Yeah, I say it in frustration and be like, oh, well, that's it. I may as well just stop. But then I keep saying the competitor in me and the person that I am, I just know I still have so much to give. And I know that the amount of effort and work that I go into getting my body feeling good, I know that there's still so much left. And to me, it's no surprise that some of my best footy from an individual standpoint has been, when I'm 30, 31, 32. So to me, that's the work that I put in to get myself feeling good. So I still have that in me, and I'm thinking, if only I can get my body right, I know I can still produce at a high level. So, yeah, there has been times where I'm frustratingly like, yep, I'm done, but never really take it too serious.
So whereabouts are you at with your training now? Are you in full training? Are you out there just like cracking in and doing extras and feeling good and pulling up well?
Yeah, so had a main session today, but with the rehab boys playing today. There was only me and the rehab guy and Ben Reid actually, who's the development coach, to help me out. But so as of basically next week, I'm into full training. Right. So yeah, just got to train well and pull up well, and hopefully can hit those match parameter sessions and feel good.
No runs in the Scooby-Doos then, mate. You don't want to waste games. If you're going to be playing, you'll be playing in
the grounds are heavier too.
Yeah. I could imagine.
I used to argue that with Leon. It's like, no. We're not wasting games here. We've only got a few left.
I might have to go with Bever and say that.
Yeah. Adam Treloar's with us from the Western Bulldogs. Let me take you away from you because you're very open and transparent. Tonight, your midfield's been such a strength. Your clearance work, your scoring from stoppage. How do you continue this momentum where you now need to get on a bit of a move?
Yeah, that's the thing. We haven't really ever had an issue scoring, and we haven't ever since I've been at the footy club. Our challenges has been probably two things, and that's being able to be consistent in games and being able to defend well. And I feel like we're defending well. I feel like we certainly defend well in patches, but you look at the games where we've lost ultimately or had games where teams have run over us, it's because we just can't be as consistent on that side. And again, tonight's a huge challenge. Giants are a high-scoring team. They're a high-octane offense who, if you give them a chance, especially from back half, they're going to kill you. And we know that. So, they're going to have moments in games where they're going to have the momentum. We've just got to be able to stop that. And the reality is for us, each game has to be treated like it's our season on the line, because it is. We mathematically probably have to win all games and have to hopefully hope that other games go our way. So it's a big game tonight.
So with the back line, do you feel like, is it personnel or is it the extent of the midfield's meant to be helping more in the assisting of the inside 50 entries, which does seem to happen from time to time, that does put a lot of pressure on those key defensive posts?
Yeah, I mean, obviously you don't want the quality of ball that some teams get against us inside 50, and that is probably the lack of defensive effort in that regard. But as a whole, I think we're a very good defensive side. I feel like, as especially you two boys have obviously played recently, you would know that it's very largely team defense, team-based defense, and it's never really on the individual. So, if we're not defending clearance well, which sometimes we don't, it's really hard for us to stop scores, and we pride ourselves as a midfield group on that. Yeah, we're a dynamic, very offensively strong midfield group, but when we're not getting that defensive side right, then we really let our backs down. So tonight's, again, going to be a huge battle. Finn Callaghan is... I said to one of my mates last week that he looks and moves like Chris Judd, and I've seen an article this week saying looks and moves like Chris Judd, so I'm glad I was spot on. But guys like Finn Callaghan, Whitfield, Ashoff half-back, you can't allow those guys just to waltz through.
Adam Treloar with us on ABC Sports. So you left the Giants 2015, you started at the Bulldogs 2021. Feels like when this rivalry was at its hottest, you were probably at Collingwood, but you've played for both teams in between. What was it like, I guess, when you got to the Bulldogs or even before you left? Was there a bit of spice in these games?
Oh, well, there certainly was, yeah. I think the year before I got to the Bulldogs, there was that COVID game here where there was a bit of a clash before the game. I don't know if you were playing that one, Lids, where I think one of the Giants boys came after Bonte, because Bonte, I think...
Oh, it was Hainsey.
Yeah, that's right.
It was the one after the finals, 2020. Yeah.
Yes, and so I remember watching that. There was a lot of spice in that, and then there was another game later that year where there was a lot of spice. So, yeah, I certainly feel like there is a bit of a rivalry, and it's always going to be linked back to that famous 2016 preliminary final, and it's good. I mean, it's healthy for both sides. You love it when both sides are up and about and playing for something that's really important, and that is obviously a final spot and whatnot. So I certainly feel like there's going to be, some heat around the ball and a really good contest.
Was that the night Nick Haynes got sent to the coin toss?
Yes. Yeah, that was it. Now I do remember. That was it.
Go and meet Marcus Bontempelli in the middle, and nice little way to revive things there. What do you do tonight? How do you take in the game?
Obviously go down there and I had been down there and watched the boys build up, which is always probably the thing you miss the most, is the build up and then hopefully the win at the end. But yeah, just obviously be in the crowd, support the boys.
You don't have an official role though? No,
I don't. I've been doing a lot of VFL stuff actually, which has been great exposure and experience for me. But from an AFL point, I don't think I'm ready for that. I feel like I'd be stressed way too much. But yeah, I certainly ride the highs and lows throughout a game, and I'm one who always likes to call things early. So if they start to kick goals early, I'm like, we're done. We're not going to win. And then if we're kicking goals, I feel like we're going to get the job done. So hopefully it's not that tonight. Hopefully we're just on from the get-go.
And your mate Josh Dunkley's obviously in town this weekend to play for Brisbane. Will you go and have a look Saturday night?
I won't be there, but I'll catch up with him. That's a ripping game. It's a big game for the Lions. They got a big month ahead of them. So be a good game.
Good luck with the calf. Hopefully we see you back out there in the not-too-distant future. It was just 5 minutes ago you were putting the All-Australian blazer on, so I'm sure we'll see the best of you again. Adam, appreciate your time.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Adam Treloar, the star midfielder from the Western Bulldogs, and great to see he's on the comeback trail with the Dogs. We'll hopefully see him in the not-too-distant future.
Let's hope so, because he certainly adds a dynamic part of their game, isn't he? Like everyone forgets he's an All-Australian from last year. So, yeah, hopefully for his sake that we can see him back out there and helping out his Bulldogs teammates.
He's walked out of the box lids now, but that mental wrestle, which he's trying to give you a little insight of, but you could also tell he doesn't really want to discuss it because it is such front of mind at the moment, the fears of what happens if I never get back.
Yeah, and that's the thing that you do wrestle with, because it's not just you're good enough in your head, and you're still mentally strong and ready to go, but your body's going to let you down, so you've got that, and am I willing to go and push to get to that level to come back out and play? But what if it goes in the first quarter again and then I've got another 8 weeks in on the sidelines? That's the mental resilience that he's probably wrestling with, and is that worth it? Versus, I've had a pretty good run. I've played 250-odd games. I've been an All-Australian, best and fairest winner. Do I just say, well, you know what, maybe that's my time? And that's where I got to it, essentially, but also with a little nudge from Cambo and Leon said, mate, I reckon it's time. It does get to that point, well, you've had a good run, and now maybe it's time to move on to whatever's next. So that's everything that he's going through. But he told us tonight that, he's a competitor. He wants to keep going. But
would be tough off a career best year, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
The year before, and then being involved or not being involved when your team is on the cusp of whether or not they're playing finals as well.
Yeah, but he's optimistic. But it'll be interesting to see if you had Sam Power in here, what he would be saying too. And he'd say all the right things to us, but does that transpire into Adam Treloar getting another? Because you can't keep trusting a failing body.
But they do have 9 guys on their list, 9 guys playing tonight that have played less than 50 games. They've been to the draft recently, getting guys like Sam Darcy in with high picks. Like, surely they've got enough good young talent that there's one spot on the list, isn't there, for a guy that won an All-Australian last year?
Yeah, but the pride moment that comes into this, though, is when they offer you the base.
So this is what I was going to say, because the Dogs have been guilty of offering rookie contracts to seasoned players.
Yes.
And that's not really what it's designed for. And yet, if you can find a little loophole, why wouldn't you if you're in clubland?
And that's where it'll end up getting to. It's like, mate, well, you've hardly played. You are 32.
Yep.
If you want to stay around, well, this is what it looks like. And that's where he's going to have to wrestle with, am I willing to put in as much as I have over the journey when I was being paid really well, because you can, it's a lot easier, well, whether it is or it isn't. Everyone does it tough. But now when you're getting paid a hell of a lot less, do I need that stress, or can I go and find a job that's less stressful on the body? I've got more time at home with the kids, all that sort of thing. So there's heaps to weigh up for him. But fingers crossed he gets back and gets one last crack at it, at least this year. And I'm glad I've played a little part in him trying something different.
Yeah.
I reached out to him straight away because I know the pain and anguish he'd be going through. It's miserable.
So that treatment that you spoke about, that was when you had your best result?
I probably played my most consistent footy after I got the biggest chunk of games at the Giants after trying that.
Yep.
I've got something else for him to try, but it's not for while he's playing. After I have mentioned that to him as well. He didn't even acknowledge that one.
Yep.
But
I can imagine.
Yes. No. Look, I think that's the one that could potentially change it. But even still, a minor little thing. And for me, it was just a resting for a tiny little period, like taking a week off and not having that consistency. Next week, bang, gone.
Teams are starting to make their way out, so GWS had their banner up, but as you can hear in the background, the Western Bulldogs are the first team out on the ground at the start of round 21 of the AFL Premiership season. The Bulldogs and the Giants, the Doggies, they are back in the winners list after that win over the Bombers last week. They lost to a couple of contenders before that, and that has been their theme of the season so far, 1-8 against the top 8 teams. No other team, by the way, has won less than 3 games against the top 9 contenders, and they're on 1. As it sits at the moment, they at least have a bit of stability here tonight. They've got the same 23 that beat the Bombers last Friday, and we had 2 Friday night games, and we got a pair of Friday night winners in action tonight with GWS about to make their way out in a few moments' time. It was a feeding frenzy, wasn't it, last week for the key forwards for the Dogs? So
hashed in.
Career high for Aaron Norton, who's having a really nice year. Interestingly, when you look at his numbers with Darcy compared to without,
he's flying with him in.
So without Darcy, he's kicked 8 goals in 6 games, so averages, just over a goal a game. With him in, 37 goals in 13 games.
Yeah.
So that's almost
good return, isn't it?
Almost 3 games.
Your ultimate second banana, isn't he? Like when he's the main man, he couldn't quite get it done, but then with someone else there who can take a bit of the load for him, he can fly and jump at the footy, and his marking's been back. But when you see someone's confidence up, they actually kick straight as well. So
he's obviously getting the best defender too when Sam Darcy's not in the team, and the opposition's obviously forced to have to try and go to Sam Darcy to stop him, and then Aaron Norton's really cashing in on the back of that. So the more he's out there, the better off the Bulldogs are going to be, and the better off Aaron Norton is going to be.
The Giants are out on the ground. They're wearing their predominantly orange jumper tonight with a big white G. They got the white shorts. And Tom Green is presumably captaining the team tonight in the absence of his namesake, Toby Green. He's had a nice year too, Tom, in the way he's gone.
I thought it was Cogs might have been doing it. He thought he was in the press conference that I watched anyway. But
we'll find out soon.
We'll find out.
So he's going to shake hands.
It won't be Nick Haynes going there. He's at Carlton. But that would be a real mind play, wouldn't it? But no, it's a big opportunity for both teams, really. And the Dogs have to win. We heard Adam Treloar talking about it. I mean, their strength, the Dogs, is their midfield. Obviously with the 2 guns up forward, but tell you what, they don't lack for too much, the Giants, in their front half, but their back half as well. I think they've got more weapons in their back half than what the Dogs do. They've only got Bailey Dale, really, who gives you that drive, whereas Ash and Whitfield coming off the back there, I think they're just a little bit too strong.
They do it a different way, though, don't they? It's generally the modern game is keep the ball in your front half, force front half turnovers and score off the back of it, whereas the Giants score as heavily in their back half as any team in the competition.
It's an army.
Good sides.
Happy to give it up to be able to then whip through and create space, but also have your big forwards up front that, Hogan, Cadman, Stringer now, their ability to give you an option, but they're just blessed with a lot of talent, aren't they? So
talent and pace throughout their list. So
it's a modern game, isn't it?
Yeah, well, you look across the field and through their back half and through the middle of the ground, their forward half is just electric. So they love a quick game. So the Bulldogs, they love a stoppage game and win and get scores from stoppages. The Giants on the hand love it on the outside and they're off to the races when they get that little bit of a sniff.
So no Buckley, no Josh Kelly, no Toby Green.
Yep.
Out of the 3 of them, which one will they miss the most?
Well, I think in order it would go from 3-2-1, Kelly, Buckley, Green, because I know how big of a player Toby is in big games, and he rises to that. But there's barely anything between Buckley and Green.
So the gap between 3 and 2 is closer than 1 in that list. If you're giving so you're saying there's
the difference between 1 and 2 is a lot closer than it is between 2 and 3. Yeah.
That being said, the follow-on effect has been Jake Stringer's often been playing on the, let's say, 4th best defender. So now all of a sudden no Toby Green.
Yep. So maybe he gets
Hogan,
another one.
Makes it a little bit more predictable.
But that's their weakest. That's their weakest line too. So I don't think that's going to be where the game's going to be won for the Dogs. It's going to be all in the midfield and their ability to catch it up front against Taylor and Ide and Himmelberg down there and Leclerc, who's been brought in tonight. So they're going to have their work cut out down that end, but ultimately it's going to be the supply that they get from the midfield, isn't it?
It sort of feels like it's Finn Callaghan, Tom Green, almost against the Australian batting order. Like the Bulldogs have so many players that go through the midfield that this feels like the perfect game for the Dogs to try and exploit them in the middle of the ground, and yet that has been their challenge. Adam Treloar touched on it, that consistency week to week.
Yep. And you're right. I think, Matty Kennedy playing against one of his former sides as well in there. But it's a big game for Kieran Briggs up against Tim English. I think if he can give a little bit more supply to Callaghan, who you spoke about, and Tom Green inside, then that'll go a long way towards them winning. And then, I mean, the wings don't play as big of a role. They're sort of they're your role players more so on the outside, but that speed that you spoke about, Murph, I think that's where ultimately you can. I mean, Marcus Bontempelli's no slouch. Let's not be rude about it, but he's not Finn Callaghan, is he? Because he has got genuine.
Do they go to him tonight? Callaghan?
I don't think the Dogs. Do they
got
take?
someone?
Well, they got Libba who's going to try and go to him. Maybe that's all they've done. They haven't got anyone else who's really tried. And then I mean.
And Matt Kennedy type could possibly do it, but he's probably not sharp enough. He's got the height.
So. I think you go head-to-head in your midfield, because I remember we had this discussion, didn't we, with Brennan Lade when they played another side. Who was it? I can't remember who it was.
Hawks?
Potentially. Who do you tag? And they said, no, we're just going to go... And
back in their system and back in what we do around the structure, which is when you've got a lot of good players.
Yeah. Brisbane. Who do you stop? Yep. To try and, we're going to... And it was like, you've missed a trick here. That was the only chance you had to try and knock them over. It was certainly a Thursday night game that we did do.
Might have been McCluggage or something for the Lions, but it'll be interesting to see if one of these teams wants to lock down, and I suspect that they won't. They'll just back in their structures. Enough good players out there, but there'll certainly be an awareness of a Bontempelli and a Callaghan.
No, it was Bailey Smith. It was down at Geelong. We were talking about tagging Bailey Smith.
That's right, Thursday night.
Yep.
I guess the other one is Bevo's spoken about using Rory Lobb as his second ruck. So he's determined on the fact that he's going to leave Sam Darcy forward, try and keep that momentum building with he and Aaron Norton, and potentially expose their backline by using Rory Lobb as their second ruck. Surely the message would be for Tim English, we're looking for you to do 95 plus of the work.
Yep.
Well, that's right, and I think also on the Sam Darcy front, I just wouldn't have him going anywhere near the ruck for mine. Just the chances of getting injured in the ruck, I think, is more significant being in there rather than playing forward. And for how good Sam Darcy is, I would just keep him forward, add more time than not, and we see the benefit of having him down there when Aaron Norton's getting the return that he's getting down there as well.
We'll put Norton in there and allow him to go head-to-head with Riccardi. That's all you need to do.
Fast approaching the bounce. There's no late change. Leif Vandermeer, the sub for the Bulldogs, and from GWS it'll be Harry Ralston. So the three ins are Aaliyah, Thomas and Ralston. So they're the changes for GWS, and the Dogs have the same 23 as last week. The other big footy story of the day, with the teams dropping, is that Charlie Curnow is out. Not just for this weekend's game against Fremantle, but he's done for the year. He's off for season-ending knee surgery.
Yep.
Unfortunately, Murph, we've been a bit squeezed for time.
What a shame.
We wanted to do a deep dive on the Blues.
Looking forward to a press conference.
We've got 40 minutes at the end of the game. We'll just put it there.
No one, it's a belter of a game, and we've got lots to discuss out of tonight's game.
So no outs for Fremantle at this stage. Adam Cerra is also missing through injury. Also on Sunday, no Bergman, no Lukosius for Port Adelaide, no confirmed outs for the Cats. The game between St Kilda and North, Larkey and Wardlaw both come back in. Simpkin is out of the North Melbourne team with injury. Saturday footy, two debutants for the Bombers and Swans game, a highly anticipated match this weekend in the SCG. Jesse Detoli's going to make his debut, small forward from the Swans, and Jaden Newen becomes the 14th debutant for the Bombers this year.
That is NG8.
That's an AFL era record, 14 debutants. Took Miller's back. Leo Lombard's the guy that misses out. Meanwhile, Armstrong and Campbell return in the Richmond forward line for the Suns and the Tigers game. And then the match between Melbourne and West Coast. Speaking of blockbusters this weekend.
Can't wait for that one.
Saturday afternoon. I'm lucky enough to be
Kids come free.
Kids come free.
Yeah.
And there's also, I heard there's going to be a big lasso outside the ground, and anyone walking in the precinct, in the Docklands, will be dragged inside the arena on Saturday afternoon. Harry Sharp and also Jai Cully both play for Melbourne. So Jai Cully on club debut against the West Coast Eagles, who of course he started his career with, former number one pick from the mid-season draft. Charlie Spargo's been omitted from the Melbourne team. Matt Flynn omitted from the Eagles, and Harley Reid is done for the year. Has he played his last game for West Coast?
Don't think so.
No.
Yeah. I think at the very least you'll see out his next year, and then we'll see what happens. But yeah, I don't know. Tom Pike seems really confident that it's going to be a long-termer too. So,
and you guys would know you're in.
What are the whispers in the management ranks?
No idea. It's not like I call Nick Geeshan. What's going on, mate? I want to know before anyone else.
You guys would know. You're all in the number one pick group chat that you all have on WhatsApp.
Yeah, cool. Next question.
What do you sign off with? Be right back. So I guess we'll see.
No, Harley leaves us on red. He has a look at it and then just doesn't write back.
Red, no reply. R&R. no change here at Docklands. It is also the Cultural Heritage Series game. So there was while we were chatting to Adam Trelaw, they had the lights dimmed and a bunch of different dancers from various different backgrounds. So a great inclusive feel to the footy tonight here on a Thursday night. You can get your henna done outside, and there's turban-tined, all sorts of different little stands to try and welcome people to the footy. And I think there's even a broadcast in Hindi tonight. So there's not just though the Indian culture, there's also Vietnamese dancers that were out here before the game as well. So a tremendous build-up, one of these Cultural Heritage Series games. So instead of having a multicultural round like we've had in the past, basically a bunch of clubs pick different home games to spotlight.
Surf, you could have gone and got the turban, mate, with your big crop at the moment. You probably could have got one on before you come in.
Yeah, okay. No, it's probably not too much longer than yours at the moment, Lids, but thanks for the feedback.
Mark Murphy is growing his hair out. It was observed by many people in the Carlton rooms last week.
That's right.
When you were down there post-game.
Got a good reception last week down there.
I was right. Steve Cornelio is the acting captain. He's going to the coin toss. So he's about to meet Marcus Bontempelli. There's no late change here. Vandermeer and Ralston are the two subs. Benny Cameron's with us, as always, for Thursday night footy on the boundary. Good evening, Ben.
Yeah, good evening, Corbin. Clinchy and the two number one draft picks, Lids and Murph, those captains just coming together at the moment. It is a cool night here in Melbourne, 10 degrees Celsius beneath the roof. The better the days are at the moment, the worse the nights are. It gets nice and cool. Steve Cornelio has won the toss and elected to kick to the Lockett end in the opening term. The subs, Leif Vandermeer for the Western Bulldogs, Harry Ralston for the GWS Giants. As always, Adam Kingsley down here on the bench, ready to coach from the bench to start this game.
What do you reckon that crowd is, Benny? I think there's plenty of seats.
I reckon it's about 16,000 at the moment. If that.
Look out, Benny. Mummy's on his way over to the bench, mate. I told him to chin you.
Shane Mumford,
look at the size of the big fella.
Part of the coaching staff, having a little chat with the interchange steward as he's about to make his way off.
Get something to eat, and away he goes.
The Giants
doing something different, isn't he, Big Mummy?
Give us our last word. What happens tonight, Murph?
I think the Bulldogs by a couple of goals. I think it's now or never for the Bulldogs.
I've tipped them earlier in the week too, but I'm warming towards the Giants. They're just in a rich reign of form at the moment. They're going so well, but I'm going to stick with the Dogs.
We got a real separation here between the best and the rest in the competition, the top 9 versus the bottom 9. And with only 4 weeks left in the home and away season, there are only 9 remaining games before a 9-game final series. The latest edition of the Great Western. Hands on the holster. It is the Western Bulldogs and GWS Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. You're with Matt Clinch.
Tom Green alongside Ed Richards, Bontempelli, Liberatore in the middle, Callaghan, O'Halloran. As we're underway, Tim English wins down the opening tap against Flynn. But it's Callaghan for the Giants. Hand pass away to Tom Green. High ball to half forward. Stringer comes leading out. Can't take it cleanly. Clear he can for the Dogs. Hand pass to Oscar Baker at half back. Got bumped by Jones and kicks up the wing, and Sanders used his body well. Hand pass away to Richards. Changed his mind at the last minute. Around Callaghan. Hand pass to Liberatore. Search and kick for Darcy. Was he dragged down? He's back onto it once more. Dribbles into it. It's a goal square. It doesn't matter. Sam Darcy with an imposing start. A goal inside the opening 40 seconds. And the Bulldogs are on the board first. 1 straight 6 for the Giants yet to score. If you weren't in on time, you might have missed the first goal. Brett Delidio and Mark Murphy with you.
My word, sharp start to the game. If you don't make the most of your opportunities, it already looks like tonight you're going to get found out. And I hope Sam Darcy's not too sore there. He felt a little bit awkward. And it was a great spoil in the end, and actually trying to disturb him from getting the mark from that first inside 50. But geez, his secondary work, wasn't it? Just the follow up, just
clean.
For such a big bloke. I know we keep on talking about how good he is on his secondary follow-up possession, but that was just
got jammed up as he went to kick it, didn't he?
Yeah, just that right knee. So hopefully it's not too bad, but great effort to follow up and kick that goal. That little dribbler through the big sticks.
Could not have started much better from a Western Bulldogs perspective. They get the first goal in the opening minute.
Riley Sanders is not Wayne Carey, is he? Down here, I reckon you could probably bring that ball to ground if you're a half-back flanker. He's a pretty good mark, though.
No margin for error for the Western Bulldogs. They need to win out if they are to feature in the spring. Ruck Sherritt in the middle. Tom Green, hand pass away to Callaghan. Long kick inside the forward 50 for the Giants. Catman leaps from the side. No mark. Spills down in front of Jones. Clever paddles it to Stringer. Tackled. Got a hand pass back to Jones. Running out of room. Hand pass swatted down. Back pocket for the Bulldogs. And Dale sees it out. The Bulldogs home game all in the royal blue with the red and white hoop. And GWS, they're in the orange jumper with the white shorts and the big white G.
Giants have been sharp in the centre square bounce to start. Callaghan and Green both getting involved.
No late change coming in. Vandermeer and Ralston, the two subs. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. English palms it down. Back 50 for the Bulldogs. Down to Baker. Kicks out of defence. Aaliyah spoiling over the back. Gave away a free in the marking contest. And Aaron Norton's going to get it back edge of the centre square for the Doggies.
Sends it out to the broadcast wing where Oscar Baker takes the mark with that wide headband. Hand pass inboard to Bontempelli. Cuts away from a lunging Darcy Jones. Long in the direction of Darcy against two. Connor Iden provided good support for Sam Taylor. And the ball goes out in the right forward pocket. So Lecalier alongside Aaron Norton. Taylor alongside Darcy. Connor Iden lining up alongside Riley West. And I wonder whether Riley Sanders has a defensive job on Lockie Ash as they're alongside each other from this throw-in. In the right forward pocket. Matt Kennedy trying to move through as he's making contact with Whitfield. It's thrown back in. Flynn wins down the tap against English into the path. And the kick goes straight towards the boundary line for McMillan, and this will be insufficient intent. Coming back the way of the Dogs.
He would make a better effort to keep it inboard down.
Just almost kick for touch.
Yeah. O'Donnell takes the free to Dale. Swings his kick across the ground and finds Lobb, who marks in the middle of Dockland Stadium. It's one of his old teams tonight. Beautiful kick to half forward, and Caleb Poulter's all alone. Marks uncontested, 45 out left, half forward.
Yeah, it was strange, wasn't it? Just a slow play where it was switched straight across into the middle of the ground where Rory Lobb took that mark. Held on for 5 or 6 seconds and still was able to just to find an easy lead up forward.
Little breakdown there. I don't know whether there's a block or not, but Himmelberg got caught right out. I'd love to see the behind the goals here. After this shot on goal, we might get a look at it.
Oh man, he's very loyal to this mullet, Caleb Poulter, as he moves in on the drop punt from 51 metres out. It's going to land short, and it's marked. English just outside the goal square and somehow took it down with a few players around him, and the Giants will be filthy with that.
Oh, the coaches hate that. That's one thing that senior coaches just despise is marks being taken close to goal. It's got to just get straight through the sticks there, doesn't it, from Briggs?
Could not have started much better for the Dogs. They kicked the first two. And GWS flat-footed again out of the gates. And now there's a bit of push and shove. Broken up pretty quickly. GWS without a score through the opening 5 minutes. The Bulldogs 2 straight. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Mark Murphy, Brett Delidio.
I spoke about that in the pre-game. It's a big game for Kieran Briggs up against Tim English. He doesn't get spoken about much in terms of the All-Australians. I know Dimmer was pretty pointed towards Jared Witts during the week or after the game. He's having a quietly good year, Tim English. His ability to continually compete and offer something. I think Kieran Briggs has just got to be better. You've got to get separation for one and then hit that with all your might to try and come across, or
engage him and get another defender to come across and
someone else has got to
man in.
Yeah, but they'll be really disappointed with that.
Brett Delidio and Mark Murphy with you for Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. 15 disposals to 6. And the Dogs have the opening 2 goals of the match. Back in the middle, Flynn wins down the tap against English. O'Halloran overran it for the Giants. Liberatore's hand pass back to English. High ball to half forward. Ash trying to nudge McNeil underneath. Spills out into the path of Bailey Williams. Angwin laid the tackle. Poulter squeezed the kick inside 50. A bouncing ball in which Lecalier leads the foot race. Left it behind. Norton with a grab of the back of the jumper. And the Giants will get a relieving free kick here. Feeds the hand pass away to Connor Iden, who takes a bounce as he runs across his defensive face of goal. Kicks it out towards Thomas. Johannesson makes the spoil, then lunges after it and claims the mark. At right half forward for the Doggies.
One of the 6 premiership players on their list. Jason Johannesson. Sorry, one of the 5 premiership players on their list now. As he kicks into the forward pocket, punched away by Himmelberg. Spills down to Whitfield. He's tackled, taken to ground. Was 6. Caleb Daniel, of course, now in North Melbourne colours, but Jason Johannesson along with Liberatore, Bontempelli, Doc Duray, who of course won his flags elsewhere, and James Harms in the same boat against the Dogs. Forward 50 stoppage. English hands it down to Garcia. Shoots but misses. Near side or behind. It's all one way. The Bulldogs kicking to the Coventry end in this opening term. 2-1. Giants yet to score. 7 minutes in. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Lockie Ash looking to bring the Giants back into play. Number 2 rebound 50 game in the competition this season. As he patrols the options out of defence. He veers out to the right and Bontempelli offers chase. Ash sends it as far as he can in the direction of Brown. It clears him and the foot races onto it. Clean pick up by Bailey Dale as he turns onto his left-hand side. Kicks up to McNeil at half forward. The Bulldogs have it once more at left half forward. They have dominated the early stages of this match. He looks for options inside 50. Bontempelli leads to the pocket. He sends it wider than him to Darcy. He and Taylor tangle. Bont's back after it. Tom Green spins out of traffic. Hand pass back. McMullen, his hand pass looking for Ash, misses him. And goes over the boundary line for a throw-in where some of the fans are dressed in orange there. About 5 or 6 rows back. Ben Cameron on the boundary.
Such has been the Bulldogs' dominance in the early part of this game. Adam Kingsley has gone to the laptop. He's looking at the behind-the-goals footage, trying to sort out their structures.
It's very orange, isn't it, that kit that those fans are wearing, all dressed the same with the fake beards and the fake hairdo as Ash tries to get it out of defence. Dale pumps it back, top of the goal square for the Dogs. Darcy wants a free, he's getting it.
Yep.
He was hung on to, and Sam Darcy's going to get a look here, 15 metres out, left half forward.
I was just about to sing the praises of Sammy Taylor as to you'll see why he's your Australian fullback here today. Very good at disguising those sort of things, but the umpire was all over him. He did with a hand around, didn't allow Darcy real access to it.
Darcy hooks it across the body, and Sam Darcy's in business early. He's kicked 2, the Dogs have 3, and the Giants are yet to score. We're 9 minutes in, 3-1-19 to zip. And same as last week for GWS, they are playing catch-up early. This is Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Mark Murphy and Brett Delidio.
Well, we know how good a ball user Bailey Dale is, and he probably could have had an excuse just to have a shot at goal there. He's just on or outside the 50, but just saw that Sam Darcy just at the top of the square, and rather than just pop it up, he actually just weighted it perfectly where he could actually run and jump, and that forced the error from Taylor to try and jump and hold Darcy from actually jumping at the football. So it was a really smart kick, and it just forced the defender to try.
Wasn't much in it.
It wasn't much in it, but I mean,
you got a hand around, but going to get it paid. Yeah.
It was almost the hand across the shoulder as well, but they're just owning the whole game at the moment, the Bulldogs.
Last week it was 3-1 the way of the Swans in the opening quarter, so the Giants with a bit of work to do. Angwin gets the centre clearance, O'Halloran's off and running, fires a bullet into the pocket, right into the chest of Jake Stringer, streaming forward in the left forward pocket. He marks about 35 metres out on a 45-degree angle.
Well, we asked Adam Treloar how they get better at defending the inside 50s. Well, you can't let it out the front of the stoppage like they just did then. We'll go on to a bit more after this shot on goal.
Jake Stringer loves punishing his old teams. He steps out across the body for the Giants first. And it's rushed through by Bailey Dale. No one else was on the goal line, to be fair. I probably thought he'd carry the distance. The Giants with their first scorer behind. The Bulldogs won a 3-1-19. 10 minutes gone, opening term, Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Keep going, Lids.
No, it's just that pressure. You can't defend that. And you saw that kick from Xavier O'Halloran. It was amazing, but it's very hard to defend as a defender when they've got 1v0 going forward.
Brett Delidio on ABC Sport. Thursday night footy. 3-goal lead for the Bulldogs. Early stages here. Bontempelli, long kick out of defence. Free kick on the wing, and it's going McNeil's way. He's been held on to. Man on the mark wasn't too happy with the call in Harry Himmelberg, but
there wasn't much in that.
They've certainly set the tone early, haven't they? If you're hanging on.
Grab it all or get an arm across.
Will be penalised for it, and the Dogs, who have had the lion's share of possession, been rewarded early. McNeil kicks down the line. Norton collects. Hand pass away to Williams. 70 metres out. Ugly kick inside 50, but straight on the chest of English. Darcy's got 2, and now Tim English has a chance to kick his second. What a start this would be for the two Dogs big men.
Well, it was a genuine floater, but you could see that he actually saw him at the corner of his eye. He was just going to bang the ball in his left foot and just hope for the best, but just pivoted at the last second and just saw it in his right boot. And Tim English again, we saw it early in the year where he runs really hard forward and really tries to challenge the opposition ruck, and already going for his second goal here tonight.
He's in that channel at left half forward, kicking from about 40 metres out on the drop punt. The kick from Tim English misses.
That would have been big.
3-2 to 1 behind. Giants flat-footed. Dozen minutes in. 19-point lead for the Dogs. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Bailey Williams ran past him and said, "How do you like that, mate? Lace out." Didn't spin.
Lockie Ash looking to bring the Giants back into play. Call to play on. So he looks out towards halfback, sends it in the direction of Brown. Aliir's there as well. It clears Cleary and Brown. At the back of the pack, it's Oscar Baker, who gathers for the Bulldogs. Hand pass to Bailey Dale. Changes his mind and gets around Angwin. Kicks up towards the leader, Norton, who arms outstretched, takes the mark in front of Connor Iden. He's being asked to come back a few steps. He's still 52 metres out, so kicks for Darcy. Aliir got back. And sitting in the hole, he cops one around the ears.
Yeah, well read.
Having positioned himself perfectly. The Bulldogs by 19 points. 12 minutes gone opening quarter. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
It's back in the team today, Aliir, in the absence of Buckley.
Interesting to see what he does at the end of the year. A couple of clubs are into him, particularly St Kilda, I believe.
Big money offer. The Giants can't quite match as much as they'd love to keep him. Swings it across the goal face. Himmelberg goes long down the wing. Falls to Thomas. Still with the Giants. Sweeping hand pass from Stringer. Sets up by Halloran. Gives it to Hogan. Handball inside to Riccardi. Dumps a kick inside 50. It's untidy. It'll bounce for O'Donnell and the Dogs will win it back. In the back pocket. Hand pass away to Richards. Kicks across the goal face. And now Baker's out. Opposite back flank.
He has Bailey Williams free on the city wing. The kick is wide of him though, and it dribbles out of play. And the Bulldogs have momentum, but it's lost.
And you wonder why he's been in and out of the side for over most of his career. Well, there it is.
You got to hit that kick,
You got to hit that kick. You cannot miss it.
Both Josh Kelly and Toby Green in the house. I think they're sitting in the stats box?
Stats box, yeah.
The one adjacent to the coach's box, so watching on, but obviously both out for one suspended, one injured.
Bulldogs by 19 points. Free kick off the ball going the way of Steve Coniglio, the acting captain tonight, the former captain, as he chips it around the wing. And O'Halloran takes the mark. Between wing and half forward with the Bulldogs by 19 points. It's 13 marks to 3 the way of the Bulldogs. The Giants would be happy to play some kick mark game as Ryan Angwin takes the mark. He's at right half forward. Comes inboard. The mark is taken by Himmelberg, but no closer to goal. Inboard to Callaghan. Barely 15. The Bulldogs have everyone inside their defensive 50, so he has to load it up and send it as high as he can. Hogan sets himself. Cadman in the pack as well. Spoiled by the Bulldogs defence. McMullen was taken high, and he'll get a free kick pretty much directly in front, 15 metres out from goal. Found himself in the right place at the right time, and the arm just lingered over the shoulder.
Yeah, young Cleary.
Yeah, just dropped the knees a little bit. Just went and won the football from that drop of ball, but yeah, just a little bit too casual with the tackle.
Toby McMullen, in just his 11th game this season, he's put to 1 goal 5, so he'll be keen to send this through for his own confidence and for the Giants looking to start the climb back. McMullen comes in, looking to get the Giants going, and he sprays it to the right. And that one's 6 for the season. And the opportunity goes begging. First Jake Stringer, now McMullen, and the Bulldogs leading by 18 points.
Costly miss.
Can't miss them.
The Stringer one, you'd back 9 times out of 10, and then that one as well from McMullen should have been a goal. The Dogs turn it over, though, trying to come out of their back half, and the errant kick from Bramble. And here's the flying Finn Callaghan between wing and half forward. Long kick inside 50. Hogan leaps for it. There's 2 footies on the ground. This will cause a little bit of an issue. They play around it. Brown hand pass to Riccardi and he goes. Ignore that other ball. And the other one goes straight over the head of the goal umpire, and GWS with their first of the night. The Western Bulldogs 3-2-20, GWS 1-2-8, halfway through the opening term. The Bulldogs by 12 points, Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Well, how does that happen? I don't know where that ball's come from, but I've actually never seen that before. But what Johannesson should have done, just picked up the other ball. The umpire would have had to have called a stoppage or something, wouldn't he?
Yeah. Well, mate, it's...
So someone from the crowd has thrown it back, and therefore it's gone on the field of play. But it was before that passage that the umpire, if he wanted to stop play, probably could have. And then it went on for so long that then he couldn't blow the whistle.
Yes. You can see the guy behind the goals who's sort of trying to find his way out there. You know, like in basketball when there's a fast break and the floor moppers are out there. And they're quickly trying to hurry off as the fast break and the players come back down the court.
It's a strange one.
Giants will take them anyway. They'll come at the moment after a slow start. They're on the board here. Briggs wins down the tap. Liberatore goes to work. Coniglio over the top of him. And they're still in the outer of the centre circles in the middle of Docklands. The Bulldogs 3-2-20 to the Giants 1-2-8. 2 goals to Sam Darcy early. Tim English, the other goal scorer for the Dogs. Tom Green tries to bust his way through. Hand pass away. Whitfield, tackled by Sanders, had an arm pinned, holding the ball. course, Tom Green had that game against the Bombers where he had 16 clearances, and he'll might have to try and have to do something similar tonight. And Sanders will take the free kick in the middle of the ground for the Dogs. Out comes Sam Darcy, who had the arms chopped and front on contact.
Was it? It just looked like more of a body sort of clash to me on first look, but it was Sam Darcy who just led straight up the guts, and it was a beautiful kick to advantage. We're just trying to wait on this replay to see exactly what the infringement.
It was from a push.
Yeah, Briggs tried to come side in, make front on contact.
Yeah,
Taylor in tow.
He did pull up enough, but if he had gone full chested, he probably would have got away with it.
Yeah,
don't you think? So then it looks more natural as a spoil.
Sam Darcy has 2 goals already, directly in front, 40 metres out from goal, looking for his third. This young and up-and-coming star misses to the left, and a minor score. The Bulldogs by 13 points through 18 minutes, opening term, Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
If that's how they're going to umpire it all night, it's going to be tough work for the Giants' defence.
Yeah, absolutely. There's been a couple of Tiggy Touchwood ones, hasn't there? So makes it hard.
Particularly when the guys...
I don't understand why they go so hot on it. The game's better when it can flow.
Whitfield to Ash, and then the short kick out to Himmelberg, who marks on the back flank.
You want your forwards to earn it, Murph.
I do. That's finals football, isn't it?
Yep.
And that's why everyone loves watching finals. Obviously, you see the best sides out there, but they let it go more often than not.
Yep, less intervention and everything else. As the Giants swing it from one back flank to the other, Taylor marks, hand pass to Ash, long kick down the line. Riccardi got upstairs, couldn't quite complete the mark. Garcia at the drop, hand pass along the boundary line and out of play. Boundary throwing next to the benches. Ben Cameron's down there for us. Much activity down there, Ben?
Just Adam Kingsley, who I'm no body language expert, but clearly growing increasingly frustrated with what he's seeing from his side. Crossed arms, playing a traffic cop, lots of gesticulating, and he's had the teapot out as well. So everything from Adam Kingsley down here.
We might get take 2 on it this week, I reckon, Benny.
Yeah. Run it back, a little encore performance from Adam Kingsley.
Well, they might find that vision Dave Matthews was talking about. They could just play it.
Just keep on getting to the well.
Put it on the big screen.
Eventually get a drink.
From that boundary throw-in, we've got a second one. Straight back out of bounds. Bulldogs by 13 points, 19 gone opening term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Rory lob into the ruck against Briggs, wins down the tap. It's ricocheted forward for the Giants, and Cleary's onto it. He gets away from Jake Stringer. Hand pass over the top to Liberatore at half-back. Libber looks with a long kick up towards Sam Darcy, wrestling with Taylor. Taylor makes the spoil. Riley West was circling at their feet, and the ball rolls out of play in front of he and Joe Fonte. They're throwing it right half forward for the Bulldogs. They lead by 13 points, 3-3-21 to the Giants 1-2-8. Modest crowd in under the roof tonight for a Thursday night. You can get in touch with us, 0437 774 774. Ash has come up to this stoppage with Garcia as it's thrown up. Here's a chance for Sanders, gets a hand pass forward to Garcia. Searching ball, looking for Poulter, who's got a few metres on Lecalier. Takes the mark.
Great kick.
The Bulldogs have done that well, haven't they? Shifted the ball from the near side in the right forward pocket out to the open side of the ground. Found a couple of good marks inside 50.
They have, and he's found himself in a bit of space again. That's the second time he's taken an inside 50 mark, and you just feel they're probably he's going to be the one player that the GWS defender's going to try and come off and try and support.
Yeah. He's got to cash
in
then,
across Darcy. So he's got to make every post a winner and keep him finding himself in dangerous space as he is so far.
Caleb Poulter in his 6th game for the season, looking to try and make it count. He comes in from 40 metres out and puts through the Bulldogs' 4th of the match. 4 of the first 5 goals of the match to open up a gap by 19 points. 4-3-27 to the Giants 1-2-8. Thoughts of Mark Murphy and Brett DeLeo, your experts. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Well, we talk about how good these defenders are when there's pressure on the footy. But when there's not pressure on the footy, it makes it incredibly hard to defend. And you see when Garcia gets out in the front of stoppage there from that throw-in, that ability for Lecalier to try and take the dangerous space. Well, yeah, they're on the skinny side of the ground, but then you've got the whole fat side to work into.
Yeah.
It's basically an uncontested mark almost, because you only have to kick it out to his advantage and away he goes. So you're right, he's getting a good matchup at the moment, Caleb Poulter. You have to earn that one a little bit more than the first one, but you've got to cash in on those days if they're trying to roll off you to support the other key forwards.
Was he mid-season to the Bulldogs?
SSP.
SSP, after obviously starting his career at Collingwood. And a good story. I mean, as much as we talk about, the magnets often changing at the Bulldogs,
or was he?
He was mid-season 2023.
Yeah, mid-season. He started the year at Footscray in the VFL.
That's right.
And they picked him up.
Yeah. That they, as much as sort of it feels like some guys come and go, they do have 11 guys that have played every game this year. So a settled core, and yet Poulter's been able to hold his place as one of those changing pieces as the year's gone on. Dogs going forward again. So Bramble to Fraser and the short kick to Libber.
Gone again here.
He's got it about 60 metres out. Where's Big Darcy? Kicks it in the direction of Norton, who leaps at it. No mark. Spills down to Callahan. Giants work it out. Hand pass to Briggs. He gives it off to Fonte. The Font. And then they call Fontempelli with the original thing out there again tonight, of course, for the Dogs. Long kick to the wing. Comes the way of O'Donnell. He's tackled close to the line and will have a ball up.
You've got three of them out there, have they called? You've got Mini Bont in Fraser and
yes.
Fontempelli and we've got the actual Bont. Jeepers.
The ultimate compliment when you're being compared to one of the best players in the game. As it's taken by Matt Kennedy from the stoppage, sends it up the wing over the head of Caleb Poulter. Intercepting mark taken by Harry Himmelberg across half back. The Bulldogs lead by 19 points. So tick past 22 minutes gone in the opening quarter. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Himmelberg called to play on, so has to just chisel a little kick over the top and finds Lockie Whitfield.
10 left footers out there tonight, and yet two of the guys they compare to Bont, neither of them are left footed.
Whitfield's kick inboard, left Callahan a bit still to be done. Poulter pinches it, hand pass to Norton through the middle of the ground to Richards, normally a good ball user, and he centres it to Riley West. An uncharacteristic turnover from a couple of the experienced Giants there, and now a chance for Riley West, one of the in-form small forwards, to try and make them pay.
Yeah, well, that's right. It's just a 20-metre inside kick by Whitfield just at his feet, at Callahan's feet, and you just turn the ball over there. It doesn't matter who you are, you're going to find yourself in a bit of strife.
Barney rubble.
Yeah, and the Bulldogs were off the races. They were quick to see that, and West was straight towards goal and find himself here.
Riley West looking to add to the pain as he comes in from the right forward pocket and sends through another one for the Doggies. 5 goals in the opening quarter to the Giants 1, and West moves to 33 goals for the season. If it wasn't for Jamie Elliott, he'd certainly be in that conversation around all Australians. 5-3-33 to the Giants 1-2-8. 24 minutes gone opening term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport with Mark Murphy and Brett Delidio.
Yeah, it's one of those skill areas that you can ill afford, isn't it? When the game's going against you, you're already up against it momentum-wise. You're trying to get control. And then to miss a simple little inside kick 20 metres away with his silky skills, Lockie Whitfield, he kicked that 10 times out of 10 usually.
They just can't maintain the football at the moment, the Giants. They're only getting looks inside 50 from centre square bounces. I think they've had 3 or 4 centre square bounces where they've gone inside 50. Currently inside 50 is a 13-5 in favour of the Bulldogs.
Can't get a look, can they?
25 points down. They were 35 down last week and won by 44, but it's not the recommended way to go. And again, GWS playing catch-up in this match. Free kick out of the middle for Liberatore. Long kick inside 50. Darcy gets a leap at it. No mark. Spills out to Poulter. Got boot to ball. High up and under. Lecalier trying to claim the mark. It went 5 metres. Got it out to Iden. Hand pass away to Whitfield. Chucks it on the right peg against the boundary line. Bouncing ball out to half-back. Intercepted, though. Baker got it to Poulter. Hand pass to Richards. Tries to beat the tackler. Turns it over. And Whitfield wins it back for the Giants. Hurried handball to Jones. Away to Tom Green. From one back flank to the other, trying to link up with O'Halloran. Is he getting a free? Yes. But his jumper tugged in the marking contest, and that's consistent with the way we've seen it officiated so far tonight.
Over the shoulder.
Bulldogs by 25 points. He turns and comes inboard for Lockie Ash at the back edge of the centre square. He wants to try and switch to the far side where Sam Taylor has some space on Darcy. Takes the mark. Continues around the outer side. Whitfield this time. We're going to kick it long from centre wing up towards half forward. Really, Darcy Jones in a 1 against 2, and Bramble with Matt Kennedy. And Kennedy, the latter mentioned, takes the mark across half back. Not the ideal target for the Giants there. As he goes short to Poulter. One of the goal scorers for the Bulldogs early here. He runs his full measure. Drives it up towards Darcy. In a wrestle with Taylor. Taylor makes the spoil. Norton races after it out the back. Can't take it cleanly. Lecalier tries to corral him. Norton kept it alive. Hand pass up towards Darcy. Got a cruel bounce. Alier goes back after it. Darcy lays the tackle. Ball spills out. Ash close to the boundary line. Keen to see it across. And he and Fraser tangle. And eventually the ball does go out of play. But going on there as they're close to the fence, and the fans might have got what they wanted, which is a Bulldogs free kick going the way of Joel Fraser.
What was that for? Did you see it, Clinchy?
Got to be honest, I didn't.
So a little bit of the aftermath after something, a bit of frustration coming out, I think, with the Giants players. Their game's just not up and going at the moment, is it?
I just can't move the ball at the moment.
Tough kick, this one.
Fraser up against the fence. He veers out and opens the angle. And it's a wounded duck towards goal, and it bounces through. In the end, off the hand of Sam Taylor, through for a minor score. The Dogs leading by 26 points. Almost 27 minutes gone, opening term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
It's a low percentage kick that you'll probably want to see him just go top of the square and give you your force when you've got Darcy down there and Norton really jump and fly at the football.
Dogs by 26. Giants with it. Whitfield, long to half-back. Riccardi wanted to leap at it and had that blocked on the way through. Spills to Tom Green. Handball turnover. O'Donnell, 60 out for the Dogs. Gives it to Darcy. What a kick. Spears it towards Poulter. Well done, Ash. Breaks it up. Knocks it out of bounds.
Jeez, Poulter's getting some looks.
Isn't he? Yeah. What? He's on fire. But how about the kick from Darcy there? That was just elite. It was a great spoil in the end, but had every right to probably just throw it on the boot. But just last half a second, just realised there was a man in bit of space and put it to his advantage perfectly.
It's one thing to be long and rangy and catch it like that, but you shouldn't be able to kick it both feet the way he does. It's amazing. His foot skills around the ground. Sam Darcy from the boundary throw in. Tom Green gives it to Cornelio. Caught. Just got it out as Ash links up with O'Halloran, kicks along the line, and here's Stringer, who's getting jeered as he turns and kicks inboard and turns it over.
Housemate.
And, yeah, of course. I was about to say premiership teammate, but that's a closer connection, no doubt, for my housemate. And Jason Johannesson, who picks it off from Stringer, kicks to English, who marks. Too big and too tall. And there are some real headaches for Adam Kingsley and the Giants at the moment. And their back six have got their work cut out for them against this long Bulldogs forward line.
Yep, they certainly do. And again, Tim English getting in some really dangerous spots ahead of the football and just completely lost his direct opponent. Aish had to come up and try and, well, almost just try and play a match-up role there against him, but the kick was pretty handy too, and you're not going to spoil that.
He only got halfway up his forearm, didn't he? Nowhere near his elbow.
He's kicked one already, Tim English. He also had a look from the opposite flank, same spot, 45 metres out, 45-degree angle. The kick is good. So Sam Darcy's got two, and now Tim English has got a couple as well. And the 2-metre Bulldogs with 2 goals each. And the Dogs have 6 in the opening term. 6-4-40. GWS going to need to repeat the deeds of last week. 1-2-8, a 32 behind. Half-hour mark opening term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport ahead of Murph and Leeds. Ben Cameron on the boundary.
They seem very keen to get Tim English working forward in this game, the Western Bulldogs. And Kieran Briggs sitting on the bench, watching on there. Second bench rotation for him as his direct opponent kicked another goal.
Yeah, I think that just speaks to the fitness differences in between what Tim English can do and Kieran Briggs. So, you know, if you're getting 2 rotations a quarter and you're allowing Tim English to run around and get forward, it means you're up against a Jake Riccardi, who's a key forward.
And he just got lost then too on transition, and that's where the turnover from Jake Stringer and Tim English just sat forward.
6 goals last week against the Bombers. The Bulldogs in the opening quarter. They did so in the adjacent fixture as well, where they kicked 7 goals, which has been their best first quarter so far this season. Secondary ball up back in the middle of the ground. English wins down the tap to Bontempelli, trying to break away from Tom Green. He gets a hand pass to Bramble off the back edge of the square, kicks into the middle of the ground. Poulter takes the mark, looks up in the pocket. Norton doubles back, and a good second lead there. Lecalier thought he was heading back to the goal square, and Norton turned on a dime, led up, and a nice pass in the end from Caleb Poulter.
Well, some of this ball use going inside 50 is as good as I've seen from anyone this year. Just the way in which they're lowering the eyes.
To advantage. Everything's to advantage.
And the tools that they've got down there as well, you think, well, we'll just get it in and get it in there quick. But no, let's put it to their advantage. Let's actually drill them.
Sam Darcy has 2. Can Aaron Norton get involved? He misses to the left-hand side. And a minor score. They were the headline acts last week. But the inside 50s, 19-5 as the Dogs have it all their own way. They lead by 33 points.
Remembering the Giants had 2 looks that they should have kicked against the flow. One that hit the post from Jake Stringer on a snap from 20 metres out, and then Toby McMullen. That was looking for a mulligan.
This is where they just can't get any flow in their game at the moment. The Bulldogs full ground defensive press in action working really well.
Hemmed in here, and here is McMullen right on cue against the boundary line. Half back, long kick down the wing, punched away by Lobb, close to the boundary line, and Fraser sees it out.
This is what happens when you go to the opposite side to where everyone's set up. You know, it's a slow play. Come to where your numbers are, but you go to the short pocket, and then you have to kick long to a 2 half forwards. You know, and no wonder it's an easy spoil for Lobb to put it out of bounds and keep it in their front half.
And desperation belongs to the Bulldogs. They need to win out if they want to feature in September. Well, for GWS, they've won their last 6, trying to get it done without 3 of their big names tonight. And so far, they've failed that test. It's been all the Bulldogs in the opening term. Infringement from the boundary throw-in going English's way as he dabs it short. And Richards marks left half forward. 55 metres out, he's going to run out of time. Trying to lay it up to the top of the goal square and intercepted by Leclerc, but the Dogs will be well pleased with what they've seen in that opening term. A 6-goal opening quarter from the Bulldogs with their season on the line against one of their chief rivals. 6-5-41, and Western Bulldogs lead the Giants 1-2-8. A 33-point advantage for the Dogs at quarter time. 2 goals for Sam Darcy and for Tim English, 1 for Riley West and 1 for Caleb Poulter. Well, the only goal for the Giants was kicked by Jake Riccardi. 33 points the lead for the Bulldogs here at quarter time. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. A little taste off the SMS. The Tiger says the crowd is a shocker. Is the crowd a shocker? It's sort of, it's the opposition don't draw a whole lot, do they?
Both smaller clubs.
Yep.
So I think we can't see what's above us, but it doesn't look too bad.
20.
What I'd expect for a Giants game?
Low 20s, mid 20s?
Low 20s.
Low 20s. Low 20s will be the crowd. And we've seen, obviously, Thursday nights, particularly in the depths of winter and non-school holidays period, as to what those numbers look like. Marcus in South Melbourne, cracking matchup, but a very small crowd tonight, looking at the TV. Has Thursday night footy lost its appeal? It's a TV product, isn't it? And for people listening along on radio, the television numbers are very strong. People still consume it in a huge number. Whether it's at the ground or not is another question, particularly here in Melbourne as the season drags on. No name, no pack drill here. GWS is New South Wales equivalent of Collingwood. Great to have another team to hate. Matt from Tassie, great interview with Dave Matthews, real disruptor in a key AFL market. And Dr. Delidio helping current players with injury treatments. Who knew? And from Baz in Castlemaine, as you guys say here in Victoria, Adam Treloar sounds like such a down-to-earth, genuine person. I really hope he makes it back on the field this season. Thanks, and have a fun call. Thanks, Baz. Appreciate that.
Castlemaine, would you say Castlemaine?
Yeah, that's all.
Castlemaine, mate.
Yeah, Castlemaine in this part of the world. Nice to hear from you. 0437 774 774, the SMS number. More from Leeds and Murph coming up next. It's all the Dogs. They lead by 33 at quarter time. This is Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
The summer of cricket has arrived early.
Clubs it straight down the ground for 6.
He's on the pull shot. Boy, did he get that!
White ball cricket takes centre stage in the top end as Australia take on South Africa.
Shout for leg before, finger goes up!
It all starts on Sunday, August 10.
Down the pitch, there we go. Bang!
Every ball live on the ABC Listen app. Just click on the cricket button. This is the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport.
Out past the Liberatore, surging kick for Darcy. Was he dragged down? He's back onto it once more. Dribbles towards the goal square. It doesn't matter. Sam Darcy with an imposing start. A goal inside the opening 40 seconds. And the Bulldogs are on the board first.
Caleb Poulter as he moves in on the drop punt from 51 metres out. It's going to land short. And it's marked. English. Just outside the goal square and somehow took it down with a few players around him, and the Giants will be filthy with that.
Oh, the coaches hate that. That's one thing that senior coaches just despise.
Could not have started much better for the Dogs. They kicked the first 2. And GWS flat-footed again out of the gates. Darcy hooks it across the body, and Sam Darcy's in business early. He's kicked 2, the Dogs have 3, and the Giants are yet to score. Hogan leaps for it. There's 2 footies on the ground. This will cause a little bit of an issue. They play around it. Brown hand pass to Riccardi and he goes. Ignore that other ball. And the other one goes straight over the head of the goal umpire, and GWS with their first of the night. He's kicked one already, Tim English. 45 metres out, 45-degree angle. The kick is good. So Sam Darcy's got 2, and now Tim English has got a couple as well. And the 2-metre Bulldogs with 2 goals each. And the Dogs have 6 in the opening term.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the AFL.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Your Thursday footy headlines, Charlie Curnow out for the year, so he'll miss this weekend and the run home for the Blues off for knee surgery. Meanwhile, the other key news from the teams on a Thursday night, Pendlebury to Goa Hill, all back for the clash of the last two premiers. Meanwhile, for the Brisbane Lions, they bring back Bruce Reveal and Henry Smith, the two ins for that cracker on Saturday night. Another good one unfolding in Adelaide tomorrow night, the game between the Crows and the Hawks. The Hawks going with the full tools, so Chol comes in to join Lewis, Deer and Gunston in that forward line for Hawthorn. The game in front of us, we had high hopes leading in.
Yeah.
Red hot Giants, they'd won their last 6, and yet it's been all the Bulldogs in that opening term. Brett Delidio and Mark Murphy, a 33-point lead for the Dogs.
It's been a smashing so far, hasn't it? They're inside 50s, 20-5. Their clearance is 10-8 at the moment. Centre clearance even. That's where they've been at their probably best in terms of their looks, the Giants. Tom Green earlier and Finn Callahan actually getting it out of there, but
they've had no flow, have they?
Zero. The handbrake has been pulled on hard for them in terms of, we're a back half side, we like to ignite, let's get going. Yeah. Whitfield, Ash, Himmelberg, give us some dash off there. Not a chance. They're having to kick long down the line to every single contest, and the Dogs are just getting to work.
They've spread the ground really, really wide and really long, the Giants, and still can't penetrate. So you've got to hand it to the Bulldogs in their defensive pressure and their defensive outlet coverage, because they just haven't found a spare at all.
So just explain that in further depth for us. So that's what the Dogs are doing without the footy, basically nullifying the Giants.
Yeah, so the Giants are on the out of their D50, are trying to spread the ground as far and as wide as possible, just to try and open up some lanes where usually they can just find an option, and then they get their counter-attack going with overlap handball. But at the moment, the Bulldogs are just covering that off really well. They're looking at the cues, trying to take off the intercepts, and we saw that one with Johannesson. Even when the Giants did get that ball through Jake Stringer, he looked through the 45, the corridor, went for it, but the Bulldogs read it, and they came back at him and scored on the back of it. So
their teasing distance has been elite. And what I mean by teasing, just how much you give your opponent, the leg rope that you give him, so you can impact and try and suck in the player to actually let them go for that kick, bite it off, bang, go on, turnover.
So what's the way back then for the Giants if that's not been offered to them?
Well, I think they've got to go more possession game, territory game. Try and get long, get numbers.
Get the line players, try and change up their method going forward a little bit.
Mark Murphy, Brett Delidio, Thursday night footy on ABC Sports. Second term underway. Briggs wins a hit out here. Down to Cornelio, floats a high kick forward. Punched away by Lobb against his old team, and straight down to Bedford, who's tackled by Bramble. Interesting little quirk. There's 3 guys here playing against their old team tonight, and all 3 of them started at one of the competing clubs tonight, now at another, but have all had a trip somewhere else in between. As Bontempelli from the stoppage gives it off to Cleary, trying to clear the defensive arc only as far as McMullen. Hand pass away to Callahan. Long kick inside 50 for the Giants, and there's Rory Lobb who picks it off. Of course, original Giant went to Fremantle, now at the Dogs. You've got Matt Kennedy, started at the Giants, went to the Blues, now at the Dogs. And you've got Jake Stringer, who started at the Dogs, went to the Bombers, now at the Giants. You get the drift.
Rory Lobb in the direction of Marcus Bontempelli, used his body superbly against Cornelio, wants to try and play on the left. The Bont chips it in the middle of the ground. Kennedy marks, gives it back to the Bulldogs skipper, who drives them inside 50. McNeil the target, used his body against Fonte superbly. Just nudged him underneath at the moment he was trying to backpedal, and takes the mark out to the left, about 45 metres out from goal. Ben Cameron on the boundary, could you hear Adam Kingsley at quarter time?
It was very measured. I kept my eyes on him. I was expecting maybe a little bit of a bake, but relatively measured from Adam Kingsley at quarter time. Nothing out of the ordinary.
Lockie McNeil out to the left. 13 goals of the season. Looking to continue the charge for the Bulldogs as he starts his approach. Hits it sweetly. Sends it straight in the Bulldogs cheer squad. The Dogs put through their 7th. And all of a sudden they are starting to open up an almighty lead. That's 4 goals on the bounce, just the 1 goal for the Giants so far. 7-5-47 to the Giants, 1-2-8, just 2 minutes inside the second quarter. Mark Murphy and Brett Delidio, your experts, Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
Well, you can almost see the Dogs there going back at the Giants in terms of how there's a mirror image of what the Giants want to do to what the Dogs were actually able to do. Get the 1v1, Bontempelli v Cornelio up on the half-back flank, to then just roll and go and make it up on the fly. A little chip inside because you didn't see anything else open, handball back. And then just keep going forward and get a 1v1 in your forward 50 and back that in. that's polar opposites to what we're seeing from the Giants and their inability to actually make the play up on the go. So the Dogs, they're firing at the moment, absolutely firing.
3 in every 4 inside 50s in the match are going inside the Dogs' attacking arc, 21-7. So a 39-point advantage, and the Giants will need to pull off a greater comeback this week than they did last if they are to win this now. Cornelio away towards Briggs, gives it off to Callaghan, kicks inside 50. Was there a shove in all of that? There was. It's going against Hogan. And the free kick's going to come to Rory Lobb. Our pre-game guest, by the way, same thing. Started at the Giants, went to Collingwood. Yep, now the Bulldogs. So there's lots of shared heritage between the two clubs, but just a stop in between. There's Liberatore into the back pocket for Dale, off and running off the back flank. Lekalia given a nice little step ladder. Thought he was going to put his knees into the back of Norton. In the end, he marks it clean. Hand pass away to Ash. Long kick inside 50. Was the landing just taken out there of Rory Lobb? It was by Hogan, and Lobb crash landing earns the free. Full back for the Bulldogs, and he is sore.
It was a poor entry, wasn't it? It was the wrong side of
He wanted
Hogan.
the other side, yeah.
Hogan had the right pocket to his own, had space everywhere, but just put it to the advantage of Lobb.
Just the one touch for Jesse Hogan so far in the match, as Dale out to English, who comes back inboard to Bontempelli. Bedford and Cadman haven't touched the ball as yet. Kick up the wing towards Ed Richards. Body in front, can't take the mark. Spoiled away from him. Onto it, McMullen gets a hand pass forward to Whitfield. Now Callaghan off a step, drives it inside 50. Hogan presents, bounces into Lobb. Can't hold footing in front position. Spills out the way of Matt Kennedy, who's locked up. With the tackle laid by Steve Cornelio. About 40 metres out from the Giants' goal. The Bulldogs by 39 points.
No late change coming in. No subs used so far. No injuries to worry about. English down to Liberatore. Hand pass to Johannesson. Works his way through. Got it to the Bont. Short kick to Norton. Here go the Dogs through the middle. Back to the Bont. The smooth mover through the middle of Docklands. Hand pass over to McNeil. McNeil runs, carries, shoots but misses. Deserved a goal on the end of that play. With the skipper twice involved through the middle of the ground. Margin's up to 40 points, by the way. 7-6 to 1-2. This is slipping away from the Giants 5 minutes into the second term.
Geez, that would have been a real dagger, wouldn't it, to the Giants? Just the way in which they move the ball out of that D50 stoppage. The Bulldogs, they are on.
Ash into Iden in the back pocket. Back to Lockie Ash, who chips it up to Whitfield. The Bond's going that well. He was running alongside Lockie McNeil and said, "Had the shot, mate. Put it through." Bulldogs are up and running while the Giants are just a foot off it tonight. As Whitfield's going to switch it back inside the defensive 50 to Ash. Trying to open up the City side. The kick out towards Connor Iden. Backpedaling with a couple of metres on Riley West. Takes the mark. At left half back. Sends it up towards the wing. Brown used his body against Cleary. Trying to claim first bite. Umpire says play on. Just dropped it in the end. Umpire said he got one over the shoulder. So eventually he does get the call Callum Brown he was looking for. The Irishman with the contract extension. Staying with the Giants with his future for another 3 years. In the middle of the ground for Fonte, who had to wear some late contact in the end by Lockie McNeil. The Giants aren't looking all that certain out of defence.
The Font goes across the ground, finds Ash. Off and running, short kick to Whitfield.
Now they're just trying to close down every uncontested mark here. The Bulldogs, just nothing for the Giants to go to, and they finally find a little bit of pocket, but still about 90 out from goal.
Back to Fonte. The Sandgroper is the rising star nom from last week. Marks on the 45. And now kicks inside 50 from that launch pad, and Hogan the target, and English professionally dropping in the hole. Max Gorn-esque takes the intercept mark, last line of defence. She has it back with Bailey Dale. He's closed down kind of by Riccardi, and in the end able to get an outlet kick to Lobb in the back pocket. Kicks long down the line. Ball spills off hands to Jones. Giants back with it. Kicks laterally to Cornelio. Hurried handball to Taylor. Kick smothered. Nice work, Norton, and he wins possession on the wing.
He needs to bide his time here. Hand passes inboard to Richards. Needs to get around Ash, and he does so. Tackled as he gets a hand pass out to Fraser. There's only Riley West inside 50, so he tries to chip it towards McNeil. Lecalier got him. Chopping of the arms or over the shoulder. It's the chopping of the arms in the end. The umpire pays the free kick for. And the Bulldogs with a chance to go back and extend this lead to 46 points.
Well, they're just doing everything right at the moment, the Bulldogs, and just the spoils, the pressure, just refusing to give easy uncontested marks, just being very stingy on defence, and and they're just killing them on counter-attack, just on turnover. They've just got so much space and options galore. They're just working even harder than their Giants counterparts.
Lockie McNeil has one already in this second quarter. He'll be kicking from about 45 metres out to the left. It comes in, sends it sailing straight through the middle for another. 2 for McNeil, and the Bulldogs' lead continues to grow. 46 points, and they are asking some serious questions of the Giants tonight. 8-6-54 to GWS 128. Ahead of Brett Delidio and Mark Murphy on Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport. Ben Cameron on the boundary.
I'm on Tim English watch here because Kieran Briggs has come to the bench for his first rest of this second term. He's played 62% game time in this match. Tim English, 88. So this might be cash-in time for Tim.
You're right, Murph. They're doing everything right, the Dogs. And when you've got your big key forward applying pressure, now, Sammy Taylor wound up from Sydney Olympic Park to try and kick that to the moon, didn't he? He telegraphed it. He telegraphed how far he wanted to kick that one. It was an easy little smother, but then to pick it up, and they had a wave going forward. You're licking your lips as a forward when you've got your defender turned around like that.
Aaron Cadman, who's having a breakout year, 36 goals, has not touched it. 8.5 minutes into this second term, and that speaks to what end the footy's been at all night as Fraser hand pass away to Kennedy, kicks to half forward. Free kick. This one's going the Giants' way.
And Poulter caught behind, just trying to get access to the footy. Both arms around, easy free kick to pay.
Himmelberg, the hold-in free, takes it, sends the Giants long down the wing. Hogan runs underneath it. Bustlinger for company. Ball slides out the back. Thomas and Johannesson hold each other out of it. McMullen's hand pass a turnover. Dogs back with it. Kennedy to Bustlinger to Fraser. He retreats back into the defensive 50. Had a breakout game a couple of weeks ago, Fraser, with 4 goals and hasn't quite got back to those lofty heights just yet. Kicked a little flower bag there. His lob goes short to English. Still inside the defensive arc for the Bulldogs. Hand pass away to Dale. Long kicking hope down the city wing. 2 Giants fly. Himmelberg worried out of it. Spills it. Darcy for the Dogs. Hand pass to Poulter. Handball away to Garcia. He goes back by hand. Williams against the boundary line. Long kick down the line. Poulter the target. Taylor coming across trying to spoil. Skims off his knuckles and out of bounds. So a throw in 70 out from the Dogs goal. 10 minutes into the second term. Dogs by 46, Ben Cameron.
Maybe McMullen has come to the bench just limping a lower leg injury, so they're just assessing that at the moment, the physios. I'll come back to you.
Thanks, Ben. Ben Cameron on the boundary.
We just saw it on the replay, inside left ankle.
Wondering what sort of night it's been for the Giants. Harry Himmelberg dropping an uncontested mark as Taylor tried to block for him. Bailey Williams for the Bulldogs at half forward, up towards Tim English. Can't take the mark. Onto it Garcia, one way then the other, trying to get away from Tom Green. Hand pass to Lobb, drives it inside 50. Darcy the target. Himmelberg makes the spoil. Kennedy front and centre. Hand pass to Poulter. Hand pass to West. Hemmed in. Centering ball to Kennedy. Is that 15? Umpire says it is.
Almost been 50 here.
And he caught one after having taken the mark, and you're right, Murph. Certainly the question would have been asked of the umpire.
Just some good first gives there for the Bulldogs.
Sharp hands, wasn't it? Just tight.
Just everywhere they're sharp, like by hand, foot, defensive pressure. Just so impressive tonight, the Bulldogs.
Matt Kennedy is going to kick across his body, a couple of steps out, snaps on the left. Made that 9 of the first 10 goals of the match, the Bulldogs way. And the lead is out above 50. 52 points. The Bulldogs are doing a number on the Giants as they try and stamp their ticket into September. 9-6-60 to the Giants, 1-2-8. It's been a non-event here on this Thursday night. Mark Murphy and Brett Delidio with you.
Concerning, isn't it? Their inability just to, be at the fall of the ball to try and create pressure and force the Dogs into a long, high ball down the line. But even when they do, Tim English, his ability just to bring that ball to the front, it allows little Garcia onto it, and he spins around, lob, bangs that ball back inside 50. And then again, it wasn't just the kick, but it was the outnumber. And that's where you said, though, sharp hands, Murph, that ability to find the free. And it was just a little errant kick to go forward from West that found Matty Kennedy, who's kicking a lot of goals this year.
We talked a lot about the 3 out. Surely this isn't that, what we've seen from the Giants.
It's not.
No Buckley, no Green, no Kelly, and yet that they have not showed up. 9 of the first 10 goals for the Dogs. In the middle of the ground, Fraser trying to scoop it out. And there's a free kick. It's coming back to Sanders, who was crunched before that in the tackle. And then held without it. 52-point lead. They're going inside 50 again. Darcy runs underneath it. Ball spills out the back. Fonte had it, lost it. Picked up by Norton. Hand pass back into the rubble. He emerges a second time with the footy. Tackled to ground. Full forward for the Dogs. The scraps on. Himmelberg now upended. As he grabs the footy and the ump says, I'll have it. 15 metres out from the Dogs' goal at the Lockett end. 52 points. The lead for the Bulldogs. They've kicked the last 6. Forward 50 stoppage. English palms it down. Tom Green tackled the ground. And says, I'll have it. Can shift in line with the behind post now, but still about 15, 20 metres out from the Dogs' goal.
Just the one clearance for Tom Green. They've done well on him, the Dogs.
Riccardi one down the tap, but it's Fraser who gets the hand pass to Poulter. Dogs on half forward to Bontempelli to Cleary. Kicks a high ball. It spirals in the air underneath it. Norton tries to pinch it off Darcy, and in front position comes down with the mark. They're raffling them, the Bulldogs forwards. It's going in there that often. And Aaron Norton is one who has yet to fire so far. They have 6 individual goal kickers. He's trying to change that now.
Tell you what, it's been just a standout and aggression from Norton today.
Yep.
The last play inside 52, he was at ground level and just tried to force the ball over the line, almost like a try in an NRL game, and just aggressive. You just love seeing that from your tools, and then just flying at the contest. What a mark.
A career high 7 goals last week for Aaron Norton, who comes in and sends through his first of the match. And the Bulldogs, well, they're doing party tricks now. They are looking to stream clear. 4 goals to none in this second quarter. The last 7 goals of the match. They talk about momentum swinging. Well, the Dogs have had it really since the opening bounce and have not looked back. 10-6-66 to the Giants 1-2-8. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport with Mark Murphy and Brett Delidio.
Tell you what, if Kingers tore shreds off from last week, I fear for them going in at half time. They are going to cop an almighty spray, because it's not talent and it's not those guys that have come out of the side that are the difference here between this. This is just want and an ability to spread and get over to the contest. Lecalier there trying to out-athlete Aaron Norton. He's a pretty good forward. You've got to body him up. Don't give him access to that ball. I know you've got a spring and you've got hops, but just body him up. Don't give him a jump, because you see what he can do when he gets access to it. Great catch, great finish.
10 goals to 1. Back in the middle, Briggs wins it down, palms it straight off the bonds of English as the ball spills underneath Richards. He does well to extract it, got it out towards Garcia, hand pass to Bontempelli, and as they've done all night, the Dogs get it from the inside to the outside. Fraser to English to Richards, now the kick inside the forward 50, juggled effort, Norton takes a one-hander and it'll be paid. He had 6 goes at it, kept juggling it out in front, and now there's
50.
A 50-metre penalty as Lecalier, who drifted forward on the mark, couldn't believe the mark was paid, kept coming forward, and then was told to be a little more constructive with his feedback. And he's going to be marched right to the goal line, and this will be a certainty. And this will not please Adam Kingsley. He turns his back on it. No one stands the mark. And Norton pumps it up into the top deck. We are now living in a world where the greatest three-quarter time comeback in the history of the game happened 5 days ago. And the Giants had a 79-point swing last Friday night. But even so, this feels over. 11 goals to 1, and we're only halfway through the second term. 11-6-72 the Bulldogs, the Giants 1-2-8.
Yeah, well, the wheels have certainly fallen off here for the Giants, and I think they kicked 9 goals to 1 in that third quarter last week, so they're going to have to try and replicate some of that, but at the moment they just don't even look like it. And Aaron Norton, as you said then, Corbin, took 6 grabs at that, but just the want to stay involved in the contest. He had probably no right to really be involved with it, but just stuck the left mid up and just wanted it more than any other one out there on the ground, and just their clearance work and their shape and just all going to plan at the moment for the Bulldogs.
8 unanswered goals, 5 goals in this second quarter. Briggs wins down the tap, Liberatore up towards half forward, Fraser knocked it down, Garcia slaps it inside 50, Kennedy sockers her off the ground, Norton kept it going, Poulter's on the end of it and sends through another. They are kicking them from everywhere, the Dogs. Hot Dogs under the roof.
Want to check it.
They will go upstairs. Caleb Poulter momentarily will wait to find out if he has his second goal.
He hit the umpire, I think.
So the umpire was up against the left goalpost. His leg, I don't think it would have hit the post.
Hit the back, hit the inside of it, or the outside of his leg, but hit the post after that, did it? Or they just
hit
brushed
the post beforehand.
How do you know? What's from there?
It's not a great position to put your left leg because he's trying to be inside the post.
And someone's covering it.
What's the soft call here, by the way?
I think they called goal, judging by Brett Roseberry's reaction. Ben Cameron on the boundary.
Yeah, Toby McMullen is about to come out of this game with that left ankle injury. They tried restrapping it, couldn't get going. So the sub, Harry Ralston, will come into the game.
I think we need Snicko.
I think this is a goal. The more times I look at it.
It's not a thing, Snicko.
So the goal umpire's taken a big stride with his left leg in front of the left behind post. Not sure it's the technique you wanted, and then tried to shuffle that across.
It's like in cricket, he's got caught going on the front foot and then just realised he needed to get on the back foot.
He has. You've summed that up perfectly.
Does that hit the post there?
I reckon it has.
It looks like it, but hard to know.
Can you Snicko that there now?
Sure.
We're going to get the umpire's left shoulder, though, as a Snicko as well.
I think you're right, Leeds. The more we look at this angle, the more it now looks like it's hit the post.
Ball on the post. Decision on the scoreboard.
It may have taken 6 or 7 replays to find the one that was definitive, but we do, and Caleb Poulter is denied. It was a great goal for the Dogs. It was very...
it was a great team goal, wasn't it?
Collingwood by just knocking it forward. And the Giants take a deep breath.
I thought there was a gap between...
That's what I thought I heard him say. There's a
ball and post.
Yeah, just heard that.
Whitfield brings it in to Himmelberg, marks at half-back. Just a 65-point lead then for the Bulldogs. 11-7 to 1-2. 18.5 gone second term. Himmelberg short to Ash. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. One-way traffic. There's only 9 of these games left in the regular season, including this one. Top 9 teams against one another. And then, of course, 9 games in the spring to decide it all. In the final series, and the Dogs currently on the outside looking in, so they need to win all these games, and they've made a good fist of it so far. Playing from a long way in front. Himmelberg long down the line, Brown the target, broken up, spills to Bedford, takes the advantage, kicks inside 50, big leap from Cadman, falls out the back, Bramble, hand pass away to Cleary, Dogs back with it, hand pass to Kennedy, handball out wide, looking for Bramble against the boundary line. That's a good result for the Dogs, and Tom Green takes it over, so a throw in 40 out from the Giants goal.
Really reluctant to kick it long down the line, aren't they, the Giants? They play with it a lot across half-back. Whitfield and Ash, their numbers look good, but I'm not sure whether they're being that damaging.
11 goals to 1 at the 20-minute mark of the second quarter. Briggs wins down the tap. Cornelio trying to drop it to his boot. Tackle, dispossessed. Umpire calls play on. As Williams is brought down by Toby Bedford.
They haven't been damaging at all. And unfortunately, when you're getting shut down the way in which they are, they need to play that long down the line game and then get numbers, drop a ball, change the way in which you go about it.
Cleary tried to bust his way through. He was brought down and Stringer keeps it alive. Kicks towards the goal mouth. Bailey Dale didn't deal with it. Needs support. O'Donnell overran it. He eventually knocks it out to Kennedy. Hustlinger with a clearing kick for the Bulldogs. Up towards half-back. McNeil leads out. Connor Iden makes the spoil and it goes out of play. Dogs by 65 points. Yep, 65 points. After leading by 33 points at quarter time. They have kicked 7 unanswered goals. 8 unanswered goals in the match.
Usually 15 plus is usually a pretty good smacking and contested ball. Plus 25 the Bulldogs. 59 to 34 the contested ball numbers, and the clearance is plus 7 the Dogs' way.
Bramble gets is also 32-18. They're touching them up just
everywhere,
even to get to the loose ball.
For the boundary throw in, now a ball up. Another stoppage on that City wing, just forward of halfway for the Giants. Briggs knocks it forward. Cornelio wrestling for it with Garcia. The ball held underneath the pair, and we'll have the ball up. 73 plays 8. 65 points the margin. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. It's all the Dogs. Free kick, Briggs and Lobb lock up, and ruck infringement against Briggs, so Lobb to take it. And back flank. Just that McMullen ankle concern, the only injury note so far, as Ben's keeping us up to date with. Lobb against the boundary line, tries to spear the kick short. Iden breaks it up, knocks it away from McNeil and out of play. Fran from Melbourne, this is deer in the headlight stuff. This is deja vu, last year's final scenario. Hope they get going. Captain or not, is Jesse Hogan playing?
He is.
He hasn't had a kick so far. There's not a single kick between Hogan and Cadman in the game.
In his defence, the ball has only been inside 50 on 12 occasions. Here's a chance to add to that. Harvey Thomas gets a hand pass away to Jones, inside 50. Cadman on the lead. As you heard there, much better ball delivery from the Giants. Cadman looking at his first touch of the match. And shoot on goal on a 45-degree angle only about 20 metres out from home.
Well, they got a clean exit, and then they had Jesse Hogan leading up with the ball, so that drew the defender up, and then just space behind for Cadman to work into. It was a great little kick by Jones, who saw that and just put us to his advantage.
Aaron Cadman looking to start the slow climb as he comes in, needs to make this count, and he does. From the right forward pocket, their number 1 draft pick gives them their first goal of the second quarter after 8 consecutive goals scored by the Bulldogs from midway through the first quarter to the 22-minute mark of the second. The Doggies 11-7-73, leading the Giants 2-2-14. The Bulldogs by 59 points. Mark Murphy and Brett Delidio with you on ABC Sport.
Yeah, you can hardly throw shade at Cadman and Hogan at the moment. They haven't had, especially when your half-backs are reluctant to kick it long down the line to give you a chance even in a contest. You work across the ground side to side, but then you finally get a look, and you get some space. I felt for Hogan there because he led up to Jones and he thought he was on, but it was a better kick to go longer and deeper down there to Cadman. But
it's the first bit of quick ball movement really out of a stoppage. It's been very slow tonight, other than outside of the centre square bounce where they've just got the ball in. There hasn't been many on a lead.
Crooked bounce back in the middle, up lets them roll, spills down to Briggs, hurried kick forward for the Giants, Lobb spoils it away. And then gathers possession as he's being tackled by Thomas. The little man did well to bring him down. Dogs win the footy though. Fraser got a hand pass out to Richards. Links up with Johannesson. Now to Bramble. Extra handball to Baker. Gets it off to Darcy. Hands it back to Fraser. Second touch in the chain. Heads inside 50. Great half volley pick up Kennedy. Gives it to Richards, who's under pressure, and Anglin tackles him to ground. As soon as he collects, ball up, centre half forward for the Dogs.
It's just pure at the moment from the Bulldogs, isn't it? They're just at the height of their game.
Just running in waves at the moment, the Dogs, and that fluent ball movement off the back flank. We've got another stoppage here as the Giants get some numbers to it. Centre half back for GWS. Ball up. Briggs palms it down. Sanders got it, tackled, lost it. Here's Ash. He too taken the ground. Do it all again, same spot, third ball up, centre half forward for the Dogs. 59 points, the Bulldogs lead, 11 goals to 2.
Thrown up in the air. Briggs wins down the tap. Sharp though by the Bulldogs. Kennedy to full forward. Scored away by Himmelberg and through for a minor score. The Giants have also made their sub, as Ben Cameron told you. So Ben McMullen out of the match with an ankle injury. Harry Ralston coming in. Nathan Vandermeer, the sub for the Bulldogs, who lead by 60.
There are the 2 Bulldogs in the crowd. Actual genuine Bulldogs.
Not supporters, actual dogs.
Himmelberg brings it into Iden. Back pocket, goes long to the wing, and Brown takes the mark. They're their mascots. I remember they had, was it Caesar back in the day? It was one of the mascots. And handball goes down the wing to Whitfield. Hand pass to Ash. Handball out in front of Tom Green. Has to wait for it to bounce. The kick. Can't quite get it to Stringer. And intercepted by O'Donnell at half-back. I think it was Sid was the mascot way back in 2016. Fortunately, Sid's no longer with us, but I'm pretty sure Caesar was the live mascot. As Baker goes short to Buslinger, short to Liberatore, long kick down the wing. Ball spills the way. Whitfield had the blinkers on, rolled over, and the tackle by Bailey Williams, and a ball up on the wing. Margin is 60. 10 goals neat. The Bulldogs on top. 11-8 to 2-2. 26 gone, second term.
Thrown up English, Cannon into Briggs. He can't believe he's given away the free kick as he dragged him out of the ruck battle. And Tim English, who has 2 goals in this match, alongside Lockie McNeil and Sam Darcy, looks out to Bontempelli. Has his own footy in this second quarter. Long towards Norton and Darcy. And Norton at the back comes down with the footy. I'm sure that's exactly how they designed it, but the tall forwards side by side and Aaron Norton holding it above his head.
I'm sorry, but if you get a free kick to Tim English there, what person do you not leave free just outside?
I would not believe it.
Come back to it.
Norton took a little while to get going. He steps out, opens up the angle and curls through his third. And the Bulldogs resume transmission, banging through goals at the other end. 12-8-80 to the Giants, 2-2-14. 26 minutes gone, second quarter. The margin is 66 points. Mark Murphy and Brett Delidio with you. Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
If there's one player that you're going to go and stand next to say, well, at least, Coach, I did my job. Yeah. Who is it?
I reckon it's probably Marcus Bontempelli.
Oh, ding, ding, ding. There you go. But who was free after that off the back of a slow free kick to Tim English. Marcus Bontempelli just sits there all by himself, just allowed to roll on. How hard's footy? Not that hard when you just get to play by yourself.
I reckon Adam Kingsley could walk into the rooms and show that clip and go, right, that's our night right there, boys, because that was just as slack as you'll see. Meanwhile, Aaron Norton, he's playing a fair game, isn't he?
He's playing a great game.
Back in the middle, 11-goal lead for the Bulldogs. We're not even at half-time. Bedford to Riccardi, away to Tom Green, all by hand. Loops a hand pass back to Bedford. Wrestles free, got a hand pass to Tom Green. Long kick now inside 50. Hogan runs at it, crunched in the pack. Ball spills to Stringer, caught. Good tackle, rolled over by Cleary. Ball comes out. Jones at half forward, shoots a hand pass back to O'Halloran under pressure. Got options in the pocket, links up with Harvey Thomas. Centering kick, Callaghan, the sprawling effort, not quite. And Lobb wins it back for the Bulldogs. Last line of defence. Hand pass away to O'Donnell. Long kick to half back. English knocks it away from Ash and out of play. And boundary throwing half forward for the Giants. 12 goals to 2. 28 gone second term. Ben Cameron. Toby McMullen, is he on the bench even though he's been subbed out?
He certainly is. He's sitting in front of me in the hoodie, so just chilling out, taking in all of the action.
And a left ankle, yeah?
Yeah, left ankle. They tried to strap it again. It was already strapped when he first took off his boot and then his sock, but just couldn't get moving. And I think I saw him mouthing the words as such to Callum Ward on the bench that I just can't get moving.
English one down the tap against Riccardi to Bontempelli. They might have taken your advice, Liz, just a little too literal. It was being held before he had the footy.
Yeah.
Kicks into the middle of the ground. Johannesson marks. Buslinger streaming from half-back. Sends it out towards Bailey Williams, who juggles the mark. Charging into the right forward pocket against Darcy Jones. And a chance to try and add another one to the Bulldogs' growing list of goal kickers.
Again, Marcus Bontempelli gets the free kick, but then Johannesson just sitting all by himself in the middle of the ground, which just opens up the whole field, doesn't it? That ability then to swing it out wide. They had 2 or 3 runners out here on this wing. And then Bailey Williams working incredibly hard across half forward.
Just 4 goals for the season. One of the 11 Corby mentioned that's played every game. He gives it a fly. Not a bad effort trying to drift it from left to right, just not enough. And a minor score. 67 points is the Western Bulldogs lead. Of course, they've scored over 100 points, the Dogs, on 11 occasions this season. Once more, the race to 100 is on.
Ash marks the kick out. Still about 20 metres out from his defensive goal line. He just chips it short to Callaghan. Amy, who's in old 33 here at Docklands, listening along, can confirm Sonny and Caesar are the current Bulldogs mascots, both adorable and enjoy pats. It's a great insight. Thanks, Amy. Appreciate that. Go the Dogs. There's Callaghan going with the long kick. Turns it over, though. Cleary with the intercept mark. On the wing. Dabs it down to half forward. Pull to the target and forced to spoil behind Ralston, the sub. Boundary throwing half forward for the Dogs. Ben Cameron.
I actually got around Caesar down in Ballarat. Gave him a bit of a pat and a few tickles around the jowls, and he was very receptive to it, Corb.
Jeez, who would have thought we'd be talking about this? Lead up to half-time.
2 top 9 teams going at it, and instead it's 67 points the margin.
Spills out. Ben Cameron on the boundary.
Oh, on a serious note, one of the things we've spoken about with the Western Bulldogs this year has been their inability to beat the best teams, the top 8 teams, or the 9 teams competing for the top 8 spots. So they're going to do that for a second time this year, which is a big deal for them.
There's our man, Ian Burrows, doing the throw-ins. Excellent work on the boundary. There's Bailey Williams for the Bulldogs. Hand pass to Liberatore. Almost tackled and brought down by Steve Cornelio. His hand pass goes out over the boundary line for a throw-in.
Well, they're going to get a second win, but they still only have beaten one team in the top 8, and that is the Giants, who they would have beaten twice.
What it does do, though, their percentage is 132, so it starts to pose that question around teams that'll have to win 15 games, because even if the Bulldogs win 14, the percentage is going to be so good, you're going to have to be a win above them. From the stoppage, Garcia, hand pass to Bailey Williams, up to the 50. Norton wrestling with Lecalier, who's given away another free kick.
It's just too big, isn't he? He's probably not your second tall, Lecalier. He needs to be the third.
Yeah.
Aaron Norton waits for the leads to come. Darcy's one. Poulter's in front of him trying to claim the mark. And Tom Green hand passes back for the Giants. To Connor Iden, who streams away from Bontempelli. Sends it up to the city wing in the direction of Cadman, who juggles a good mark in front of O'Donnell.
Cadman keeps it moving. Long kick towards Ralston, who's got the fresh legs, and he does well to get to the drop. Takes the mark. Wants to keep it moving. Dabs it inside 50 to Bedford. He takes the mark.
Go back and kick the goal. I think you try and manufacture anything here, you're going to 50-50. At least you're going to get that shot, that guaranteed shot. It was probably their best bit of ball movement, but it come off a contested mark still from Cadman out there on that far side. And he backed in, Rouston running forward to the footy, trying to get over the top and over the back of Rory Lobb.
They had a 79-point swing in the second half last week, the Giants, and they are going to need something similar. The last Toby standing for the Giants. The kick from Bedford is good. He finds a home for it, and they'll need a few more of those after half-time. 12-9 to 3-2, and the Bulldogs lead trimmed to 61. 33 minutes gone in the second term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Yeah, certainly one of their better plays for the night, as you said, Lids, but just still, even just looking at the outlet coverage that the Bulldogs had, they're just on their game. That had to require Cadman really good mark, and then another mark from Royston, who then just played on quick. So you can see why the Bulldogs are really wanting to cover off the outlets tonight, because you see that even when they are close, they can still do damage, the Giants. So they can score quick. They're still, well, let's say they're not out of this game. They kicked 9-1 last week in that third quarter, so they can score quick, but the Bulldogs so far tonight have been so sound in defence.
Different outfit they're up against, isn't it?
They'd have to kick a couple in quick succession to sort of light that fire. 6-2 the way of the Dogs in this second quarter, having led by 33 points at quarter time. Back in the middle, Riccardi got rid of English and gets the clearance. Out past to Cornelio. Works it back to O'Halloran. High kick towards half forward. Cleary was in front. Bedford gave away the free kick. Go the way of Luke Cleary. He has it on centre half back for the Bulldogs. A 61-point lead. He's going to switch it back into the back pocket. Rory Lobb can take the mark. The Dogs looking for an avenue out of defence. Rory Lobb will kick it back to the umpire as the siren sounds for half-time. The Bulldogs with a dominant display in the opening half. 61-point leaders in a match which could shape their top 8 aspirations. The Giants had still the possibilities of top 4 if they could get on a run in the last 4 rounds of the home and away season. As it turns out, even though they have North Melbourne, the Suns and the Saints, it's unlikely they would slip out, but spots are going to be at a premium. So tonight, so much still on the line. 12-9-81 the Bulldogs to the Giants, 3-20 for the Western Bulldogs. 3 goals to Aaron Norton. They all came in that second quarter. 2 goals to Darcy, McNeil and English, while individuals to Kennedy, West and Poulter. While for the Giants, their goals have come through Cadman, Bedford and Riccardi.
Last weekend, it was known for sort of blowouts and dramatic comebacks. The Giants pulled off one themselves. They had a 79-point swing in the second half, and of course, the greatest three-quarter time comeback in the history of VFL AFL footy was on this ground just 4 or 5 days ago, back on Sunday, where St Kilda, of course, kicked 9 in the last quarter to beat Melbourne. So is it going to be a blowout and continue down this path, or are we set for something special after half-time? The Dogs playing from in front, and the Giants playing way uphill. 61 points, the margin at half-time. And on the live ladder, the Bulldogs will be in the top 8 tonight if this result heads their way, of course, with the Suns still to play this weekend, along with the other 16 teams in the competition. The thoughts of our number 1 picks, Brett Delidio, Mark Murphy.
Well, it's been an absolute drubbing so far tonight, and just in every facet of the game around the contest, just so many contributors tonight for the Bulldogs. But you can just tell the Bulldogs gone to work on their defensive pressure, and when the Giants get an opportunity to try and move the ball from their D50, there's just no option for them. So the Bulldogs are just blanketing out any option. So the switch isn't open tonight for the Giants. So there is pockets of space, but the way in which they've been defending tonight, the Bulldogs just force the Giants to have to go long and to try and search for something that probably isn't quite there. And on the back of that, they've turned a few over and gone back and scored pretty quickly. But in around the contest, the Bulldogs have just been so sharp, haven't they, Lids?
Oh, they have, mate. And they've gone to work on what the Giants are best at, and that's that slingshot play from half back. And if you deny them that overlap run, your mids push down. You don't allow them to outnumber back at the source there at centre half back, and then not let Ash and Whitfield get up and going with handball receives. You can slow this side down. And since they've not been able to do that, therefore they've denied entries going into their forward 50. So, I love the work of the Dogs so far. I feel like it was a real pressure game for them, in terms of, coming out here to perform against a side when they need to win. And everyone was like, oh, the doubt's going to creep in. The Giants have been humming. They've won 5 or 6 on the trot. So, therefore, great opportunity for both sides. only one team's turned up here tonight.
They've just dialed it up, and you look at some of the stats, and 32 contested possessions up.
Amazing.
The Bulldogs.
Yep.
So,
and what's the ground ball get?
That's
plus
20.
That's an
plus
absolute
20 in
smacking.
that.
I haven't seen such discrepancy in numbers for such a long period of time, and they're doing it across the ground too. That just shows you that they're working around the contest is far superior, a lot stronger, but then their work rate to get away from there too that's a real telling point for me.
So just to further illustrate that, so the disposal count in this game plus 53 the Dogs' way, tackle counts even. So they've both laid the same amount of tackles, despite the fact the Dogs have had it 53 more times. Clearance plus 7, contest plus 32, ground balls plus 20, inside 50s plus 13. That is a smacking.
Yep. So that's not ability. That's a want thing, and that's an ability to put your nose in the trough and then to work from that spot to then get to the next contest. And that's where you look at contested ball numbers, but then you look at ground ball gets as well. That's an outnumbering thing, an ability to get over to that spot where the ball's spilled out. So Adam Kingsley, if he was tearing strips off him last week, look out.
The other ominous side for opposition defenders is the Dogs have kicked 11 of their 12 goals from set shots. So the aerial presence, once they get repeat inside 50s, just means that if it's not Norton, it's Darcy, and then the option to use the lateral.
Poulter, he's come to life.
It's been spaced though as well. So they're tall up there, they're bigger, but they've got it on the lead a lot.
Yeah.
So
hasn't been big contested marks.
It hasn't just been let's just bang it in and hope for the best. It's been quick ball movement. It's been great disposals. It's been as polished a side I've seen going inside 50 for quite some time.
And Tim English in the first quarter almost set the tone. Don't bomb it in, find that avenue, and it's looked like the Tim English of old.
More from you off the SMS coming up. Ron from Adelaide says GWS need more than Toby Green tonight. And Joel says Bevo forever. The Dogs by 61 points at halftime. 12-9-81, GWS 3-2-20. More on all of that coming up in just a moment. Your thoughts, 0437 774 774, plus the teams for the rest of the weekend. Of course, Thursday night, teams drop for the rest of round 21. I'll bring you up to date in just a moment. Second half not far away, but first, the latest from the ABC Newsroom.
ABC News with David Rowlands. The Prime Minister says the government will recognise a Palestinian state when it believes it would contribute to reaching a two-state solution with Israel. The government is weighing up when to take the step after France, the UK and Canada signalled their intention to recognise Palestine at the UN General Assembly in September. Anthony Albanese says it's a decision which can only be made once and would reduce the bargaining power over other issues in the region.
You lose your capacity to negotiate and to influence outcomes to some extent. So it will be based upon not whether a timeline is reached, but whether an objective is reached.
Shadow Indigenous Australians Minister Karen Little says she's willing to work with the Minister to improve outcomes of First Nations people. The latest Closing the Gap report shows only 4 out of 19 targets are on track, with youth detention and adult incarceration among the 8 targets going backwards. Senator Little says she's disappointed by the results, but not surprised.
What I'm concerned about is greater addressing of the drivers. I think when people end up in custody, we've already failed them. We need to do more because we do know what the drivers are of people going into prison, and those drivers need greater attention.
A Sydney out-of-school hours care worker has been accused of producing child abuse material involving 10 children under his care. David James was charged with 13 offences in October, but the allegations had been suppressed by the court until today. Federal Police allege the 26-year-old took explicit photos of the children aged between 5 and 6 across 6 different centres in Sydney's north and the CBD. The man was also a former employee of New South Wales Police, but it's understood the alleged offending is not related to his previous role with the force. Acting Assistant Commissioner Brett James says a full list of the 58 centres the man worked at can be found on the AFP website.
It's very important for me to reassure parents and carers in the community about this investigation. If you have not heard from the AFP, it is because we have no evidence which has linked your family to this man's offending. It is important to note that this man remains in custody.
Scientists are racing to protect the Australian giant cuttlefish as a growing marine algal bloom threatens the species. Every year, more than 100,000 cuttlefish migrate to South Australia to breed, the only place in the world where it's been observed. While the algae is yet to reach the breeding ground, plans are underway to harvest the eggs and raise them in relative safety. Marine ecologist Manny Katz says collecting every egg would be an impossible task, but harvesting a portion is a realistic and worthwhile effort.
I think the idea to collect some eggs for a future deployment or, reestablishment program is a great idea. I don't think it'll be possible to collect all the eggs. I just think that's a huge undertaking. I don't think it's within the realm of possibility.
A man has been sentenced to 3 years and 2 months in prison over a fatal minibus crash in the New South Wales Central West. Hamish Cole reports.
34-year-old Scott Death appeared in the Orange District Court today after earlier pleading guilty to 6 offences, including dangerous driving, occasioning death. The court heard in December 2023, Death collided with the Cowra Bowling Club courtesy bus, throwing 84-year-old Raymond Paget from the vehicle. He died at the scene while 5 other people in the vehicle were injured. While handing down her judgment, Magistrate Penny Musgrave said that Mr Paget was a loving father and a great mate. Death will be eligible for parole in 14 months' time and was heard telling family see yous in a year as he left court.
Myanmar's military junta says it's ending a state of emergency put in place 4.5 years ago when it ousted the elected government. It also plans to hold elections in December, as the BBC's Jonathan Head reports.
Ever since it launched a coup against the elected government of Aung San Suu Kyi 4 years ago, Myanmar's military has tried to legitimise its rule by declaring a state of emergency. Under the constitution, which was written by a military regime and is still viewed as important by the generals, each state of emergency lasts 6 months. It's been extended 8 times since the coup, as the junta has struggled to contain a wave of popular opposition across Myanmar, which has evolved into multiple armed insurgencies.
That's all for the moment, but for more news at any time, you can download the ABC Listen app.
Every weekend, hear the biggest names in football on AFL Saturday.
Senior coach of the Geelong Cats, Chris Scott.
Good to be with you guys.
Craig McRae, the premiership coach of the Collingwood Football Club.
Afternoon, Colin.
For all the biggest names in footy.
Michael Voss, he's senior coach of the Carlton Football Club.
Thank you, guys.
Damien Hardwick, the coach of the Suns, joins us on ABC Sport.
Afternoon, gents.
AFL Saturday with Corbin Middlemass, Mick Malthouse and Luke Ball. Saturdays from midday on your radio and on the ABC Listen app.
Your book is sensational.
It's not okay to have a crush on your agent, is it?
Michael Theo returns in the heartwarming new season of Austen.
I'm not going to let fame change me.
Sunday nights on ABC TV and ABC iView.
This is the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport.
Lachie McNeil out to the left to continue the charge for the Bulldogs as he starts his approach. Hits it sweetly, sends it straight into the Bulldogs cheer squad. The Dogs put through their 7th, and all of a sudden they are starting to open up an almighty lead. That's 4 goals on the bounce, just a 1 goal for the Giants so far. Matt Kennedy is going to kick across his body, a couple of steps out, snaps on the left. Made that 9 of the first 10 goals of the match the Bulldogs way, and the lead is out above 50. Career high 7 goals last week for Aaron Norton, who comes in and sends through his first of the match. And the Bulldogs, well, they're doing party tricks now. They are looking to stream clear. 4 goals to none in this second quarter. The last 7 goals of the match.
Fraser to English to Richards. Now the kick inside the forward 50. Juggled effort. Norton takes a one-hander and it'll be paid. He had 6 goes at it. And now there's a 50-metre penalty. And he's going to be marched right to the goal line. And this will be a certainty. And this will not please Adam Kingsley. He turns his back on it. No one stands the mark. And Norton pumps it up into the top deck. We are now living in a world where the greatest three-quarter time comeback in the history of the game happened 5 days ago. And the Giants had a 79-point swing last Friday night. But even so, this feels over.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the AFL.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Certainly does. 12 goals to 3, 61 points is the halftime margin. It's an incredible scoreline. The Bulldogs, who have beaten only one top 8 team all year, they need to win out if they are to make it to September. They need to win their last 4 games. And they've made a pretty good fist of it so far. 61 points in front of GWS. The Giants, even without Buckley, Green and Kelly, it hasn't been their problems tonight. They've been beat up around the footy, and they've certainly paid for it on the scoreboard. 61 the halftime margin, 12 goals to 3. This is Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. The on-ramp to round 21. Corbin Middlemass and Matt Clinch in the call. Ben Cameron's on the boundary, our number 1 picks. Mark Murphy, the 300 gamer. The man the coaches voted the premier player in the game back in 2011. And Brett Delidio's here as well, the Richmond champion, GWS footballer, longest drive winner, the whole 9 on ABC Sport. Your thoughts on the SMS? John of Coburg says, good Lord, I thought this was supposed to be a close game Thursday night. The Dogs may as well be playing the Bombers. There's no reason for that, John. Enough of that. 0437 774 774, the SMS number. The teams for the rest of the weekend. So tomorrow night, Adelaide versus Hawthorn. We have high hopes for this too. I mentioned at the start of the night, there's 4 rounds to go. There's only 9 matchups involving top 9 teams playing one another. We've got 3 of them in consecutive nights. I'll be in Adelaide tomorrow night for that game between the Crows and the Hawks. Brodie Smith, Isaac Cumming, Hugh Bond all come in for the Crows, led, managed. Michael Laney hurt, so injured, and Pedler omitted. Meanwhile, for the Hawks, Chol comes in for Bailey McDonald. So the big news there is that Chol's playing alongside Deere and Gunston and Lewis. So they've got the 4 big guys up front for Hawthorn tomorrow night. This is a rematch of the game only a couple of weeks ago when they met in Launceston in the 4 degrees when it was like 5 goals to 4 or something.
It was a miserable game, that one, wasn't it?
It was. So I'm told clear skies tomorrow night.
Okay.
So hopefully we get a good one there. And then Clinchy, you're on Saturday night. This is juicy. So Collingwood and Brisbane, the last 2 premiers. Pendlebury to Goey Hill, big ins for Collingwood. Meanwhile, for the Brisbane Lions, Henry Smith is going to ruck, so no Oscar McInerney managed again. McKenna's out injured, and Bruce Reveal comes in for the Brisbane Lions. Is this the grand final preview?
Potentially, yeah. I think the Lions can get it done still.
Oh, head shake from Mark Murphy.
I like the Adelaide Crows.
Wow. At the expense of?
Well, anyone else. But I just think I reckon they finish second, the Crows. And I reckon they will win both games at home and see them on the grand final day.
Who against? Who's your other team?
I don't know how it all pans out from here, but I can see the Crows going through.
Okay.
Who was the other team you shouted out there?
Lions, I think.
Yeah, I think
Lions, Pies, Crows, probably the standouts.
Cats have been a bit flaky, and I think the Pies are just looking a little bit shaky at the moment.
Are you a little surprised Jordan Goey's come straight back in after one VFL game, or the old Brett Delidio theory, why would you play in the Magoos?
Yeah. Roll him out. If he's ready to go, let's see what he's got. Give him a chance to get some momentum into the back end of, going into finals. Don't try and roll him out and then potentially something happens in the twos and then be like, oh, he's back again. He's got to start all over again, So I think...
They get enough work into him now. Like they don't put him out there when they're underdone. So it's not that case. It's more, well, he's good enough to come back in off not having much touch.
Yeah, he's done a heap of work. It was a concussion issue that pushed him back initially. So therefore, I think he's fitness-wise, they wouldn't be playing him if he wasn't ready to play at a minimum. I would have thought 70%.
Charlie Dean gets the nod over Billy Frampton, who will stay in the reserves.
Absolutely. So that's a good one. Saturday night. Don't worry about that. And you can hear it all, of course, on ABC Sports. Standalone game too, isn't it? There's no 2 Saturday night games. You've got 2 twilight games to make sure this gets the platform that it deserves on a Saturday night. The rest of the weekend, very quickly, just the headline names here. So Jai Cully's going to make his club debut for Melbourne. They play Saturday afternoon against West Coast here at Docklands. Matt Flynn's been omitted for the Eagles, and Harley Reid is done for the year with that syndesmosis injury. We've got 2 twilight games, so Suns playing Tigers. Touk Miller comes back, while Armstrong and Campbell return for the Tigs. Jesse Detoli is going to make his debut for the Sydney Swans, a small forward, while Jaden Ewan is going to debut for the Bombers when those 2 teams go at it, also in the twilight on Saturday. And then the Sunday games, of course, squads at this stage. Larkey and Wardlaw both named for the Kangaroos to play here at Docklands against St Kilda. No outs at this stage for Geelong in their game against Port Adelaide. Bergman and Lukosius both injured, while Fremantle will play Carlton. There's no outs for the Dockers at this stage. Curnow and Chera both injured. Doherty's retired. And Charlie Curnow done for the year, Merv. So sent in for early surgery. He's having a clean up on his knee and try and give him the best chance at a full pre-season.
Yeah, which is smart when one of your best players is dealing with an issue on his knee. You get it fixed now rather than just keep it going.
You said last week, Lids, they're playing nothing football, the Blues.
Yeah, I said that, did I?
Yep.
Yeah.
Which I didn't mind that quote from you.
Yeah.
I liked it.
Is it unfair? I spoke about this on the ABC AFL Daily Pod during the week, which you'll be on tomorrow, by the way, Lids. You can get that tomorrow morning through the ABC Listen app. Is it unfair to suggest that Michael Voss is coaching this team at the moment almost to avoid the blowout defeat, to make sure that they're not having an 80 points?
They're in bit of damage control.
Preservation mode.
They don't want to open themselves up too much, and in terms of the way in which offensively they move the ball, they're not moving it too quick where they get the opportunity for teams to come back through them. So I think they're certainly in that mode of just limiting the damage a little bit.
Merv's prepared a deep dive on the Blues, so we'll do that post-game. He'll pull apart all the list construction and everything else. So
you should see his face.
We'll talk more.
He's had enough of the Blues.
We'll talk more Blues, I'm sure, as we progress.
Axel Varney's on the move.
Yes.
Jeez, I asked
off.
you that question last week and you swatted it away.
Well, I did. I swatted them all away. And I still getting asked.
10 minutes into the second half in the NRL tonight. It is week 22 of 27.
Wow.
Gee, that's a long season. 27 weeks of footy in the NRL. Melbourne Storm 10, Parramatta Eels 8. So close game, but Storm up by 2 at the moment. Half an hour to go there in the NRL. Call available through the ABC Listen app, as always. It's the place you can find anything you're looking for. Andrew, off the SMS, what is GWS's record at Docklands? Is it like Collingwood? Dreadful. Ground is too compact for the style of game the Giants and the Pies play.
I disagree with that because they play at NG Stadium, which is not a very big ground.
It should suit them quick.
Yes, I agree.
34 matches, 14 and a half wins here, 19 losses for whatever it's worth. That's the all-time record. Ben Cameron's on the boundary. Ben, just the one injury in that first half.
Yeah, Toby McMullen with his ankle. He's just come back on crutches, so subbed out of this game for Harry Ralston, who is into it. Leif Vandermeer, the sub for the Bulldogs, still unused in this game.
And any update on Caesar and Sonny? How are they going?
They're having a grand old time drooling through their jowls behind the goals at the Lockett end.
Bulldogs by 61 points, second half upon us. We're going to get another dramatic comeback. Here's Matt Clinch on ABC Sport.
The Giants with a lot of work to be done as English wins down the tap and Liberatore gets the clearance. Hand pass away with a kick from Fraser, and the intercepting mark is taken by Lockie Whitfield for the Giants. Sends it up towards Cadman. Can't take the mark in front of Rory Lobb. And Fraser, tackled by Angwin, sees the ball go out of play for a boundary throw-in. I did see a social media post about bring a friend for free for, as you mentioned, Corby, this cultural heritage match. Do Bulldogs count as friends? Can you get pets in for free?
I think they have to have...
They've got a seat, so...
They must. More the merrier on a Thursday night. As English slaps it down against Briggs, Richards goes racing after it. The umpire says throw it in. 20,000 and change was our lowest Thursday night we had. That was St Kilda and the Western Bulldogs. Oh no, Essendon and Port Adelaide is the lowest. 25,114. No,
I think that's
lower than that.
Yeah, we had a 22,000er in there, I reckon.
Was that the
Sub Park full
Saints game? Boundary throw-in. Jones, hand pass away to Tom Green. He gives it to Brown. Handball in the middle of the ground. Well, pinballs around off the boot of Whitfield and then knocked back by O'Halloran, and Whitfield's hand pass picked off. Here's McNeil. Squeezes the kick up to Norton. Collects. Hand pass broken up. Iden trying to win it back. Collects. West got him. Forces the turnover. Garcia between wing and half forward wins it. Hand pass to Williams. Handball to Libba. Downfield free after Williams was dumped by Tom Green. And Libba trying to work out who to return the ball to. And the umpire says, no, that's your kick. And look who's just drifting forward. Sneaking forward at 2 metres tall. Tim English takes the mark. Left half forward, 30 out.
And now Ed Richards is just going straight to Kieran Briggs and just going, mate, you're the ruckman. He's the ruckman. You should be on him. I'm not sure. Kieran Briggs was going back with a long play down to the goal square, but not one key forward or anyone wanted to get on Big Tim English. And he's going, what is he, 4 shot on goal?
Yeah, he's got one behind and kick 2.
And that's when you want your forwards, isn't it? Pushing up.
You need your key forward to roll down to try and cover him off.
It's a tough way to learn for Kieran Briggs as his man's having a fourth look at the sticks. It is a behind. As he slaps it into the woodwork halfway up. 2-2 for Tim English. First score of the second half puts the Dogs out by 62 points. 2.5 gone third term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Lockie Whitfield brings the Giants back into play. Straight down the middle. Finds Angwin. Wants to feed the hand pass away to Lockie Ash. Runs away from McNeil, who puts the pressure on him. Kicks out towards the wing. Brown takes the mark for the Giants. And he has Darcy Jones trying to stream towards half forward. Goes shorter than that, where the mark is taken by Cadman. Out at right half forward. Turns and kicks inboard. Briggs up against 3. Can't take the mark. Bontempelli used his body against Jones. Tried to tap it away from Stringer. The former Dog Premiership player can't gather as Liberatore gathers. Sends it up towards half-back. Finn Callahan just dropped the mark in the end. Went back with the flight. And then the hand pass from Cadman. Leclerc is run down. Umpire eventually holding the ball. Sam Darcy got him and wins the free kick at half-back.
He's holding the ball straight away.
Yeah, it should have been straight away. I think he realised that too, the umpire.
A short kick to Richards, who runs, carries, and then goes long to a one-on-one. But there's a downfield free as Liberatore just put a body on Callum Brown, turns it over.
Oh, there's not much in that. Nothing in that at all.
Made the most of that, Brown, didn't he?
And Tom Liberatore's given the umpire a mouthful saying, "Is that soft?" There was one little bump, and he's just gone down.
Brown just stabs it short to Ash. Got to him on the half volley from about 10 metres away. And Ash now under pressure. Floats a kick inside 50. Slips through the hands of Kennedy. Has to go back and mop it up, and he can at half-back. Hand pass away to Cleary. Goes all the way back to the back pocket for Williams. Played all 19 games this year. His 87th consecutive match. Second longest streak of any Bulldog behind only Bailey Dale. Long to Norton, put a body on Leclerc and then takes a calm mark at right half-back.
He's just too big for him. Yeah, we tried to body him there, Leclerc, but just couldn't.
In his 21st game of footy, Leclerc as Norton in the middle of the ground. Finds Kennedy, wants to try and feed the hand pass over the top to Bramble, who's tackled by Jones. Kicks the ball up towards half forward. Richards back with the flight, but Callahan underneath it takes a good mark for the Giants.
Is that a little buyer beware on the Leclerc front? Just know what you're getting if he's a third.
No, you're getting a third tall. You're not getting a key back.
Kicks out to Cadman, who gathers on the bounce. Short pass to Thomas. Has it between wing and half forward for the Giants. As he turns and comes back in ball with a kick that finds Callahan once more. Possession number 11 coming up for Finn Callahan. Quiet night by his standards. Inside 50. And Hogan will get a free kick in the left forward pocket against O'Donnell.
Yeah, didn't seem a lot in it.
Didn't need to do it, really.
Like he ran underneath the flight of the ball anyway, Hogan, so it's just...
There is a hand in the back, which I don't mind being paid, but he didn't need to do it.
Cleary was trying to get back to help, which made it even more baffling that O'Donnell pushed him right in the middle of the back and the umpire spotted it. And Jesse Hogan looking for his first for the night. Out to the left, 35 metres out, opens up the angle, snaps across his body and won't have the journey. It's knocked through on the goal line by Bailey Dale. And alongside Jake Stringer with his shot to start in the opening quarter. A couple of the more baffling shots from serious forwards for the Giants. 61 points is the Bulldogs' lead.
What was the thought process there, Lids?
He confused himself there, I think.
Jeez. Bramble off the back flank, kicks down the wing. Williams can't quite complete the mark. He's amongst 4 Giants and somehow got it out. Sweeps a hand pass to Johannesson, slips off his fingertips and out of play in front of the benches and in front of our own Ben Cameron.
Yeah, Briggs to the bench again here. So playing 58% game time in this match. Yeah, well, it's a lot of time on the bench, Lids. That's nearly half the game. Tim English. Yeah, Tim English is staying out there, though. 84% for Tim English. So it's a lot of time where he's going up against Riccardi.
61 points the margin, 6.5 gone third term. Well, you're going to give me a line, Lids, on the...
On Jesse Hogan, I understand why he runs in and then goes around, because then no one comes straight at you. Sure. You know, they think you're going to kick a normal drop punt, but when you don't get good purchase, everyone questions it.
We didn't get that one, we know that for sure, but kicked a lot of goals the last 2 years. The Dogs win the footy again here. Liberatore shares it with Johannesson. Inside 50, Norton. They're queuing up. It was Darcy in front. It was Norton behind him. And Darcy's going to get the free here.
Darcy's free. You feel robbed when you get a mark inside 50 like that as Norton. Well, as long as we get the goal, I suppose. But knowing all forwards, Murph, you get filthy. We get filthy on those.
About that.
Just having a look at this one from Taylor. He had the hands around. He's trying to fight and scrap.
I think there's a bit of this from umpires now seeing the body contact to Sam Darcy.
Try and push him under.
Yeah, a bit of that sort of tunnelling feel.
Sam Taylor, by the way, outmarked more than any other defender in a one-on-one scenario this year. As the drop punt from Darcy misses out to the left or behind. So those numbers on Taylor, by the way, 28.6% of the time. So almost, just over 1 in every 4. He's been outmarked. And of the top 25 in the league that have been involved in one-on-ones defensively, that is the greatest percentage that he's been outmarked. Margin, by the way, 62. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. 8 gone in the third.
Wasn't that hard to believe?
Yeah. Ash to half-back where Brown got pushed underneath the footy. He'll get a free kick. Comes back inside the defensive 50 to Connor Iden and now to Sam Taylor. On cue, Darcy makes the spoil. Just a little too casual, Taylor, and now has to break through Frazier's tackle. Gets the hand pass to Joe Fonte. Back to Aaliyah. Runs away from Darcy. Needs an avenue. Gives the hand pass away to Riccardi. Into the middle of the ground for a stationary Cornelio. Back to Tom Green on the bounce. The Bulldogs surge on him. Hand pass away to Cornelio, who looks to switch to the outer side. Good option. Himmelberg takes the mark. He looks up inside 50. Stringer on the lead. And finally, the Bulldogs are forced to defend a little bit as the Giants got some rhythm in transition.
Yeah, they worked it out in the end. The Giants looked a little bit scrappy at the start, but Coniglio had a great 1-2 punch and then just decided to kick that ball across the field, which then just opened up the entire ground, and Jake Stringer ran straight into a lot of space. So it was a great kick from Coniglio, which really opened up the game.
5 disposals and a behind for Jake Stringer tonight. He's kicked multiples in 6 of his last 7 matches. Out to the right from just inside 50. Stringer sets flight. It's a good effort as he puts it through the major opening. And the Giants have the first of the third quarter. It comes at the 9-minute mark. 4-3-27. Trailing the Western Bulldogs 12-11-83. A nice strike from Jake Stringer out to the right. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Brett DeLeo and Mark Murphy, your experts.
Yeah, well, if you're going to give up a shot on goal, it's not a bad spot, is it, if you're the Dogs? With someone of the calibre of Jakey Stringer and the form that he's been in, it's always fraught with danger. And that was a great finish from out there. You don't see many goals kicked from out in Rammer's pocket out there.
Correct.
That side of the Docklands.
The dead pocket.
The dead pocket. But
got the Brett DeLeo oil on too, Jakey Stringer.
He has. Yeah, that's what happens when you go up to Sydney and you get the sun. You glisten all the way through the year. So
you did it when you were at Richmond, mate.
Way to spoil the story. It is, mate. It's a smart ploy. The defenders slip off you. That's why you do it. Nothing to do with how it looks.
Of course, a premiership player with the Bulldogs is the only premiership player on the list for the Giants as Bontempelli shows his class, runs away from Callaghan, hands it off, and the kick heads goalward from Kennedy, who misses near side of behind. Gee, Bontempelli, we've seen him out in space a couple of times tonight, and when he goes like that, it's hard to imagine there's a better player in the competition. 11 minutes into the third term, 57 points the Dogs lead, but the Giants have kicked 3 of the last 4 in the game.
Harry Himmelberg bounces his way to half-back. Hand pass to Connor Iden. Drives it long around the city wing. Cadman got up. Had hands to it. Can't hang on to the mark. Bailey Dale for the Bulldogs. Hand pass away to Baker. Inboard to Sanders. Has to get around Jones, who provided good pressure from the Giants. Force the turnover. Iden. Hand pass across half-back to Ash. Inboard to Callaghan. He tries to switch out to left half-back, where Halloran has space. He can play on. Now, Harvey Thomas is on his own. He's got 10 metres on Johannesson. He looks to close the space. Thomas hand passes inboard to Bedford. 55 metres out from goal. Loads up with a long searching ball. Setting himself with Angwin, making the spoil. Buslinger spills out the way of the Bulldogs, and Baker gets a hand pass away. Here goes Garcia.
And he stabs it down the wing, and Poulter takes the mark. On his 6th game after breaking into the team and bedded down a place. As the Dogs pushing for September in the last month of winter, and was giving him a rap. He turns it over. Iden takes the intercept mark. Hands it away to Callaghan. Kicks laterally to Ash. Runs, carries through the middle of the ground. Arches the back to evade Sanders. The bot with the smother. Wins the footy back for the Bulldogs. Sanders to Bontempelli. Hands it to Dale. Back the other way we go. Fraser takes the mark between wing and half forward. Kicks for West and takes a one-hander back with the fly. Riley West, 45 metres out against the boundary line, kicks for Norton. And the astronaut floats through and pulls it down out of the sky. He'll have a look from 15 out this right of centre.
Yeah, it was a perfect kick and great work rate too from West, who once he saw the turnover, Bontempelli obviously involved in the smother, but just the run and gun and then just the work rate from the forwards and just a beautiful kick. Just waited for Norton to make space and saw that right at the top of the goal square, but that's just polished football from the Bulldogs.
The second Bulldog ever with 4 40-goal seasons. And he's adding to his tally here. He's got 4 tonight alone. And more of the same in the second half for the Bulldogs. Out by 63 points, 13-12-90 over GWS 4-3-27. 13 gone third term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Yeah, we finally see the Giants try and get a bit of speed on the footy and come through the middle of the ground. Ash has obviously been encouraged to run and kick longer because he was kicking nothing but short in that first half. Unfortunately, when you've got the Bont standing on the mark or applying pressure and smother handball chains all the way out, and it was a nice touch kick from Fraser, wasn't it? But a great catch from West going over the top. And as you said, Murph, his ability just to wait for Norton to do his work and get free. Himmelberg he's going bananas at himself. He was filthy. Just got to get body on him. You can't allow him to have a free run at the footy. Put you to the sword every single time.
Aaron Norton up to 49 goals for the season. He's back in the middle of the ground. English with another tap to Richards, who found himself in a bind as he was tackled by Briggs. Jones trying to knock it clear. Bontempelli going to work at ground level. Can't win the battle against 3 in the orange. It's Callahan who kicks towards Hogan. Nudged out of it. And by O'Donnell, Hogan tries to keep it alive, trying to slap it into the path of Riccardi. Bustlinger has an arm pinned. He's gone here. It was a good tackle in the end, as Riccardi not only reeled him in, but pinned his arm, and there was nothing he could do but turn to the umpire and know he was in trouble.
Yeah, no, that's the perfect tackle. The umpire they want to see you try and make an attempt to get rid of it, but when you've got one arm pinned the way in which Riccardi did, then there's just no opportunity. So it's just that's a green light for the umpire to call holding the ball.
It's the type of intent Adam Kingsley would be hoping to see. 25 metres out, directly in front. Riccardi for his second. He didn't leave much in the tank. He banged it into the second tier. Maybe in a bit of frustration. 2 goals in the Giants. 5 for the match is not a bad effort. 13-12-90 to GWS 5-3-33. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. 57 points the margin. Brett Delidio and Mark Murphy with you.
It was good work rate and contest work from the Giants to really follow up. It looked like the Bulldogs were going to get yet another clearance out of the middle. And it's Briggs, who came really hard
fresh
forward.
Benny.
So he's fresh off 58% game time. But it was good work then from the Giants. Stay involved in the contest and get the ball forward. That's when they've actually looked quite dangerous, is out of the centre square bounce. Outside of that, they really haven't got their flow up and going. But then it's just a good little tackle from Riccardi.
What's happening on the Bulldogs bench, Ben? Any action down there?
No, Ed Richards is getting a little bit of work on his hammies, but I think that's just a little flush rub there, so he'll be fine to keep pushing on. But he was the one who got squished there by Briggs.
Still haven't used their sub as Lob wins the hit out. Clever from Bont, knocks it down to Liberatore. Heads inside 50 and Darcy out on the searching lead. How do you stop that?
That's the percentage, doesn't it, Corb?
You can't stop that. That's just too classy from the skipper, who didn't even take possession but just saw Liberatore run off to his right side, push it to advantage, and then that kick's just, you can't stop that.
Late Vandermeer, the sub for the Bulldogs. Toby McMullen tapped out in the first half with an ankle injury. And this man, Sam Darcy, 2 metres plus. He's got a couple already. He's now got 3. And there's nothing you can do about that. Sam Darcy with his third of the night. The Bulldogs back out by 63 points, a game high. 16.5 gone third term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Yeah, you're right, Murph. That ability for Marcus Bontempelli to sum up that play in the middle of the ground so quickly. Say, well, if I take this, I'm getting tackled and it's probably going to go to ground. A little tap on to his mate, Libba. But then that ability not just to bang it straight away, to get those extra 10 to 15 metres, gets it to the 30 out, where you put in the space and there's no time for a defender to roll off to get in front of him. Makes Sam Taylor's job incredibly hard. You have a look at Sam Darcy's neck, just as you're kicking that goal. He's got scratches and marks all over it, where obviously him and Sammy Taylor have been going toe-to-toe. It is a great kick and a good finish. A good answer back straight away for the Dogs.
How good's a little tap from the Bont?
Yeah, brilliant.
Bont with 8 clearances, Libba with 7. Steve Canelio, the only one for the Giants who had more than one, with 6. In the middle of the ground, little toe poke out to Baker, and here's the Bont once more. Drives the Bulldogs inside 50. Lecalier rises and makes the spoil on Poulter. It spoils to the feet of McNeil, who gets a hand pass to Garcia. Back to Baker, just panicked in a moment of pressure. Callahan knocked off it by Baker, and it trickles out of play in front of McNeil. And Ash for a boundary throw in. The Bulldogs by 63 points, 14-12-96. The Giants 5-3-33. Just correcting myself from the start of the third quarter, so the lowest crowd we've had on a Thursday night in Victoria, 20,347. That was the Bombers and the Giants back in round 19.
Boundary throw in. Briggs trying to bang it forward, smothered on the way through. Ball pinballs around on the wing and the Dogs win it. Been the theme of the night. Sanders, hand pass away to Cleary. High bomb inside 50. Lekalia holds out Poulter, takes the mark.
There you go. That answers our case, doesn't it?
Better matchup for him?
Much better. When he's a third tall, he can body up and mark it, turn it back over.
Hands it to Callaghan. Long kick out of the wing. O'Halloran. Short kick finds Riccardi. He's got a couple tonight. Short inboard to Cornelio. Playing on that half-forward flank. He's had some moments to the midfield. Short kick out wide for Xavier O'Halloran. Low trajectory kick finds Stringer. Was it touched on the way through? Stringer looked like he walked off the mark, anticipating it was going to be called play on. Umpire pays the mark and Stringer decides to go back and have the kick.
Benefit of the doubt. It was a nice kick inside, wasn't it, from O'Halloran?
It's a good kick, but
was it touched though? That was the question.
It looked definitely like it was touched, but then
I think Jakey thought
Stringer took 2 steps.
Yeah, so it must be called play on. Well, he's already had a sider from here, so he knows knows where to kick it.
Slightly better angle. He's further inboard, but still at right half forward. The drop punt. The crowd tells the story. Doesn't quite get there, and it's whacked through on the line by Buslinger. So a minor score, 62 points, the lead for the Bulldogs. 19 and a half gone in this third quarter. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
As the Dogs bring it back into play. Garcia has it in the back pocket, having got it from Bailey Dale. Sends it out towards the wing. Liberatore, the target, can't take the mark. Aaliyah chopped the arms. Not officiating umpire in the defensive 50 making the call there. And Steve Canello says, get the ball yourself, Libba, and leaves it at his feet. Liberatore with possession number 19 coming up. Bontempelli leads the way with 20 alongside Lockie Ash as well, but he's had the kick-ins. Buslinger, as Bevo found his answer for his third tall with Jed Buslinger.
Potentially, yeah. He's fitted in pretty well, hasn't he, in his last couple?
Good name too, I like it.
Playing just his 4th game with Liam Jones still not in the Bulldogs' best side. As Tim English has it on the wing. 2 goals for him so far tonight. Sends it up towards Norton and Darcy, who crashes a pack, got one high as well. Callaghan came in from the side. The Giants work it out to Bedford, who takes the mark at half-back from Tom Green.
Bedford down to half-forward. Cadman the target. Bramble pulled away from it. Did well to knock it down. Libba, clever. Hand pass away towards Cleary. Handball to Baker. Back to Liberatore. Back to Cleary. Still at right half-back. Long kick for the Bulldogs down the wing. English. Drops in the hole. Crunched by Fonte. Says play on.
Yeah, good call.
Giants come away with it. Tom Green hands it to Angwin. Long kick forward. Cadman leaps up. Now he's getting a free for front-on contact. Cadman receives it left half forward, 45 out. You didn't mind that on the wing, Lids?
Well, why can't he compete just because he's bigger and he's going back with the flight? Why can't you then try?
I think it was mainly...
He hit him in the back of the head. Yeah, now look at the replay.
He can't clip him in the head. But
what about getting crunched in the back?
You got to earn your kicks every now and again. I don't mind it sometimes.
Didn't have to earn them in the start of the game, but now you do.
Yeah.
You can tell the Dogs fans, they aren't too happy about that. And Aaron Cadman, who's having a breakout campaign, starts it out at the left-hand goalpost, brings it back beautifully. Superb finish. Cadman with his second. And the Giants trying to add a little bit of respectability on the scoreboard after being blown off the park in the first half. Margin back to 56. 6-4 to 14-12. It's still the Bulldogs by more than 9 goals. 22 gone in the third term. Ben Cameron on the boundary.
No action still for the Western Bulldogs with their sub, so Laith Vandermeer unused as it stands at the moment. Can the GWS Giants get within 46 points, maybe for three-quarter time?
Hey.
I don't think so. Oh, maybe 46, yeah. What are they at the moment? 56.
Kick the next 6 and then you never know.
Let's kick the next 2. Get them a little bit closer.
It's a new 4-day-old record, of course.
We saw that last week, obviously.
Greatest comeback from three-quarter time in VFL-AFL history.
The Giants are in a bit of byplay on social media with the Saints, asking if they could borrow Messiah Wanganeen Millera. Ed Richards is going to get a free kick in the middle of the ground, a hold. So the Bulldogs have the chance to go forward. The Giants with 3-2 in this third quarter so far. Long ball towards McNeil and West in front. Neither could take the mark, and it's Taylor for the Giants, who emerges with it. Hand pass to Tom Green, kicks up to the city wing on the bounce for Cadman. He tangles with O'Donnell and off hands. Goes out of play for a throw-in. Giants' biggest loss so far this season was 34 points to Freo. Also lost 32 points against the Bulldogs back in Canberra. They haven't trailed. I think Sir Swamp Thing had the stat by 10 goals since 2023, so trailing by 56 points here.
Briggs and English, the two rucks. They both let it bounce. Socked forward by Kennedy off the deck. Ash hitting up, couldn't quite trap it. Kennedy has a second go. Toe pokes it forward. Norton leading the chase to the footy. Iden slips over. Norton keeps his feet. Sweeping hand pass to Darcy. Can he get boot to ball? Good tackle. Himmelberg holds him up on the goal line and a ball up. Looks like a certain goal for Darcy. When you're 2 metres tall and you're catching it around your chest, it's hard to get it all the way down. And Himmelberg with a goal-saving tackle. Norton keeps it alive, taps it down to Liberatore, kick smothered. Great desperate work. Kennedy got it out. Norton flicks a hand pass. McNeil snaps and pops it through. And that is all will and want to for the Bulldogs. The story of the night. McNeil with his third. The Bulldogs by 62 points, 24 travelled in the third.
Well, again, it was Aaron Norton involved in the passage of play before that. Then again, at the stoppage, just 1-2 efforts just to get involved. Not sure actually how the ball got out of there. I'm not sure it was a handball, but
come out off around his back almost, wasn't it? The handball from Matty Kennedy and knocked out by Whitfield.
Whitfield, slapped it out.
It's gone straight to McNeil.
Yeah, so a bit of fortuitous play there, but I just love the aggression from Norton tonight.
He's been great, hasn't he?
Yeah.
He's really attacked it and gone at it, not just in the air, but also at ground level.
And that tap to Liberatore, that's first class from a key forward in the ruck, isn't it? That's just
we did not see that prior to Darcy coming back. He looked like a shell of himself.
Is it overstating it to say this has almost been the best 8-week stretch of his career?
Oh, it's been
this
damn
is good as I've seen him play.
Yeah. Without watching him with a fine-tooth comb, he's through a magnifying glass, I should say. You don't watch through a fine-tooth comb, do you?
I was with you, Lids. He kicked 19 goals, 5 in the last 5 before tonight as Tom Green just breaks out of a tackle and Matt Kennedy's a little worse aware with a shoulder injury and kicks out to Cadman. What a mark as he crashes the pack and marks it left half forward.
Yep.
And the number 1 draft pick probably feels he's within range and points to the big sticks. There's 2 tonight, including 1 in this third quarter.
It was back in the quarter-final, wasn't it? Or elimination final, where Buddy launched one from here and really announced himself on the game. It's not quite the same circumstances, but I'd love to see him bang this one through.
Not quite. 38 goals for the season for Aaron Cadman, having a career breakout season. His kick won't quite have the journey. Hogan's in the pack against 2, and Tim English punches it into the right goalpost and a minor score. The Bulldogs by 61 points, 26 minutes gone. Third term Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Now free kick in the middle of the ground with
West.
Yep, Riley West is going to get it. I think it's against Fonte. Involved in a bit of push and shove. Umpire Brett Rosebery, the players considered the best in the game, on the spot and decides to pay one. So West takes it middle of the ground, kicks to Darcy. What a towering mark. That is his trademark.
Yeah, why wouldn't you kick it long when you've got this bloke ahead of the football? That's taken the ball at its highest point. That's just exactly when a coach says to you, well, jump up, young man, take the ball at its highest point. Well, Sam Darcy, he's got long limbs, but that is as good a grab as you'll see against probably the premier defender in the competition, Lids.
With that
talent,
with that wingspan and leaping off the ground,
you just
that's so good. There is nothing you can do about that. 3 metres tall. And the blue chipper, Sam Darcy, moves in. The drop punt is missing. Uncharacteristically from straight in front. He's kicked 41 goals, 18 now for the season. So he misses. He gets them more often than not, and particularly from those spots. 27 minutes gone in the third, 62 points the Dogs lead.
3-3 tonight for Sam Darcy. He's been the target on 11 occasions inside 50. As the Giants try and work it out of half-back, Ash to Whitfield, kick up towards the wing. And Cleary sees it out of play for the Western Bulldogs. You just see the reaction of his teammates inside the forward 50 when he takes that mark, and the presence he has gives them such confidence. Doggies by 63 points.
It's a great out, isn't it? When you're a mid or a halfback coming streaming forward, just in his general direction will do.
Sam Taylor widely regarded as one of the best defenders. Really can't do much in that scenario. Kennedy for the Dogs sends it up towards half forward. Fonte in front. West tries to slap it away. Whitfield trying to deal with it across half back. Hand pass to Ash. Links up with Whitfield. Quick hand pass away to Riccardi against the boundary line. Chips it in to Tom Green. Not 15. Turns and comes inboard. Finds Finn Callahan. He can link up with a hand pass around the back where Himmelberg just wants to try and thread the needle through the middle of the ground. He finds Fonte, and that's where the build-up comes to an end. Pushes back behind his mark and chips it up to Himmelberg. The Dogs have the numbers back in defence.
It's 50. Yeah, it's weird.
Darcy tried to come in from the side. Not sure exactly what he was doing there, and Harry Himmelberg will get a 50-metre penalty.
It's almost like he thought he heard the umpire call play on. But that was just an obvious 50. He just must have thought he heard something, Sam Darcy.
Potentially thought he stepped off his line, but he had done neither. And so Harry Himmelberg will be taken inside 50. He's only about 35 metres out.
Average 50.
Directly in front.
What about 25?
Has kicked 2 goals for the season, the defender. So a chance to send through his third. He has played every game so far this season. Can the defender show the forward how to do it? No, he can't. Out to the right. And a minor score. 60 points, the Bulldogs lead. 15-13, 103. It's the Giants 6-6-42.
So for all their efforts in this quarter, the Giants haven't been able to make any inroads whatsoever. 61 points as it was at the half. Cleary off the back flank. Contest kick to the wing. Darcy again. As the bodies fly over the pack, the towering figure of Sam Darcy, 2 metres plus, takes the mark on the wing, and now 50.
What, did we see what that one was for then? It's so hard to know.
Yep.
It's definitely not Darcy Jones running through.
It is an issue for the game.
Unless it was someone giving a bit of lip.
Was it Himmelberg who was supposed to be on the mark and then just drifted off? You just don't know.
It is an issue for the game, isn't it? It's almost like
ridiculous.
Rugby union where
it says Himmelberg there on the stats.
There's a free at the breakdown, and everyone sort of stands around and thinks, oh, well, that's going one way. And sure enough, 50-metre penalty. Everyone shrugs their shoulders, but Sam Darcy is going to be given the footy here. 3 goals, 3 tonight. True centre half forward. Kicks from 45 metres out. Darcy's got 4. The preternatural Sam Darcy with another big night, and his Dogs in total command. 67 points is the margin at the final change. 16-13, 109. GWS 6-6-42 as we reach the final break here at Docklands in what was billed as a heavyweight contest. In boxing parlance, this was an early round knockout. The Western Bulldogs, they kicked 11 of the first 12 goals. If this was a fight, they would have stopped it at that stage. 4 goals for Aaron Norton and for Sam Darcy. They kicked 13 between them last week. And it's been a feeding frenzy again tonight for the Dogs' 2-headed monster. 3 for McNeil, and then singles for Kennedy, West, Poulter. And Tim English has got 2 as well. So how's that? I've done that out of order. 4 for Norton, 4 for Darcy, 3 for McNeil, 2 for English, and then 1 each for Poulter, West and Kennedy. Meanwhile, for GWS, we've got 2 for Riccardi, 2 for Cadman, and then singles for Bedford and for Stringer. Ben Cameron's on the boundary, 3/4 time, Dogs by 67.
Yeah, just very quickly here, Corbin. Adam Kingsley has called the group straight in. Now, he said to the television broadcaster, he didn't. Tom Green said that there was no spray at half-time from Adam Kingsley, but he has called them in here and he's eyeballing a few right now at 3/4 time.
We'll see what our guys think about it. The thoughts of Brett Delidio and Mark Murphy coming up next. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Sean McAuliffe here, back to torment our brightest and best about the treasures they'd save from disaster. Get into trouble for that.
Brand new Sean McAuliffe's Eve of Destruction.
Fascinating, isn't it?
Back Wednesday, August 13 on ABC TV and ABC iView.
This is the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport.
Riley West, 45 metres out against the boundary line, kicks for Norton. And the astronaut floats through and pulls it down out of the sky. He'll have a look from 15 out this right of centre. The second Bulldog ever with 4 40-goal seasons. And he's adding to his tally here. He's got 4 tonight alone. And more of the same in the second half for the Bulldogs. Out by 63 points. Lob wins the hit out. Clever from Bont. Knocks it down to Liberatore. Heads inside 50 and Darcy out on the searching lead. How do you stop that?
Can't stop that.
And this man, Sam Darcy, 2 metres plus. He's got a couple already. He's now got 3. And there's nothing you can do about that. Himmelberg with a goal-saving tackle. Norton keeps it alive, taps it down to Liberatore, kick smothered. Great desperate work. Kennedy got it out. Norton flicks a hand pass. McNeil snaps and pops it through. And that is all will and want to for the Bulldogs. The story of the night. McNeil with his third. The Bulldogs by 62 points, 24 travelled in the third. Sam Darcy is going to be given the footy here. 3 goals, 3 tonight. True centre half forward. Kicks from 45 metres out. Darcy's got 4. The preternatural Sam Darcy with another big night and his Dogs in total command.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the AFL.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Dogs by 67. They've won every quarter in just about every moment throughout the night. Corbin Middlemass and Matt Clinch calling the footy. Ben Cameron on the boundary. And our number 1 picks, Mark Murphy and Brett Delidio. Just a special shout out for our Melbourne listeners. 774 ABC Radio Melbourne will be unavailable on analogue radio tonight during scheduled maintenance works from 12:06 a.m. So 6 minutes past midnight, off air on 774 ABC Radio Melbourne. That's on your analogue radio. The old school analogue radio is upgoing. It's is doing its updates. So during impacted hours, regular programming will continue. So we'll still be broadcasting. You've just got to find it through the ABC Listen app, digital radio, or Channel 25 on your TV. Listeners in regional Victoria can also access their local ABC station on AM and FM as per usual. We apologise for the little inconvenience at midnight tonight, so you've got to find us through the ABC Listen app in the metro areas. Brett Delidio, Mark Murphy, Dogs by 67.
Well, they certainly fired a few more shots there, the Giants. They tried to get back into the game, Murph, but ultimately they just had the answers, the Dogs, didn't they? They tried to get a bit more speed on the ball. You could see Ash really trying to take it on. I thought Callaghan was good in that quarter. He had the 11 disposals, actually. But a lot of his work was done centre-half back and then trying to, generate that run and carry from where, Ash and Whitfield normally are.
It was again, wasn't it, in the clearances and the contested possessions, grand ball gets, just still the area of the game where the Bulldogs have really dominated.
Yeah, they've bullied them, really, haven't they? Plus 10 in contested possessions again.
He had 69 metres gain, Finn Callaghan, which sort of tells you the Bulldogs'
he's been
ability to block up the corridor. They haven't been able to transition with any confidence moving forward or speed on rare occasions.
Which he's had 7 kicks, Finn, and he's a high metres game player usually going forward, but he's been going sideways and lateral, getting it from a handball receive off one wing and going all the way across to the other wing. Now he's trying to generate the game and get it going, but it's just been the strength of the Dogs and their ability to...
They've shut it down.
Just to shut it down. They've moved so well as a system, as a team, and been able to just force them wide. Okay, we'll give you that one out there on the wing, but you're not going forward with it, and that's what they've done all night.
You know what the tackle count was for that quarter? 7-3.
It was very flowy footy, wasn't it? Up and back.
Circle work, that is.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
Yeah. It was the third quarter.
Bit bruise-free, wasn't it, really?
Yeah, it was the third quarter last week, of course, where the Giants made their run. They came from 28 down to lead by 23. They didn't make any inroads. In fact, they fell further behind in that term. And the Dogs have had it over them in recent times. They have won 8 of their last 9, dating back to that 2019 elimination final. Better known as the Brett Delidio game.
Oh, yeah, I remember that one.
Final term underway. 67 points the margin. English down to Bontempelli. Hand pass to Fraser. Gives it back to English.
Torpy.
Kicks a torp on the run. Out to half forward and it slides out of bounds.
Left foot torp on the run from Timmy English.
Which is a fair hit out to advantage to Bontempelli, wasn't it, from English?
Yeah. Did you think we were going to get one of them tonight? A left-footed torp on the run from Tim?
Nah. Oh, if anyone was going to kick it, it's probably Tim. But how about the no-look handball too from Bontempelli? They just have party tricks there tonight.
More fun and games for the Dogs. 16-13 to 6-6. Final term underway. There's Briggs. Wrestles it free. Bangs a kick up to the wing. Bounces out in front of Cadman and he collects the footy in front of Lobb and sees it out of play. No word on the Dogs sub. Ben Cameron on the boundary.
Not as yet, Corbin. Laith Vandermeer is still sitting at the back of the box. He's not even overly active in terms of getting warm.
I reckon they hold him out for the VFL tomorrow.
You don't reckon Tom Liberatore or Marcus Bontempelli not done?
No need.
English trying to spin out of a tackle. He does so successfully. Hand pass to Bontempelli, to McNeil. Didn't take possession for long. Got the hand pass away to Richards. Around Fonte. Drives it inside 50. Darcy flies from behind. Taylor brings it down. Cornelio with a hand pass back inside defensive 50 to Connor Iden, who gets it away to Callaghan. Right back on the last line of defence. Tries to switch out to Darcy Jones. Worked underneath it by Johannesson. He takes the mark out to the right, 55 metres out from home. Here comes the lead from Aaron Norton, and getting back Tim English. Just put himself in the hole and takes the mark in front of Norton on the lead.
How many times have we seen that tonight? Where
outworked him.
The Bulldogs they've covered off the outlets on the turnover, so the Giants have got nowhere to go. They win the turnover. Johannesson, great contested mark, and then looks inside and sees Tim English again just working into some space. That's probably is that the fourth or fifth time he's taken a mark inside 50 tonight. It's his fifth shot at goal.
Yeah, for you. Yeah, he's just outworked Kieran Briggs, hasn't he? I know he's been on the bench a little bit, but he's still, when he's been on him, he has tested him out.
It felt like very much an instruction from Luke Beveridge tonight. He can't go with you, Tim. And English throws his head back as he fires on goal, knowing it wasn't on line. Missing to the right-hand side, a minor score. So the Bulldogs by 69 points. Ben Cameron on the boundary.
It was interesting a couple of games ago, Lids, when the Dogs had the Thursday night game. Lockie McNeil was the unused sub. I assumed and asked the club whether he would back up and play in the VFL, which was on the Friday. He didn't. So he was unused and then didn't play. But I agree with you. It'll be fascinating if Vandermeer is unused as to whether they play him in the VFL tomorrow.
English got it again on the wing as the Dogs pick it off.
I'd understand if it was Scott Pendlebury sitting on the pine as a sub. Probably not so much Latham Vandermeer.
Bramble to Johannesson, back to Bramble. Now to the Bont. He's had it on a string tonight. Short to Dale. 5 times Murph. He's taken a mark inside 50 tonight, Tim English.
There you go.
As the Bont kicks out to the wing for Lobb. Just checks his kick, finds Richards. Got a hand pass away to the Bont, who's able just to roam free. Hand pass to McNeil. Hand pass inside 50. Knocked away by Lekalia. Garcia trying to scoop it up. Oh, he was tackled without the footy, surely. Free kick. And it's going the Dogs' way, and Garcia's going to get it.
Tell you what, Marcus Bontempelli is just doing what he wants.
He is, isn't he?
He's just like he's working very hard, obviously, but just almost like he's ambling around and just getting involved in every scoring chain. He's just been everywhere.
I'll get that one. Actually, I don't feel like that one.
I've shown him zero respect tonight, the Giants.
24 disposals, and of those 24, 13 of those touches have led to scores. Wow. Here's Garcia. Drop punt, tight angle, wide out, left half forward. Doesn't get there, and it's punched through for a rush behind. And a minor score, one more to the Dogs' tally, so they now lead this game by 69 points. 4 minutes gone. Final term, Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
First 2 behinds of the final term the way of the Dogs. As Connor Iden in the back pocket takes the mark from Lockie Whitfield and then gives it back to Whitfield. Risky kick trying to switch it. Taylor can't take the mark. Williams away. Aaron Norton can kick another. Off balance, jags it towards goal and he misses to the right-hand side.
I just don't understand that exit outside 50. Like, you got Jake Stringer out here, beat Bailey Dale on the wing. Back him in as a 1v1 versus going to a 1v1 on the 50.
Yeah,
doesn't make sense.
Ash in the kick-out duties goes long to Whitfield in a bit of space, runs away from Darcy, kicks down the line and Lobb just knocks it away easily from Cadman. So much hang time in the kick. Boundary throwing on the wing. Off the SMS, would like to pose a question to you all. Which AFL side, past and present, have the best reputation of winning games from a blowout position? So teams coming back from big margins to win, enjoying the call. Are there any great teams that come to mind? Like Murphy, Brett Delidio from the boundary throw-in. Kennedy coughs it up. Richards spun around, kicks down the wing for the Bulldogs. Free kick over the shoulder. It's going Tim English's way.
I don't really remember. I don't remember the Pies always coming from behind and never being beaten. They had that run a few years ago, but not really from a blowout situation, though, was it?
And that was like historically great, wasn't it? The amount of games they won late when training, when trailing.
Jamie Elliott was able to nail a couple of close results, including against the Blues. Long kick inside 50. Darcy can't take the mark. Taylor got it back to Fonte, but Sanders hand pass to Sam Darcy. Kicks to the goal line. Getting back, Angwin takes the mark. Denies Sam Darcy another goal, though that kick hung in the air for a little too long than Xavier O'Halloran wanted as Johannesson came in late. He was able to get it away. O'Halloran, though, to Lockie Ash, who cuts around a couple of Bulldog defenders and kicks it long into the middle of the ground where Rory Lobb has set himself. Jake Stringer throws his hands in the air as Lobb takes the intercepting mark for the Bulldogs. They lead by 70 points.
Their system is all at sea.
Yeah, they've just lost all composure, haven't they?
Completely broken down and dismantled tonight. It's been all the Bulldogs from start to finish as Lobb kicks to half forward and Lekalia takes the intercept mark for the Giants. Hand pass to Ash, goes all the way back. Iden with it and dabs the kick to right half back for Whitfield. Ben Cameron's on the boundary. Ben.
Don't worry about Leif Vandermeer playing in the VFL tomorrow. He's about to come into the game. Caleb Poulter has been subbed out.
He could have some late night running to make up for his workload while we're sitting here having a chat later, Lids. Looking forward to all of that. But Leif Vandermeer about to come into the game. Dogs win it back in midfield. Richards, hand pass to Johannesson, swings the kick across the ground. Williams had his arms chopped, advantage applied. Gives it over to Richards. Long kick inside 50. Kennedy trying to reel in a one-hander in the pocket. Not to be. Falls down to Sanders. Hands it to West. Centering kick to Norton. Dragged off it illegally. And Norton's going to get a look for his fifth.
Rolly West, well done. Just in a really difficult pocket there where no one really scores goals, according to Adam Romanascus. But that was just a great awareness of where his teammate was. Knew he wanted to kick the ball inside to the top of the square, but just saw Aaron Norton a little bit further out and put it to his advantage and forced the error, gave away the free kick.
What a year he's putting together, Aaron Norton. On the back of kicking a career-high 7 last week. He's got 5 tonight and 50 for the season. For the second time, Aaron Norton has reached the half hundred in a single year. 17, 16, 1, 18. GWS 6-6-42. 76 points the margin. And this is blowout proportions now. 8 minutes gone in the final term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Well, you hear of Tom Brady buying his linemen Rolexes and Pat Mahomes also looking after the guys to protect
the
him.
offensive line.
Yeah. Aaron Norton, get whatever Sam Darcy wants. Because when he comes back into this side, you are absolutely flying. And I'm not saying that, I'm not taking anything away from how he's gone about it. The best I've seen him do it for a number of, almost years, I would say, with Aaron Norton. He's attacked it on the ground.
This is his month of July, Lids. 5 goals, 2 goals, 7 goals, 5.
Yeah, and he's not done tonight.
So 24-7 in the last 5 weeks. And he is looking like every bit the forward the Bulldogs hoped he would be. Liberatore trying to knock it clear, but it's Bedford who gathers for the Giants. Got it forward to Stringer. Hand pass away to Jones, who's locked up by Bontempelli. Umpire was caught on the blind side and says, I'll ball it up. Centre half forward for the Giants, trailing by 76 points. Thrown up in the air. Briggs and English. Briggs wins down the tap. Nearly overran the footy. Pinballs around. Tom Green has it wrestled out of his hands by Liberatore. It just gives it to Bontempelli. They've been the 1-2 punch tonight to Johannesson across halfback. Sends it up to, here he is, Latham Vandermeer. He takes the mark on the wing. He looks to come inboard.
Oh, that's not the kick.
That's not a good kick. Turns it straight over. Tom Green says, thank you very much. Plays on. Tries to get around Ed Richards into the pocket, looking for Hogan. Can't take the mark. It's been that kind of night. As Rory Lobb got back, provided support by O'Donnell. Kicks up towards Richards. Brought it down against Bedford. Quick 1-2 with Johannesson. Richards into the middle of the ground. Decides to switch across halfback. Out to Bailey Williams, who takes the mark. Anglin came charging late. Opened up a passage to stream forward. So 2 bounces as Williams runs the city wing. Trying to draw Stringer away. Hand pass away to Bramble. Looks up towards half forward. Kick is wide of English. And West tries to keep it in. Hard against the boundary. In fact, it's gone to Iden who pinches it. Hand pass to Aaliyah. Chips it back inside the defensive 50 to Ash. And the Giants are trying to find a way out.
As Taylor receives a hand pass and then kicks out wide and finds Thomas against the boundary line. Country kid out of the Riverina. Harvey Thomas. Left footer goes long down the wing. Here's Rory Lobb again. Just sat on the head of Cadman, punches it away out of bounds. And that's his bread and butter. Finds the safety of the boundary line.
He's a Caulfield grammarian, wasn't he? I think Harvey Thomas, is that right? Don't know. I'm telling the story.
Yeah. I think he was one of those guys that country kid
come on board.
Yep. Come up to the city and played his school footy here before he was drafted. As Bontempelli goes long from the stoppage inside 50. Darcy trying to take the juggle mark, not to be. Taylor Hand pass away towards Iden. Long kick from one back pocket to the opposite back flank. And Jones takes the mark for the Giants. Kicks long to the wing. Punched away by Bramble. Into the path of Buslinger. Hands it back to Bramble. Trying to evade the tackle from Brown. Does it well. Cuts back inboard. And here's Fraser. On the wing. Short laterally to Richards. And now Richards looks inside 50. Slipping over Darcy. Bounces off the chest of West. Giants trying to clear. There's a free kick. It's going to come back, and it's the out-of-zone umpire is going to give it to Iden, who was taken high in all of that. So a dozen minutes gone, final term. Margin 76 points the Bulldogs' way.
Leith Vandermeer into the game for Caleb Poulter. Toby McMullen subbed out in the second quarter with an ankle injury. Harry Ralston coming into the game. It's Harvey Thomas, Giants Academy product. Bangs it long up the wing, and Cadman sets himself. Got underneath it in the end. It comes off the fingertips of Rory Lobb. Around the back, O'Donnell gathers. Sends it up towards half forward. In front position. Himmelberg did enough. Free kick going against Latham Vandermeer. And
he's had a shocking start, hasn't he, Vandermeer?
Not quite the game in which he would hope you'd spend 3 quarters waiting for your chance, and turned it over in the middle of the ground and gives away a free kick, although Ash has missed his kick to Connor Iden. He spins out of traffic against Fraser. Hand pass chopped off. Riley West is onto it. Bumped as he got his kick away. Ralston takes the mark. You have a go, Corby. That's ugly.
He just pulls his kick here, Ralston, and then he miskicks one as well through the hands of Baker. Picked up by O'Halloran. Baker never gave up on a huge chase down tackle holding the ball. It was right in the middle of the two umpires in the middle of the ground, and they both looked at each other. They were both in agreement. In the end, they both made holding the ball. It was pretty universal. The guys could almost officiate that themselves. Lob to Bramble, short kicking game. Richards still inside the centre square. Kicks to full forward. Carries the pack and will roll through. Everything's coming up the Bulldogs. And Richards with the long range goal gets the con roll from 70 metres out. And the Bulldogs are out by 82 points. 13 and a half gone, final term, 18-16, 124. GWS 6-6-42. The rout is on. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Well, they're still just controlling the football. The Bulldogs, they're just owning this entire game. And the 100-point margin here is right up for grabs, Lids. And that's something that's going to keep us entertained over the next 9 minutes. But, yeah, it's just been an absolute rout still in this last quarter. The Giants just can't get their hands on the footy and just can't maintain any form of flow or uncontested mark game. They're just finding it very hard to move the ball, and the Bulldogs are just playing with them at the moment.
Can you remember a blowout? We talk about the top 9 and the bottom 9 in the unofficial 2 divisions. The biggest win, a top 9 over a top 9 this year.
Well, Sydney had that one against Port Adelaide last year, but they were a top 8 side, weren't they? Last year, they were a top 8 side?
Yeah, they were both top 4.
They were both top 4. That was the abnormality that everyone thought, when was the last time a minor Premier got beaten by that margin?
So Geelong beat Fremantle by 12 goals way back. 13 goals way back.
Round 2 or 3?
Second week of the season, round 1. Kardinia Park, 78 points. That was that margin.
That was the Murphy Reid game, wasn't it?
Yeah, kick 4 1/4.
Darcy Jones takes the mark at right half forward. Briggs got it down to O'Halloran. Giants at right half forward. Kick up towards centre half forward. And the mark is taken by Briggs once more. So the Bulldogs with 2 goals, 3 in this final term. The Giants have only been inside 50 once, and they still haven't got it quite there yet. The kick looking for Ash, chopped off as Baker provided support for Norton, who got back. Ash's hand pass straight up in the air. Norton double palms it down to Baker. His quick hand pass to Sanders at half-back. Ash corrals him, hand pass to Norton across half-back. He kicks it up to the commentary box and almost hits the bearing as it goes out of bounds on the full. The security guard almost copped it to the back of the head. He tried to move out of the way and then almost worked right underneath it. That's the type of amusement we're looking for in this final term.
Have we seen a footy hit the roof here?
No, I've seen Dustin Fletcher try and do it back in international rules way back in 05.
82 points the margin. Whitfield inside 50 for the Giants. And flying for a Buslinger. Ball spills down to Angwin. He's tackled and helped out a play by Cleary. It went very close, didn't it, to that? The green bar that runs across the side of the stadium, part of the roof structure.
The green bar, you reckon?
Corby's not your engineer.
He's
great.
Construction.
Yeah.
What would you guys?
Not a callus on your hands, I don't reckon.
What would you roll out, Lids?
The beam.
The beam. Okay. I'll roll with that. Green bar, green beam, whatever it turns out to be. It was very close to hitting that.
Blue jacket, green jacket.
The Giants get a shot at goal through Cadman. He misses out to the near side and behind. 81 points. The Bulldogs lead 16.5 gone final term. This is Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Bramble into Bailey Dale as they transition from defence to the wing. Nathan Vandermeer takes the mark, the sub. He looks for options. Decides to kick it long down the line where Darcy comes leading out, and Harvey Thomas read that superbly, takes the intercepting mark. Darcy gestures for a bit more height, please, next time. As Thomas thought about switching across half-back, he's still in two minds. Now we'll go back to Lekalier, who takes the mark inside defensive 50. Sends it out towards the broadcast side. Angwin has to rise against Baker. Baker slaps it down. Tom Green keeps it alive. Hand pass around the boundary line. Ralston got a hand pass away. Tackle by Cleary. Back to Tom Green to Angwin. Working it back. They've made a mess of this, and now Riley West is locked up as Aaliyah lays the tackle, and he'll win a free kick for holding the ball. 17 minutes gone final term. It's needless to say the full-time siren can't come soon enough. The Bulldogs by 81.
Another big margin, by the way. Top 9 against one another was the Holy Thursday game. Collingwood and Brisbane. The Pies won by 52 against the Lions. So that was 50 plus, but again, not in the league of the 78-point margin with Geelong's win over Freo. So that appears to be the widest of the margins so far, with the top 9 playing against one another. And this, as it stands at the moment, is wider than that at 81 points. As the Dogs win it back on the back flank. Liberatore, hand pass away towards Vandermeer, who threads it forward to Buslinger, but he fumbles out of bounds. Throw in between wing and half forward for the Giants. It's a good name, isn't it, Murph?
Yeah, happy with it.
Yep.
He's been good tonight, though. Shown a bit.
Jed Buslinger. A West Australian who's played 49 games in the VFL. This is just his 4th game at AFL level. Boundary throwing. Oh, the Bont passing through, bangs bodies with Whitfield. Garcia puts his head over it, wins it. Want a free kick in all of that. And the Dogs want to take the advantage, and umpire Robert Finlay is going to say, come back here.
Almost time of the game where you just drag, well, you're not dragging him, but you get off Bontempelli and Darcy and Norton, Liberatore, rest up, boys.
Yeah. A tactical sub made by the Bulldogs. They took Carla Poulter out of the game earlier in the quarter. Leif Vandermeer on. Meanwhile, the sump for the Giants was a forced one. Toby McMullen hurting his left ankle in the first half. Ralston into the game. Into attack go the Bulldogs. O'Donnell, long kick to the hot spot. Slips through the hands of Fonte, and the Giants able to clean it up. Ash, hand pass away towards Callahan, who kicks wide and finds Ralston at halfback. Oh, pokes the pass against the boundary line, and Whitfield just reels it in.
You really knew where you sat in the pecking order when you looked across at the end of a game. You thought, I think I should be sitting over there. No, not today.
As the kick goes down the line, Thomas collects a half volley, hand pass inside to Ash, puts it inside 50 for GWS. O'Donnell leaves his man, Spoils finds a safety at the boundary line, half forward for GWS. So obviously next week they'll get Toby Green back from suspension. It's North Melbourne in Canberra on Sunday. Then they've got another interesting clash with Gold Coast up at Carrara, so that's a home game for the Suns. There's St Kilda to finish at the Sydney Showground, and really the other guys coming off the calf injuries, we probably won't see Josh Kelly or Jack Buckley until that first final.
Briggs tried to take it out of the ruck, gets a hand pass forward. Bedford knocked off it. O'Halloran knocks it forward. Green slick hand pass to Brown. Intercepted by Bailey Dale, sends the Bulldogs up to the wing. Aaron Norton the target, can't take the mark. Himmelberg taps it down, races after it, close to the boundary line. Riley West goes down low. He can't get a hand pass cleanly away. Fonte scraps for it. Norton tries to knock it clear. Desperation from the Giants as it comes out to Connor Iden. Hand pass away to Callahan. Kicks up towards half forward. Big flight from Brown at the back. Brought the ball down to the front where Dale tries to tap it out, and Johannesson's on the bottom of the pack. The umpire will ball it up. So the Giants 13 wins and 7 losses. North would take them to 14 wins, depending on what happens to that Giants. Could come down to that game against the Saints to see if they're fighting for a spot in the 8, depending on the other results.
Free kick holding the ball as Williams grabs it and tried to ride the tackle of Harvey Thomas, spun around. Thomas just hurt his wrist in all of that as well, as he's a little proppy. He's backing across to Himmelberg, who's about to put it inside the forward 50 for the Giants. Long kick to full forward. Riccardi flies at it, as does Cadman. Ball hits the deck. Cleary grabs it. Tried to give it to his teammate. Stolen by Riccardi. Shoots goalward but misses. Behind 80 points. The Bulldogs lead, 4 and a bit to play. Ben Cameron's on the boundary.
Jesse Hogan won't come back on for the remainder of this game. The club is just saying sore at the moment, but he doesn't look a happy man sitting on the bench. So just one to watch there with Jesse Hogan.
He's looked frustrated and sore throughout the match, Ben. It's a good call as the Bulldogs through Bailey Williams. Up the wing. Vandermeer gets involved. Hand pass to Liberatore. Darcy's the last target. And he juggles the mark against Connor Iden. Running back with a flight. So athletic. And sort of knocked it with his left hand into the path of his right and completed the mark.
Yeah, Darcy had that a long way out when you saw Liberatore, who had the overlap run on that far wing. You just knew, well, looking ahead of the football, that Darcy had goal side and there was just space behind him. And all that Liberatore had to do was just put it to that space, and his man's just too big, too good.
After the 13 goals between the pairing of he and Norton last week, a chance to join Aaron Norton with 5 himself. Sam Darcy directly in front, 25 metres out for his 5th. He pumps his fist as he sends it through the middle. And the Twin Towers for the Bulldogs have had a night out tonight as they have absolutely put the Giants to the sword. An 86-point margin, 3 goals to none in this final term, and Sam Darcy has his 5th. 19-16, 130 to the Giants, 6-8-44. The Bulldogs, they do put on big scores. Brett Delidio and Mark Murphy with you Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
Yeah, they certainly do put on big scores there, and their ability just to continue to work and get out of the back. Liberatore probably typifies that, doesn't he? His ability to just want to keep turning up, and he provided that run off Vandermeer, who got free on the wing. That created that overlap, which then gives Darcy that look out the back, 1v1 on Iden. It's just so hard to stop when the kicks weighted perfectly for him.
And the Bulldogs still getting to work around the contest, 7-4 up in clearances, 28-23 in contested possession, so still doing the hard work, the Bulldogs.
English has had a night. He wins the hit out here to Garcia. Kicks inside 50. Hands to it from McNeil. And gets one across the shoulder. He'll get the footy. Centre half forward for the Bulldogs. And, gee, they've done that a few times tonight. Just clean out of the middle.
Yeah, the ability of, to have the depth of Garcia to come in and play his role. What's he up to here tonight? 14, is that what he's up to? He's added a little bit, though, a little bit of dash around the stoppage.
Got some been clean. Like him.
Yeah, McNeil's offered a little bit up forward. They've all looked good tonight, though, let's be honest.
Fan favourite too, Riley Garcia. Here's Lockie McNeil, who gives it a whack from long range but misses. Out to the left. He's kicked 3 tonight, McNeil. He was goalless in the month previous. Gets on the board here. Margin at 87 points. 24 minutes gone, final term. Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
There's a lot of blokes wearing the red, white and blue with a bit of confidence, isn't there, going into the last month before finals. So it's a perfect time to play a game like they have tonight.
Iden's kicked down low. Canelio's paid the mark in front of Liberatore. So what does it mean, Murph? They've got Melbourne, West Coast and Freo in the next 3.
Well, they get the next 2 games done easy, you would think.
And a free hit.
And then let's have a swing at Fremantle.
Yep.
The percentage before tonight was 132, so that's got another little boost along as Agwin risky kicking in the middle of the ground, looking for Callaghan, can't take the mark. Fonte fires a hand pass forward.
Bang.
Try and deal with that. O'Halloran brought down by 2 dogs, Riley West and Matt Kennedy, and the umpire will ball it up in the middle of Docklands.
It's just outnumbered everywhere tonight, and that typifies the whole night, doesn't it? That little bit of play.
All will and want to the whole night for the Western Bulldogs as Garcia again at it at the coalface. Long kick inside 50. Darcy's down there and he's rangy. Whacked away from him. Fraser passing through. Toe pokes it forward. Lekalia throws his body at it and walks out with the footy. One says spin that in. Forward pocket for the Dogs. Might be the AFL's dream in what has been really a season divided in 2 to get to that last round. Have a bit of
something on it.
Yeah, a bit of meaning on that Fremantle Bulldogs game. Boundary throw in here. English palms it down again. Garcia got it. Tackled. Pack forms. Top of the goal square. Gives him a chance to sort it out. Liberatore extracts it. West passing through. Grabs the footy. Hand pass over his shoulder. Pack forms again. Ball up. 25.5 minutes gone. Final term. The Dogs led this game. They kicked the first 3 goals before GWS had scored. There's a free kick here for a high tackle. It's a ruck infringement against Darcy, and Briggs is going to take it at fullback. They led by 33 at quarter time, 61 at the half, 67 at three-quarter time, and it's 87 now.
Connor Iden kicks up towards Riccardi at half-back. Can't take the mark. O'Donnell. Out pass inboard to Johannesson. They might not be done with yet. Out pass to Kennedy. Away to Bailey Williams. Hemmed in against the boundary. It's across the face of goal. And misses to the left-hand side. 88 points is the margin. Just been having a quick look, Corby. I've got this as their biggest loss in a decade. 2015, the last time they lost by 89 points. That was against the Sydney Swans in that year.
It was a different team then. That was pre-Delidio.
Yeah.
Wow. 2015. As Ash marks the kick out, goes wide to Whitfield, dabs it along the boundary line to Ralston. Hand pass inside to Cornelio. The captain for the night, turnover, and Tim English, who has been enormous.
He has 14 score involvements.
And his 11th mark. He's kicked 2 goals, 3. And dare I say it, he's given Briggs an English lesson tonight. Kicks down to half forward, hands on it from Darcy, not to be. Spills down to Tom Green, handball away to Ash, to Callahan, back to Ash, darts away with it. Handball to Himmelberg, who kicks up to half forward. Cadman leading out after it, make it 12 marks, surely. English scored it the first time, came up with the footy, not paid. And the Bulldogs get their second top 8 win. It's the Giants twice. And there's no doubt about it tonight. They're the Greater Western Bulldogs.
Red, white, and blue. We come out snarling. Bulldogs through and through. Bulldogs bite and Bulldogs roar. We give our very best. 'Cause you can't beat the boys of the Bulldog breed. We're the team of the mighty West.
It was ominous early. They kicked the first 3 goals and they never looked back, and the Giants were never given a chance to look forward. 11 of the first 12 goals for the Dogs. They led by 33 at quarter time, 61 at the half, 67 at three-quarter time, and 88 points in the finish. They only own 2 wins against the contenders, against top 8 teams, and yet we haven't seen a margin this wide against any of the contenders against one another. A statement from the Bulldogs.
Sons of the West, red, white, and blue. We come out snarling, Bulldogs through and through. Bulldogs fight and Bulldogs roar. We give our very best. 'Cause you can't beat the boys of the Bulldog breed. We're the team of the mighty West. 'Cause you can't beat the boys of the Bulldog breed. The team of the mighty
Well, they need to win out if they are to make it to the spring, and so far they haven't put a foot wrong. They need to win their remaining 4 games. They tick another box tonight with 3 to go. The Dogs by 88 points over GWS in front of 23,898, the majority of them in the Dogs tricolours. And they'll go home happy. That was a pretty emphatic display by the Western Bulldogs. Mark Murphy, Brett Delidio on ABC Sport, the Bulldogs by 88 points.
Yeah, it was. It certainly sets up their last 3 games, doesn't it, going into finals. The Bulldogs, judging off tonight's performance, they'll cause a few headaches, I think, in September. They've still got to get there, but just their football tonight was electric. I thought they were really well coached tonight. They just shut down the Giants' offence in every facet, really. They were terrific around the stoppage, the Bulldogs. And then just the Giants just couldn't find a way out. So covering off the outlets and their defensive pressure, the Bulldogs were just first class. And as you said, Corbin, the margins throughout the game at quarter time, half time, three-quarter time was just a completely professional performance from them all night long. So there's a lot of guys in that team will have a lot of confidence going into this back part of this season, Lids.
Yeah, absolutely. I just want to talk about how many times that the Giants were just about to get out. And the Bulldogs' hand would be in there and it'd smother it. And that's where the ground ball comes into it, which we spoke about a lot during the night. Their ability to outnumber and out-hunt the Giants players because of their inability to step through the tackle and get it then to the outside. Yeah, they kept it in tight, but they defended the ground so well. They just they halted any sort of momentum that the Giants would have been hoping to get and bring into the game and speed into the game. Yes, they tried to do it in the third and fourth quarter, but they basically kicked it straight back to Lobb, back to O'Donnell, and then away Bailey Dale went, away the mids who got back to support. And then they get it forward to Darcy, who just continued to present. Aaron Norton, who's in a rich vein of form at the moment, he's cashing in.
Yeah.
And they've got the other boys that are just sort of feeding off them in West and McNeil, going to work. So, look, that was a small little statement, wasn't it? But they made the Giants look like a bottom 9 team tonight. It looked like they were beating up on a North Melbourne or an Essendon or someone near the bottom of the ladder. Geez, they were strong.
Oh, yeah, well, you look at the scoreboard. So you kick 19 goals, 18. That's very impressive by anyone's standards. We know how good they are offensively, but to keep the Giants, who are a bloody slick ball movement team, to 6 goals, 8.
Yep.
And for the majority of the night, they just couldn't get their game going. So heard Adam Treloar talk prior to the game about their defensive side of the game that they just been a little bit inconsistent in. And tonight they really shone in that area of the game and got offensive looks on the back of some of the defensive work. So a really important game for their season, just to give themselves great confidence in this last 3 games, where the next 2 certainly should win, then really have a good swing at the Fremantle Dockers and really set themselves up for a really good tilt in September.
What do you think the number was, minus the Giants, for contested footy tonight?
45, and I'm just having a guess.
51.
That's amazing.
That is a smashing.
Yeah, that's at ground level and in the air. In the air tonight, the Bulldogs were incredible, really. So that number's alarming, and I dare say when you walk into the rooms and you on the back of a defeat like that, there's some numbers that will be on the whiteboard
in red and then circled a million times, and it will get dotted and dotted and dotted.
Yeah. And I feel that one might be pretty high on the agenda for Adam Kingsley to show his team that, well, if you're going to get done by 51 in contested possession, you're not going to be in any game. And they got what they deserved tonight, the Giants. So
the only person in double figures was Tom Green. He had 11.
Yeah.
And the next best, there's a few boys on 6. Canelio on 6. And Leakalia on 6, so that is just damning. Like, they just couldn't get to work in the midfield, could they? Tim English, I said at the start of the game, it's a big game for Kieran Briggs. He's going to have to go up against Tim English. He just gave him a bath tonight. He led him around all over the ground. Benny made mention of how many rests and whatever else he had, but it didn't keep him fresh, did it?
Right.
And he still took him forward and had shots on goal, and his ability to give his mids first use. They were just so clean, and their ability to play for each other in that midfield, that was where it was going to be won and lost. And they just didn't get it done, the Giants mids. Tom Green, we spoke about, what did he have last week? 16 clearances?
That was against the Bombers a couple of weeks ago,
Oh, sorry. Yeah. Only the 3 tonight. Steve Canelio had 7, but no one else.
Just to put that into context, by the way, Lids, the contested possession differential, 21st since the stat's been kept. So we've only had 20 high differentials, so that comes in at 21st on the list. And I think the thing that emphasises it more is that this isn't a team that's pressing for finals playing against a lowly ranked team. It's a side that was knocking on the door of the top 4 coming into the night. They sat outside only on percentage. And I know they're missing a couple of players, but with all due respect, whether it was Toby Kelly or Jack Buckley, that wouldn't have made a difference in that area tonight.
Well, no, that's right. I mean, they looked off right from the get-go, but to the Bulldogs' credit, they looked as good as I've seen anyone play this year. They were so polished when the ball got outside the bubble. They were so good in the contest, but once it got outside that bubble, which is, I thought, coming into tonight's game, that's where the Giants they're going to be a real danger for them. But the Bulldogs just looked unbelievable in all facets of the game, and as I said before, Luke Beveridge would be, I think, just incredibly proud about the defensive efforts from their team to a man. Just to keep a really strong scoring side to 6 goals, 8 for the night is really impressive.
The Dogs are on their way in. Let's kick it down to Ben Cameron.
Yeah, Marcus Bontempelli leading the Dogs into the rooms. They're a pretty happy bunch. Tony Liberatore in here to greet the boys as they come in. They're about to huddle up. Doc Zimmerman, big grin to go along with the Mustaka. Alongside me, he's a happy man. He's a good Bulldogs man, certainly, as they huddle up for the song. Here we go.
through and through, oh shake. Bulldogs fight and Bulldogs rock. We give our very best. You can't be the boys of the Bulldog drink with the team of the mighty West. Woo!
So happy bunch, as we said. You can always get a sense of that by the volume of the woos that they give as they roll through. But I did note down here as well that Luke Beveridge gets around to every single staff member and shakes their hands and pats them on the back and thanks them for their effort throughout the week to contribute to this win. And something our boys can speak to, I'm sure. It certainly takes a lot of people to put together a win.
Takes a village, there's no doubt about that. Thanks, Ben. We'll get a bit more from you in just a moment inside a pretty happy Dogs rooms. So they still have only beaten the one top 8 team that is the GWS, but they've beaten them twice. The widest margin that we've seen against any of the top 9 contenders against one another. I just saw one of the headlines which just read Orange Crush, which was certainly that. There's no doubt about it. 88 points, the final margin.
It was pretty damning, wasn't it, for the Giants boys tonight? That inability to get it done on a game that mattered for them to try and push that top 4. But the Dogs, they wanted it more. You called it at the start of the game, Murph, that you thought it would be... You didn't call it...
I didn't call 88.
This wide. But you said, no, the Dogs will win and win comfortably. You said 3 or 4 goals, didn't you?
I thought they were really good a few weeks ago against the Lions up at Gabba. It was touch and go whether or not they almost won that. I thought they were really good. I think their form's been pretty strong, and they just still haven't had that opportunity, or they haven't got the big scalp that they really wanted. And tonight was one that, no doubt, they really set themselves for, and I thought they just really nailed the game in all facets. And the one thing that you can just tell when a team's on, when those outlets are covered, when the Giants players look to use that ball outside D50 and had nothing to go to, and you can just look ahead of the ground. And you just saw pair to pair to pair. So you just knew that they were right on the Bulldogs tonight.
Dogs by 88 points. Let's go celebrate with the winners. Ben Cameron.
I've got James O'Donnell down here with me. How would you put that performance into words?
Yeah, no, pretty clinical for us there. I thought we were good for 4 quarters. We haven't been good enough for 4 quarters throughout the year, especially against a good team. So pretty pleasing performance.
It is the second time you've beaten a top 8 side this year, but GWS on both occasions. What is it about them, do you think, that allows you guys to match up well against them?
I think, first of all, there's a bit of a rivalry that's been built over a period of time since 2016, I reckon, and we love playing them, we love playing against them, and they're a bloody good outfit. But, yeah, I think we're just so strong through the midfield, and it made everyone's job easier how good we were through there. So, yeah, I think that was the key.
How real is that rivalry and the dislike between the 2 playing groups?
I think there's still a few boys that played in 2016 and throughout, and there's been some pretty fiery matchups. So they make sure to tell us that it's a good rivalry, and we love to play in them, and lucky enough it's on our side today.
The back mix has been a bone of contention, if you will, for I guess the Bulldogs, and the discussions around what that key defensive posts, or those key defensive posts, will look like for the Dogs. You're a part of it. The gunslinger, Jed Buslinger, was in there with you throughout today. How do you think it will work come finals if this team's good enough to get there?
I think it will work well. I think we're finding the mix down there and working well together. I think, we're a pretty assertive defence, and when we do it well, it comes off really well. It's just, doing it for longer periods, and I think that's pretty much a thing across the whole team, is doing it for longer periods. So I think as a back group, we haven't done it well enough for long enough. So, hopefully the mix is good for the rest of the year, and we can really drive towards this finals mix.
Just before I send you upstairs, I'm very reliably informed that you are Luke Beveridge's favourite around the club. Do you cop much for that?
I wouldn't say I'm his favourite. He's got, I think the Bont's probably his favourite because he does the most for him. But no, I like to think that Bevo looks after me, and he's shown a lot of faith in me. So love Bevo, and 250 for him tonight. So it was great to do it for him tonight.
I'll send you upstairs, Mark Murphy and Brett Delidio.
James, Mark Murphy here, mate. Well done your game tonight. What was the message of Luke Beveridge going in tonight? Because you could tell that there was a concerted effort to really cut out the outlets tonight. Whenever the Giants looked to get the ball from their D50, it just looked like you guys were just all over them.
Yeah, definitely. That's something we've worked on as a backs group, and I thought guys like JJ and those sort of high backs were so good at that tonight. And but I think Bevo's message consistently has been our contests around the footy, our tackling, and something that's let us down against the good teams is that. So I think our contest mainly was Bevo's message, but yeah, that getting up the ground and making sure that we can play a front half game was key too.
Is he pretty measured week to week in the way in which he goes about it, the cockroach? Or was today a bit of a different build-up? We know the rivalry that you do have against the Giants, but it just looked like you've had that real edge to you tonight.
Yeah, no, definitely. I think we know now how important these games are, so that doesn't go amiss on us, but yeah, it's really in our hands the next few weeks, so he doesn't really have to say a whole heap. We know what the stakes are, and we need to play well, and that contest and stuff comes from that. So, yeah, that's something we've looked after, and there's a lot to play for. So if we don't show up, it's probably not a good sign.
James Brett Lydio, it's good to talk to another cricketer turned footballer. Mate, I just wanted to talk to you about Aaron Norton and his ability. Mate, his form has completely changed since the inclusion then of Sam Darcy to come back into that side. But have you seen a change in his confidence around the place, but is it also like his training standards? Has he gone to work on anything like that, or has it just been having that addition of Sam Darcy in, and that's what made him the better player?
Yeah, I have heard about your cricketing prowess, Brett. Fellow cricketer, I love to see it.
Thanks, brother.
Yeah, no, he's just gone from strength to strength the last few weeks. I think he had a really interrupted pre-season, so I think more of his match fitness and the way he gets up and down the ground is a key. So he's getting to more contests, and I think when he gets to more contests and he can leap at the ball, he's pretty hard to stop. But you can see the confidence. He's oozing confidence at the moment, and it's phenomenal to see. And it must be tough. I do it all summer, and I know how hard it is to defend those two. So it's pretty tough down there for the opposition if we get the ball coming in the right way.
And another big fella in your side, mate, and Tim English, he was outstanding tonight, I thought. He must give you such confidence, mate, not only with you guys in the back line, but then to have another target who sneaks forward and gets shots on goal.
Yeah, absolutely. He's got a huge tank. He's a great ball user for a big fella. So he plays like a small as a tall, and you can see how much he works to get forward and back. Like he got on the end of a couple, but then he also got back and saved us a couple of times. So, yeah, he's a real presence out there for us. And when he's at his best, we're at our best.
James O'Donnell's with us from the Western Bulldogs rooms following the 88-point victory. James, Matt Clinch here. Obviously, the form you touched on, Aaron Norton, Sam Darcy. So back-to-back 5+ goals in the last two games. The confidence in which you're seeing the chemistry, Tim English getting forward tonight, do you feel like that's really something you've worked hard on now they've been together for consecutive weeks?
Yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah, we need to deliver the ball well to them to give them the best chance, but that's something we've gone after at training is how we do use the ball, how they make space for each other, and it's clearly coming out, and they're leading up into holes and getting their hands out, and that, as I said before, it's pretty hard to stop. So it's good to see they're all firing, and hopefully that can continue in the next few weeks and beyond.
Enjoy the win, James. Appreciate your time.
Thank you very much. Cheers, guys.
James O'Donnell there in the Dogs' rooms, one of their lefties. As you touched on, Lids, the little cricketing pedigree as well, which you and Murph obviously share.
Oh, I just had to insert myself, didn't I?
I liked it.
I wanted to bring Murph in on it, but bugger him. It was good. Good chat.
I noticed the stride you're wearing tonight. Were you questioning Murph a couple of weeks ago about the pants he was wearing? And now all of a sudden I turn over and it's...
That's not surprising, is it?
He's the sincerest form of flattery, almost a very similar type.
You know me, if they're free, they're for me.
I was going to say, he's been looked after.
Got the black Nikes on too.
There we go.
So what it means, Corby, obviously, is the Suns slide to 9th, the Bulldogs move to 8th, but of course the Suns still have to play Richmond this weekend, and they have that game in hand in round 24. So
I think that's the big one people forget.
Yeah, so the Bulldogs have closed the gap from 2 games outside the top 8 to 1, depending on what happens, and that's 1 from the Giants.
Yep.
And it brings into that conversation which will be the team that slip up or don't capitalise on the games in which we expect them to win. The Bulldogs' percentage goes from 132 to 137, so that almost gives them an extra win. They're up to 12 wins and 8 losses with Melbourne, West Coast and the Dockers to come. Mentioned it's their biggest, for the Giants, loss in the home and away season since 2015. Of course, that grand final in 2019 is the other exception for the Giants, where they lost on the big stage there. But the Giants have North Melbourne in Canberra, the Suns and the Saints to come. So, I mean...
That Suns game's a tricky one.
All of a sudden.
Because they were being beaten comfortably and they came from behind, come from the clouds to get that job done.
That's right.
And now it's back on the home turf of the Suns. I'll tell you what.
And that Saints game is in Melbourne, so that scenario that your season's done, but you could upset someone else's season. And
oh, mate, Ross will have them wound up, ready to go for that game.
I don't know. Do you remember late last year they beat a team in the last round to try and threaten their final spot?
Oh, I might have remembered that one. I can't remember.
I think it was
very navy blue, I think.
Might have been Carlton late in the piece, that's right.
There was like little daggers in this box. Then Clinch even brought one up before too.
Me? I think it was Corby.
Jack Higgins kicking that goal late in the
everyone
piece.
does.
So if the Giants do take care of business in the teams they should beat, say they beat the Saints and they beat the 10 they play next week, North Melbourne, gets them to 15, so gets them out of the danger zone at least, because the maximum the Dogs can get to is 14 wins.
Yep.
But the Dogs have got a pretty percentage. So Hawthorn's an interesting team that we're looking at. Of course, they're next up tomorrow night, Murph. They play Adelaide in Adelaide, but they've also got Collingwood at the G and Brisbane in Brisbane.
Yep. So they've got to win one of those three. If they win one of them, they'll beat the Demons. I mean, that just needs to happen.
Mm-hmm.
So that if they win one of the next three against those teams in Adelaide, Collingwood, or Brisbane, then they're in.
Are you confident that
I'm
they
not
could?
confident.
I'm not either.
No.
I've got them missing, but
You've got the Hawks missing.
just
Wow.
After their win over the Blues last week, it didn't leave you filled with confidence, and you
not at
thought,
all.
righto, let's see how they go against Adelaide in Adelaide, which is all of a sudden looming as probably one of the toughest trips in footy.
they are humming the Crows.
Yeah.
All right, put them on the line then. So you've got the Hawks out.
Yep.
I've got the Hawks out.
We're doing it weekly, Cameron Ling and I. So I had Hawthorn last Sunday, but you can change each week.
Yeah, I got the Dogs out still. I just still think they've got to be perfect from here. Remember a couple of years ago they lost to West Coast in the second last round, and
They're not losing to West
I
Coast.
don't think they will either. But
Or Melbourne.
I think they'll win their next two. But then I imagine there's huge pressure got to try and beat the Dockers in the last round.
Over there.
No,
At home here.
Yeah, they get that done.
Geez, that was a good way to deal with the pressure, though, in the first quarter.
If they do that, what they did here, and come out and just go smack, absolutely, and then back over to the Dockers to what's their run like to finish?
So Freo have the best record, by the way, all year against the contenders. They're 6-2 against fellow top 9 teams. So the problem for Fremantle, I did this during the week, Liz, because I have lots of time on my hands. But the top 9, the top 9 against the bottom 9. So we've talked a lot about how the contenders go against each other, but how do they go against the unofficial Division 2 teams? So Collingwood, Adelaide, Western Bulldogs, all perfect. Take care of all the stuff that they should beat. 10 wins, 0 losses. Hawthorn are 10-1 against bottom 10 teams, so only had one slip up. Giants 8-1. Gold Coast 7-1. Brisbane 7.5 wins with the one loss. So most teams have either lost 0 or 1 against the bottom 9. Geelong is 7-2, and Fremantle are 7-4. So if the Dockers miss or there somehow becomes an issue for the Dockers on the run home, it's not going to be their record against the best. They've actually measured up really well. It's going to be the slip-ups that they've had against teams that they should beat. They've lost to Sydney twice. Their run home is Carlton on Sunday. There's no Chera, no Kerno.
That's a smacking.
They're winning that.
That's a percentage booster.
They've got a road game to play against Port Adelaide. They should win that.
Should win that.
Then they get Brisbane at home. So that's in Perth. So that's a tricky one, penultimate round, and then the Dogs here.
Yep. I'll tell you who's the biggest in for them is Hayden Young. His ability to change the fortunes, I think, of that side and what he offers, then not just as a midfielder, but a goal-kicking midfielder. I think
he's class, isn't he?
He's class, yeah. And it's no different to a Will Day at Hawthorn, what he can potentially add now coming into his second game back tomorrow night. We saw what Hayden Young was able to do second game up. I think it'd be a similar sort of trend, I would imagine.
Is he their best player?
Hayden Young?
He's not their best player, but...
I still love Sarong. I think he's such a good little player. Like his ability to sniff out the footy and his footy IQ and know how to inject himself, but put a tag on him, different story.
Yeah.
I also do love their big fella, Big Tracy up forward. I think he's just an old school footballer who just attacks it.
The only two correct answers are either yes, he is, or no, or Luke Jackson. It's one or the other.
He's better than Luke Jackson.
Yeah, he's better than Luke Jackson.
Hayden Young is. I'll take him. Every day of the week.
But they're an interesting watch, given their record against the top teams. So 6-2 Fremantle against top 9 teams this year.
And just the other one around the Dogs. We're not having this conversation if Sam Darcy doesn't return after that knee injury against the Saints back in round 6. I mean, talk about one player who has changed the fate of the club, potentially featuring in finals, or maybe like so many of the bottom 8 playing out for a bit of pride.
No, 100%, because he's not just changed the team, but there's certainly one of his teammates.
Yeah, Aaron Norton's pretty happy.
Yeah, he's wrapped. But it's such an easy bailout, with that ability just to see someone there 1v1 or even 1v2 at times and put it to his advantage and just let him go to work.
Yeah, well, they isolated each other really well tonight, Norton and Dars. Can't remember too many times where they competed for the same ball. So that's a good sign that some of these key forwards, when they do play a lot of time together, they get stuck in each other's way. I didn't see that too many times tonight, and think it also goes to the fact that the Bulldogs, their ball movement was just classy tonight, wasn't it?
Yeah. There's only 2 teams all year that haven't been beaten by more than 4 goals. The Dogs are one and Adelaide's the other. So the games that they have lost, they've been right in the Bulldogs the whole way through. But
I've been on them since that GMH down that Cardinia Park game. Even though they didn't get the job done, I've ridden the wave and backed them in every single week, and they've let me down a number of times. But, geez, they've played some good footy throughout without being horrible.
Kind of a bit like Freo beating Collingwood. Like, if the Dogs had won that game down in Geelong, I think they would have had a lot more backings than the numbers that stacked against them, having only beaten the Giants in sides inside the top 8. But, yeah, you mentioned Corby Aaron Norton. So 5 goals again tonight. He moves to 50 for the season, as he called. Jeremy Cameron's that far in front. He's got 69, but he's now second in the Coleman. And even his form, like how much that's changed in recent weeks. And you rattled off the numbers. So his last 5 games, he's kicked 5 goals, 7 goals, 2 goals, 5-5.
What's the opposite of dry July? It's sort of heavy supply July or something. That's
wet July.
Gee, that's
the opposite.
There's a whole lot of
dry wet called. It's usually
I appreciate
slippery.
that. But
it's that other bar you were talking about earlier.
Wet probably doesn't quite work in context of what we're trying to refer to here. But 24 goals, 7 in a month of footy.
Yeah.
And in particular, when he plays with Darcy, 42 goals in 14 games. When he plays by himself, 8 goals in 6 games.
Yeah.
Fair differential between the two of them. So we got 9 teams. Let us know what you think on the SMS 0437 774 774. Who misses from here? Of course, the Hawks are in Adelaide tomorrow night. I heard your man Will Day say during the week. We're pretty happy about it that everyone seems to be picking us to miss. To just use it on a little chip on their shoulder as they head to Adelaide tomorrow to take on the Crows. Rob in Greensborough, I see Matt Kennedy's finally shaved those sideburns.
Love that.
He's still got a toe ball, though.
0437 774 774. Ken from Sandringham says, what happened? Didn't Adam Kingsley have a chair to kick across the dressing room to get his point across to his team this time, or he needs another prop?
Is that what happened last week?
Allegedly, I hadn't heard that.
I think the ship had sailed, Ken. 12 goals to 3 at half-time. I don't think kicking anything would have helped.
Just get a sore foot.
Phil from Victoria. Kingsley looked quite chuffed when being interviewed prior to the game, but unfortunately now totally opposite. He's pretty peeved. He will sort it out. Enjoyed the call in the comments, boys, from Phil in Victoria. And Tiger says, did we get a crowd number in the end? We did. The final crowd was 23,898.
Sure where they were hiding.
Above us.
You thought it was generous?
I thought that was very generous.
Okay. Any other bars?
Leeds?
Yeah, there's been a couple of generous numbers that have come through, but that's okay. I mean, people watch at home. We don't get those numbers. And they listen on the radio.
Our man on the boundary said 16.
He
Cameron.
He was
at that stage.
He's only 25% off there.
Yeah, he's usually very accurate too, almost sort of to the number.
Does have a good
eye. Within 5 or 10 either way. Here he is, by the way. Ben Cameron's downstairs. Where are you, Ben?
I'm with Tom Green, who's a little bit flat at the moment. We appreciate you doing this. It's obviously tough after a match like that. How would you explain that performance?
Pretty pathetic. Anytime you get beaten by 50 or whatever it was in the contest, we just haven't rocked up as a side. So that's really disappointing. For a really important game, the doggies just looked were hungrier. We got outworked, out-toughed. Pretty bad game, and particularly this time of year, it's a really disappointing result.
Why do you think that can happen?
I have no idea, and if I knew, I'd be making sure we didn't put up a performance like that. I don't know. They just, like I said, the desperation. I'm sure to observers you could see the desperation difference between the sides. So maybe they just wanted it more, and that's just not good enough from us. It'll be a strong review, I'm sure, and I think we need it.
I was keeping close eyes on Adam Kingsley throughout the evening. He was very frustrated early. Then he was almost resigned to the fact of what the performance was going to be. I think you said to the television broadcaster that he didn't give the team a break at half-time. Then at three-quarter time, he got the group in immediately, and I can't hear, but it looked like he was giving the team a spray. Did he at three-quarter time? Did he go back to the well with the bake, or what was it?
No, he didn't. He didn't. Like we sort of said last week, a lot of the talk was about how he doesn't do that often, and that is true. As you sort of said, it was, I don't know, you can only go to that so many times, and in back-to-back weeks, you're probably not going to get that response. And King is just such a good coach; he knows that sort of thing. So I don't think any amount of yelling or screaming is going to fix. I suppose a performance like that as a playing group, we've just got to take more pride in not being we can't serve up that.
It is twice now that the Western Bulldogs have beaten you guys this year. You're the only team in the top 9 that they have beaten. Is there something about the way that they match up with you, do you think?
Yeah, potentially. Potentially. They are, like I said, I think, I don't know what the contest numbers were last time, but I would guess that they won that too. They're such a good contest side, and if you're slightly off against them, they're going to make you pay, and they really made us pay tonight. So I can't think back too much to the start of the year what that looked like, but tonight they certainly were hungrier and won, so much more contests that, we just got smashed in that area, and it's going to be tough to win any games when you lose it by 50.
Last one, let's finish on an uptick. Why do you still believe this team can win the flag and play deep into September?
Because we don't have many performances like that. It's now behind us, I guess, is a positive. I guess it's good to get a kick up the backside like that when there's still about a month of football left to go before finals. And the reality is, if we play like that for the rest of the year, we're not going to play finals. So it's a really strong reality check. Maybe we needed it, and I have got great faith in this group that we respond really well. And I'd like to think that we won't let that happen again.
You're a great media performer. We really appreciate you having a chat to us and the Giants fans after this tough loss.
No problem. It's all good. Thank you.
Thanks to Tom Green downstairs, the Giants star midfielder with our own Ben Cameron. 25 disposals from him, 11 contested possessions, 6 score involvements, but his side absolutely whacked by 88 points, the Giants' heaviest defeat since the 2019 grand final. That's pretty strong, so pretty pathetic. We can't, anytime you get beat by 50 in the contest, he went on to say that we just haven't rocked up as a side.
Yeah. And you can't really polish it any other way, can you? I think he's pretty much on the money. We spoke about that in terms of their contest, their ground balls, their clearance, their inability just to... Yeah. I just saw a stat come up on the screen before that it was their second worst or worst ever pressure rating.
Under Kingsley. Yeah.
And their inability to intercept as well, which is something they're usually pretty strong at as well. They just didn't have enough pressure on the source initially, then to force a high ball to then allow their defenders to come off and actually get a hold of it. So he summed it up reasonably well, I would have thought, Tom Green.
Adam Kingsley's just about to do media too. We'll try and pick up some of that if we can in just a moment. 88 points is the final margin, the Western Bulldogs over GWS. 10 of the top 11 rated players on the ground were Bulldogs players tonight. Yeah. That's amazing when the discrepancy on that front.
Tim English?
I'm not sure, but I don't want to...
I think I saw something come up on the screen before that he might have got over 202.
I don't want to preempt the votes.
No, but that's going to be quite positive in his favour, though.
Yeah.
I thought when you're looking at the 3-2-1.
He was sensational tonight, Tim English. Marcus Bontempelli also superb, and 5 goals for each of Aaron Norton and Sam Darcy. So they kick 10 between them, having combined for 13 last week. Shall we check in on Adam Kingsley after that heavy defeat? We obviously praised him all during the week for his effort in turning things around after a deficit at halftime against the Sydney Swans, where they were able to flip the script there in a 79-point swing. It didn't quite happen the same way tonight, and it was all the Dogs wire to wire. Here is Adam Kingsley just sitting down at his presser, 88 points, the final margin.
Adam, Steve Kinley just said that was the worst performance in your tenure at the club. Do you agree with that?
Yep.
What was the thing that broke down most for you?
Our contest. Yeah, we got belted in the contest, plain and simple. I think maybe minus 51 in the end. Wow. Can't really compete when you're getting belted like that.
Adam, what's it like as a coach to watch a match like that play out and feel like you can't do a lot about it?
Well, you're always trying. The problem is never one thing that's the issue while you're losing contest. It's usually a handful, if not more, and you're trying to sort of feed that into the players. And we were just off tonight. I don't know why. Bulldogs clearly playing for their season, and it just felt like we weren't, and so that's disappointing. From our perspective, obviously they were, they were really strong. Really strong, and they've been like that against us in the past for a number of times that we've played them. So, they're a bit of a hump that we haven't been able to get over in the last couple of years.
How concerning then at this stage of the year to produce a performance like that? Very close. I mean, I know obviously finals isn't 100% confirmed, but only 3 weeks out from the finals to produce that, how concerning is that?
We prefer it didn't happen, but we've got an opportunity to respond. I'm not overly concerned. I don't think that's us, and it hasn't been us for a long period of time, but it was tonight. And so we'll review the game well, move on pretty quickly and get to work on what we need to work on, and then try and produce against North Melbourne next week.
Adam, how frustrating was it from a coaching perspective to have so many turnovers in the forward half territory game, then to be able to turn that into transition and punish you on the scoreboard?
Yeah, I felt like the first quarter particularly we didn't play well in transition. I think from then on it became a bit more of a stoppage game, but I mean, the way that we played with the ball wasn't our normal brand. I think that was pretty obvious, and so the Bulldogs did a great job at defending that, and we weren't really bold enough.
Yes, and their method, they were able to do it in 3 phases because their contested ball was brilliant, but then on the transition as well, so they were able to capitalise on all fronts.
Yeah, they were. They were really good. So, those games have been a bit like that against them in the past. So we need to be a little bit better than what we were.
Heaviest loss for the Giants since the 2019 Grand Final by extension, the heaviest loss under Adam Kingsley, and obviously the heaviest loss of the season, 88 points. The final margin, Dogs dominated from start to finish, kicked the first 3 goals, 11 of the first 12, led by 33 at quarter time, 61 at the half, 67 at three-quarter time, and 88 points in the finish. Corbin Middlemass alongside Matt Clinch. Ben Cameron's been in the rooms. He'll be back up here shortly. Our number 1 picks, Mark Murphy and Brett Delidio, and your thoughts on the SMS number of 0437 774 774. The votes in the ABC Footballer of the Year. Is that your gig tonight, Murph?
It is. I think it is, yeah. I can't even see the screen from here, so I'm just going to go off just gut feel. I normally try and do this after half-time. I thought were the best players on the ground. I gave 1 vote to Marcus Bontempelli tonight.
Geez, he was good.
He was very good, but I thought there was 2 better players, obviously, on the ground than him. And I thought Aaron Norton, he was terrific for all night. I thought his second, third efforts were awesome. The most aggressive I've seen him.
Agree with that.
Ever. Almost. I thought the way in which his work rate up and down the ground, just competing, refused to be beaten in 1v1 contests was terrific. And then I thought the best man on the ground was Tim English. I thought the way in which he competed around the contest and then just able to get hard forward. He could have kicked 5 tonight, and he really got them going. I think he kicked 2 in the first quarter.
Yep. 2 in the first quarter, 11 marks.
Yeah, so that screen's just a bit too far away for me to try and reel some stats off, but just on gut feel, Lids, I just thought those 3 were the best on the ground. Tim English gets my 3, Norton 2, and Bontempelli 1.
Stiff.
He had 20 touches and 14 of them led to scores.
Yeah,
so
it's impressive.
Quite damaging.
Yes.
And he blew up Kieran Briggs.
Blew him up.
I don't know if you noted throughout the call, but Briggs actually spent a bit of time on the bench.
Yeah, I heard that.
So
didn't see
58%.
That was emphasised at different times. 23,898 in to see it. 3 for English, 2 for Norton, 1 for Bontempelli. The votes from our man Mark Murphy in the ABC Footballer of the Year. All right, that ties a little bow on tonight. The injury news, Toby McMullen has a left ankle injury. He was subbed out in the first half. Jesse Hogan ended the game on the bench with soreness. They do get the long break, so 10 days, or what are we, Thursday? Yeah, 10 days until Sunday week when they play North Melbourne in Canberra. 3 games to go in the Giants season. Their record sits at 13-7, and the Western Bulldogs just a win behind them now. They're 12-8 on the year. No real injury concern there with Caleb Poulter tapped out tactically. Any other final words on tonight before we move on the rest of the weekend?
I was just going to say the Giants had won 6 on the bounce, so Adam Kingsley could hear in his voice when you lose the contest by that margin. Well, what do you expect? How would he handle, obviously, the rebound? Because he's probably not going to deep dive into a review like that when you lose by that margin. So how does he try and give them some honest feedback but not quell the morale of the group?
Yeah, it's a good one because when you don't compete or your contest work is that far off, it doesn't really matter what else you do outside of that, whatever structure you've got. If you just get absolutely annihilated around the contest, which they did tonight, that you can't really look at other facets of the game that much. So you can almost go, well, this is a bit of an outlier, boys, but if we think we're going to turn up and just play good footy and we just get the results. Well, we've seen firsthand that you're not able to do that. So their last month and a half's been really strong. They can almost look at this like a bit of an outlier. You don't have to look too far or too long ago to look at Gold Coast way in which they got an absolute lesson from Adelaide and then came out and beat Brisbane Lions the following week. So there's a good lesson that you can turn around pretty quick and get back on the winners list and you can get your game up and firing again. So I wouldn't lose all hope, but I almost look at a bit of an outlier, Lids.
Yeah, there'll be a few people that would be pointed out just to keep a couple of guys on edge, and training might have a little harder edge to it for 5 minutes, maybe. But other than that, I think
a bit more contest work you would have thought earlier in the week.
Well, they definitely need to sharpen up in and around the contest, and their mids need to go to work. But I think also like their ability just to not sweep it under the rug, but just to be pointed and sharpen up, as we heard Tom Green talk about, going into the best part of the year.
Are they a little shallow in the midfield?
Little. Yep. I think that Kelly out hurts Toby Green, the ability to go in and out.
Cornelia had, I think, 6 clearances, and he was the one who tried to carry the candle. But
Brent Daniels is a big out for him. I think he's a huge player for them in their side. So
underrated. All-Australian 40 last year and hasn't had a run at it.
Has not had a run
this year.
Yeah, huge footy IQ and just adds so much to them in the front half. But I don't know whether he's coming back.
Yeah, he's 4 or 5 away with an adductor, but if he hasn't played at all, it's a huge
hard,
call.
it's a big push. Yeah,
imagine trying to bring him in a final, and even if it's a sub or whatever it looks like, it's a huge roll of the dice. And the way the Giants are headed, based on tonight's performance, that might be an elimination final rather than a quali. Other guys, they'll get back Kelly and Buckley, but that won't be till the first week of the final. So they've got the calf injury, so that's 3 to 4, and there's only 3 weeks left in the season. And then Toby Green obviously comes back in. I think the Toby conversation's interesting. So obviously, there was a lot of talk about, he misses a crunch game and everything else, and maybe if it was 1 or 2 goals, you could say, was that the difference between him playing or not? But it does speak a little bit to the fact that, and I know Kane Corns has been one saying, hey, it's time for him to hand over the captaincy at the season's end. Well, you look at it tonight and you go, well, where was the obvious on-field leadership in his absence?
There's none.
Who's meant to be the obvious next guy to lead this team if he's not going to next year?
Well, you would have thought Tom Green would be the next one to step up into that. Finn Callahan probably behind him. But I don't know whether that's something that Finn craves. I don't know. I don't know the kid that well personally.
Tom Green's the obvious one.
He's the obvious.
But whether or not it's time to hand it over, it's well.
So Tom's 24. Is it? Do you get a sense when you look at the Giants that it's an obvious time for Toby to do it?
No, not at all. I think just he's been playing great footy anyway. So just keep it rolling as he's your skipper. You rate him as your best leader.
Yeah.
Why the succession plan like Tom Green's 24?
And Tom's numbers looked okay tonight, but there didn't seem to be an obvious, and we touched on the sort of empty calorie stats for Ash and Whitfield, but there didn't seem to be a moment tonight when the Dogs were getting on top and bossing them where you thought there was one guy or anyone that sort of said, I'm going to change the course of this game. And we didn't see that from any of them, did we?
The lasting memory for me from this game will be the English tap to Bontempelli to Liberatore, where it felt like they were almost toying with them in the centre square at one stage, and yet they were able to do as they wanted out of the clearance side of the game, as you touched on. Murphy leads with 41 to 24. The only other one, Corby, was Jesse Hogan, who, as Benny made mention, looked like it was a foot injury. He looked quite frustrated throughout the game, so he would be the one Adam Kingsley would be hoping that bit of rest and good management that he'll be able to fire in the last 3 rounds of the home and away season.
He went goalless tonight, Jesse Hogan.
He went lookless. He didn't even get a look at it, really, did he? Like, he spent a lot of time leading up to...
Had one awkward set shot here where he decided to play on halfway through his run-up. But
And yet the ball came in there that rarely that you sort of thought, well, must be frustrating for him. They weren't moving it with any, certainty inside their forward 50.
No, he would have been doing a lot of running from one side of the ground to the other. The way in which their stagnant ball movement was going, it was just going across and then back the other side, just trying to find avenues of trying to penetrate the Bulldogs team defence, but they just couldn't do it. So as a forward, you look ahead of the contest and they're just running up and back trying to make position.
And then getting frustrated. Where's our key forwards? Well, mate, all I'm doing is adding kilometres to the GPS.
Yeah. Transmission updates tonight, by the way, just after midnight, so 12:06, early hours of tomorrow morning when the date ticks over to the 1st of August. So if you are listening on 774 ABC Melbourne on your old analogue radio, you won't be able to get us due to the transmission updates. There will still be a broadcast on ABC Melbourne, but you've got to find it through the ABC Listen app. If you're in the regional areas, you'll be able to find your ABC station as usual through both the AM and the FM bands. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport, the Dogs by 88 points. Tim English, best of field and the ABC Footballer of the Year. All right, the rest of the weekend. So tomorrow night, 3 changes for the Crows. Smith, Cumming and Bond all into the lineup. Laird outmanaged. Michael Annie is hurt and Pedler's been omitted. Meanwhile, Chol comes in for the Hawks. Bailey McDonald is the man who misses. What are we going to get tomorrow night? So the Crows will obviously start favourite here. They're in the top 2 spot, so it's theirs to defend Murph and Lids with 4 to play to try and get their 2 home finals and all the advantages that come with it.
Look, it should be a good game. It wouldn't surprise me if Hawthorn come up and win it. But I just think the Adelaide Football Club are going as well as I've seen for a long period of time, and they just look a really balanced side.
They'll throw their best punch.
Yeah,
absolutely. But I think Adelaide have got too many weapons.
Yeah,
right across the board. I think they're just too strong.
Yeah, I just reckon they play a great system too, and
their backline just complements each other right across the board.
Yeah.
Michael Annie out, like he's become a pretty handy player, for a young player.
So these are 2 of the best defensive teams in it. So who can kick 12 goals to win the game or whatever? It might not be that many.
Well, I trust the forward line of the Crows more so than I trust the forward line of the Hawks.
Yep.
If I want to see high-flying marks, give me the Hawks. But I want to see consistency in terms of effort and goals. I'm taking the Crows.
Crows have only lost 1 game at home this season. That was against the Cats.
Yep.
There's a theory that Sam Mitchell goes, well, I might as well try all 4 and let's see if it works. And then there's a question of it's an interesting time to try it at this stage of the season.
Yeah. Yeah, it is an interesting time. I mean, you've got to see what can work and see whether you can stretch that defence of Adelaide, I think. But they should have lost another one. That Brisbane game, they were coming with a wet sail and they kicked 8 points in the last quarter. So they should have lost another one there, but they held on, I suppose, didn't they? So your point's true.
Yep. And you could argue they should have beaten the Hawks down in Launceston and they kicked a boatload of behinds that night. And, they're right in the conversation, the Crows. There's no doubt about it. That'll be humming tomorrow night, I'm sure, at Adelaide Oval for Friday night footy. And then the big one, of course, Saturday night, Pendlebury, Degoe Hill, all in for the Magpies. The last 2 premiers going at it, of course, Brisbane, the reigning champs, Collingwood the year before that. For the Lions, Henry Smith gets a go at it in the ruck, and Bruce Reveal misses. McInerney managed, and McKenna is hurt. So the Henry Smith option's interesting. Like clearly they've struggled all year to find the obvious replacement for Danaher, who can be the ruck forward and give them a hit out there. I'm sure they would love to play McInerney, but it feels a bit that this is almost an admission that he's so banged up and he's so sore week to week that to miss such an important game, and now they're going to go, all right, let's see what Henry Smith gets. It feels like it's not the ordinary time you'd expect in round 21 to go, hey, we're going to try this ruckman we haven't seen all year.
No, that's right. They're obviously still trying to work out their best mix, and it's unfortunate for McInerney, isn't it? Obviously missing the grand final last year. I actually still think the Lions get up, though, on Saturday night.
So do I.
Yeah.
So do I. I think I'm with you. I think they're the best team in it.
Yeah.
And it feels almost like last week that'll prick them into action and they'll come back strong. But
do they have the most weapons of any of the sides fighting for a top 4 spot?
Yep. Not in the front half.
No, their midfield is very well balanced.
Yes.
Yeah, they've just got a lot of very good players.
So that's the part, isn't it? They're relied on their midfield to kick goals and to be damaging in the middle of the
ground. Their high half forwards. Rayner, Bailey.
They're
Archie,
tough matchups for anyone trying to defend those blokes.
Charlie Cameron. Like the guys with speed in their front half, I think, is as good as any side.
Yeah.
But then it's... Yeah, I don't think they're big boys. Like Logan Morris, you can't rely on a second-year player to be your number one target, because Hipwood offers some every 3 or 4 weeks.
Sam Day's been the one that Chris Fagan's sort of gone to just to help, but he's been in the injured as well.
Yeah. Fun weekend of footy coming up as round 21 rolls out. Do we want some little quick player movement chat? Feels like it's really started to heat up as we head towards August.
I think we should.
I think we should too.
There's a couple in navy blue that apparently leaving. Right. Did you hear about them?
I've got 5 names to throw at you here, and we've got 4 minutes to work our way through them. First of all, Harley Reid.
Staying.
Has he played his last game at the Eagles?
No.
You think he stays?
Yes, he stays.
Does he re-sign, or does he go into the last year of his deal?
I reckon he goes into the last year.
Ooh. Depends what he's happy with, what he's comfortable with.
Yeah, well, obviously.
Yeah. It might be a deal too good to refuse that he just says, you know what, I'm just going to stay here.
Would you give him a 10-year deal?
Would I?
Yeah.
100%. If I'm the list manager there and you're going to commit to me to stay for 10 years, I don't know whether that's going to be the case, but either way, they're going to have good flexibility because someone's going to have to stump up good picks or pay some of his salary if he does want to leave eventually.
If he wants to sign for 10 years, he'd be wrapped.
Yeah.
It's a big call for a second-year player.
This is a guy that's had one pre-season and he came back out of shape.
Yeah.
It's a big commitment to say, hey, sign on for 10 years and be the face of the footy club. Nasiah Wanganeen-Millera.
Yes. What's he doing?
Staying or going?
I reckon he'll stay for 2 years.
I reckon he'll stay for 2 too.
I think he will as well.
The more it goes, the less certain I feel. I thought that was the moment after kicking the match winner. Sign the contract.
So I was a little more confident last week than I am this week. That
where's he going to go? You looked at me weirdly 2 weeks ago when I said he stays.
Yeah, and now I'm starting. Well, everyone that was close to it told me that he was staying, and then this week the information I'm hearing is that people are less.
How does he get back to Port Adelaide?
Well,
because Adelaide can't get it done.
So the next name on my list is Zach Butters.
Butters, yeah.
So he's a pre-agent, which means he's a free agent at the end of the season next. If Port Adelaide have the chance to get Nasiah Wanganeen-Millera through the door, and they risk losing Butters next year anyway, do they go to Zach and say, mate, let's work it out. Which Victorian club do you want to go to? We'll do a little three-way deal. We're going to get 2 first-round picks for you as a minimum. We're going to use those picks to get Nasiah Wanganeen-Millera to our club. We get out of it with Wanganeen-Millera. You go where you want to go, and then the draft capital goes to St Kilda so they can head to the draft with 2 first-round picks.
Yeah. If I was Port Adelaide, I'd be pretty happy with that.
Ooh. Geez, he's a pretty damn good player, Zach Butters.
Yeah, but if you've got that inclination that you think he's going to go.
So if you say to Zach, mate, if you want to stay, we're wholly committed to you.
Yeah.
You're our guy. How long do you want? What money do you want?
Yep.
But if he says, look, I'm thinking about going, say...
If he says, I just want to hold off for a bit, it's like, well...
With our blessing, we'll help you out, you help us.
He's still contracted for next year, isn't he, Zach
He's
Butters?
got 1 to go.
Yeah. Yep.
But if he comes to you at the end of next year, you've missed Nasiah, and then Zach's leaving, you're in a disastrous position.
Mm.
All right, I've got 2 more names. What do you reckon will happen with Jack Silvani, Mark?
Gone.
I don't know.
Gone.
But it doesn't look great.
But last week you said...
What, the jumper on him, or that he doesn't want to stay at Carlton?
Well, just the more that this drags on and the more the speculation comes, it's...
Yeah.
You were adamant last week, and you almost barked at me.
I didn't bark at you. I was trying to give some positivity towards the Carlton fans.
Yes.
And I still think they will burn the joint down if he leaves.
Craig McRae wasn't playing poker. He was happy to let everyone know they'd caught up for a coffee.
Yeah, that's been interesting.
But how does that get out? Like, seriously.
Well, Craig came out and said, look...
Oh, no, but how did someone ask him that question? Oh, apparently you've been catching up.
If you were Chankwath Jath, would you look at another club?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Any clubs in particular?
Carlton.
They're looking for halfback flankers. Great hit out. Thanks, Murph.
Thank you.
Thanks, Lids.
Cheers, Big
I'll hear you on ABC AFL Daily tomorrow. Thanks to you, Clinchy. Good calling Saturday night. Thanks to Ben Cameron for all his work. Thanks to Stuart Hollywood Baker and to the cult figure Adam Jones back in the studio. We are out. The Bulldogs in an absolute drubbing. 88 points. They smack GWS to keep their September hopes alive. We'll catch you tomorrow night on ABC Sport.
The Classic 100 Piano Highlights album is out now. 4 CDs of Australia's favourite piano music. Get your copy at abc.net.au/classic/shop.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
From the archives. Welcome to ABC Grandstand's Hall of Fame.